Simic would definitely make a clone army.
Oh, undoubtedly.
They wouldn't just make a clone army. They'd make a mutant clone army.
Point.
Well, yes, but when a mysterious benefactor would come to them and specifically order humans, they'd go, but you're paying us money, so all right.
I mean, they don't have to have morals.
And then for fun.
Welcome back to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons.
Craig, get in the room.
Oh, right. I forgot. That's a thing that we need to do because we actually, on like some occasions, fight things and whatnot.
Well,
yes.
we still do rolls and such.
I feel like I haven't rolled the past few sessions. I'm gonna be honest.
Just because we get distracted a lot and roleplay a lot of things.
We roleplay so many things. We've made some of our own plot lines.
Yes, and I roll with it because absolutely, this is a role-playing game. So
I mean, it is D&D. It's a role-playing game. That's how it's supposed to be.
I've never seen this in any other campaign I've played where we have derailed the campaign so much that it has become its new own arc.
Well, here's the other thing is that our characters live in a massive city with lots of guards. There's not really a lot of other campaigns where you could where the party can actually split and like expect any level of safety from anything.
yeah, no, there are guards and trained warriors literally everywhere.
Everywhere.
And also, our party splits up way more and can expect to actually survive than any other party, or a typical like D&D party.
True enough.
All right, I'm in. It's just loading.
All right.
When did I get wounded?
I don't know. However, seeing as how the party is split up and it's probably going to end in a new day pretty soon,
I feel
everyone will be getting a long rest.
Finally,
Cool.
it feels like we've been in the same game for like 3 sessions.
You have.
Yeah, that is correct. We've had the fight. We had last session, which was us running around trying to deal with the problems of the quantum ham, which is still a thing, by the way.
And then Nim goes into the astral realm.
So yeah, this has been the same day, like 3 sessions in a row, maybe even 4. If because even before, like literally before that, we were all seeking out our powers and whatnot, and that also happened in the same day. It's been 4 sessions, and we're still in the same 24-hour period.
There's so much content. You guys are kind of throwing off my timeline.
Раньше он его не любил. Но сейчас у нас жарко в Питере. 34, 35.
This is the problem with trying to plan holiday content with D&D. It's like, all right, we'll have this ready by Halloween. 3 sessions later. Okay, Halloween might happen in Christmas.
Много мороженого.
Yeah. Or you do get it situate. Well, most DMs I've seen, myself included, it's usually more of like a fever dream for holiday content, holiday sessions, and
it's like a one shot.
Yeah. And even then, the major problem is making sure it actually gets done during that session.
To be fair, when I did do my Halloween content, that was literally like a fever dream.
So, anyways, we should get somebody doing the recap. Tarakona.
That's the one who lived it.
Yeah, you were kind of the most major there with the one-on-one, so...
We basically already recapped everything, but go ahead.
Well,
kind of
the wolf
Yes,
got
but
into an
we-
argument.
We
I
weren't-
decided to step forward and fight on their behalf. I fought against a dragon. It was lots of fun. We hit each other lots. And then we went and both had a bath in beer.
You had a great time, in other words.
Yeah.
and the conflict ended up not being resolved because there was no winner.
I'd like to think both Dragon and I won because that was lots of fun. We both enjoyed it.
Yeah, he'll readily admit that really shook off the rust.
It's kind of like when you draw in chess. It's a respectful, sort of like, yeah, you know what, you're good.
I don't know. Personally, I'd feel like I'd slightly lean towards Elemin one a little bit more because Elemin's champion is kind of part of himself in a way.
True.
That makes zero
It's
sense.
only here because of him. It's only here.
And if you want to pursue this, then I will actually get upset out of character. So please just drop it.
I'm just joking.
You asked for a recap from Tarakona. That's all he really remembers.
Nim, you may have to do the rest. If Markov is not here.
No, there was.
What does Markov have to do with stuff there?
I think he
Everything
means
regarding
Prey.
Grey. No, everything regarding Grey.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys forget what led up to this entire thing to begin with? We
The one
Tarakona
Markov
did.
is tied to himself too. By the way, Cray found Markov's entire backstory.
yes, that.
We're not
That's
not the entire backstory, but like a good chunk of it.
Yes.
And Mammon.
And part of that backstory involved Raylo. That is the reason why Raylo was brought into Cray's house, because Cray had the book.
Even Eileen's backstory got brought up a little bit.
Mhm.
Unsurprisingly, she's a construct made by Raylel. But before, she used to be a really strong planeswalker named Mammon. However, someone's going around publishing books.
Under her name.
Mammon. Observation reports, even.
Indeed. And before Elemin left, he actually asked Eileen if she could get him to meet this three-headed creature named what was his name? Starling. Because he's the only other link to Mammon that Elemin knows, so he's thought if you're going to investigate this, he may well start there.
Ray already had someone trying to set up a meeting.
Ah, well, Elemin didn't know that. You actually failed to mention that.
Yeah, that's probably because he's got someone from the Demir setting it up, so...
Yeah, you're right. Fair
Probably
enough.
best not to mention that to the rest of the group.
That is true.
Just casually find him in the library. Doesn't even try to hide because he knows you won't tell. Because you're both in the wrong place.
We just look to each other like, oh, hey.
And then you both go about your business. Because nothing else is going to come from this. 'Cause
Nothing to fucking see here.
not
Yeah.
a single damn thing. Turn this page.
I think that was pretty much the entire events of last week.
Apart from Nim shenanigans.
Ninja shenanigans are always a thing.
Yes.
And Graham has asked. Graham also asked Pluto. This was 2 weeks ago, but Graham asked Pluto to basically help train the party.
Yep. And Curiously enough, he knows just the way to do it. It'll involve fighting, though.
Ooh. Fighting.
And you think this bothers some of us?
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm also still a little curious if the Selesnya are actually going to promote him.
Yeah.
Still.
I mean,
Admittedly, they seem to be receiving a little pressure to do that from inside.
when was the last time you've been to the Selesnya?
Right before all of this training with, Pluto and the whatnots.
Ah, okay. So at least a day or two. Not
Mhm.
that long ago.
You forget that Graham, whenever it's time to sleep and we're not on a mission, Graham does go home.
Great. Graham is the only one not obsessed with Cray's house.
Cray goes home too. I'm pretty sure Cray's gone home after every mission, and in fact, most of the time he stays home.
Yay, Megalovania.
If you're gonna buy up all my property value, you're gonna have a bad time.
Tell that to the dragons that duked it out, because they sure as fuck tanked your property value. In fact, you might have trouble paying anyone other than Raylale to take your house.
I do not want anyone to take my house. I want my
Yeah.
house,
Yes.
and I like my house. It's right in the nice spot that I like it, and I've magically enchanted it to protect.
Funnily enough,
A lot of money was put into Cray's house.
funnily enough, Nim was trying so hard to get Cray to move to no avail.
Yeah, he's suddenly worried about his property value when, he's sticking around with Raylo moving in.
Again, at this point, what property value? His value only has his property only has value to Raylale.
At this point, at least.
Property value only matters if you're going to sell.
Then why were you worried about it?
No,
I don't think Cray was.
not in character.
Anyways, as the day is coming to a close, Graham will say goodbye to Pluto and start heading home for the night.
Continue to focus. And in time, it'll become as easy as breathing. You'll remain concealed even in your sleep.
Well, that will definitely be useful.
Indeed.
Definitely.
Good day to you. And you two shall part company.
Yay.
Wait, before that happens, Graham's gonna be like, if I need to get in contact with any of you, where do I go?
Well, it is my recollection that Tanya has acquired a Marten phone. From there, she can contact the rest of us.
Where did she get a Marten phone from?
I'm not sure. She was quite eager to tell me about these psychic creatures, though.
Huh, strange, because I'm surprised she managed to fill out all the paperwork.
No,
Uh,
that I have heard was unpleasant. She almost destroyed us. She almost destroyed the street. Almost is what surprises me the most, though.
Guess you really wanted a Marten phone.
there was there was someone there holding her back. Well, technically two
Also,
people.
Also, where did the other Martens summon a different Marten? Because last I checked, they were all holed up basically like around my house.
They just brought they actually her phone came. It was delivered later. It actually got delivered in the middle of a certain scene.
So it
Probably.
was.
Well, I guess that solves that question then. Internally, Graham is slightly annoyed because he was hoping to like figure out where the fuck they're like some
Yes.
of their meetup place.
No, Pluto's a bit more careful than that. But, well, there is also a room we have permanently reserved for us at Resdora. Some of us will probably be enjoying that.
Resdora.
Most likely.
Is that
The Sonata place.
That's the place that
The name works at.
yeah.
That's the one. Amazing what one contract can do. However, we will pay our dues. All we ask was for a permanent reservation. He will be making his income regardless. As long as the prices are fair this time.
Yes. Anyways, I won't press it too much, but at some point we're going to have to see a few more what's you call it? Tokens of good faith.
Ah, yes, concessions.
But again, I can admit that it's a little early in this cooperative venture so far. So for now, yes,
we're considering you and your team an investment.
Is there a way to set dark mode on Fantasy Grounds?
I do not know.
The DM can.
Oh yeah,
But
I forgot about that.
as far as you as a player, no.
It's in the top right corner with the very little buttons. There should be one that looks like a sun.
It may not be a feature anymore.
Oh, that was such a good feature, though.
I don't see a sun, but I see options.
No, it's not the gear. It was like a sun or a moon, and you could click it, and it would make the background. It would change the background from either white to there was like an orange for morning or
all
evening.
All it did was put basically a color filter over top of the screen.
Yeah, it was so nice because, but it also allowed you that sort of narrative aspect of it's now becoming sundown, and it would slowly start to shift over to orange, or then it's nighttime.
Lovely.
And then it would shift to like a darker purple hue, or I think there was also a green hue for like the forest, and that was it. But it was still such a good
feature.
Yes, it was a beautiful feature. Why would they have removed that?
Because we can't have nice things.
How dare you, Fantasy?
The most I can see is token lights.
Battlegrounds, you're making me actively sad.
Oh,
That was one of my favorite things, is the DEM. I used it like every session after I found it. Yeah.
I personally only remember you ever using it once.
You have returned.
I felt like before session I usually just set it to one of the hues, just so that it was more easy on the eyes. But I only think I used it narratively once or twice. I still like it though.
it was still nice.
But yes, Graham shall part from Pluto and head home. I'll also ask us Martin if they got like if they do like a message service thing without having to like call people.
Like a voice message.
More like, yeah, I guess kind of like a voice message.
I mean, it's not like we can do text messages with the Martens.
Sure you can. They can print things.
Oh, that's true. Never mind.
Somehow, some way, they can just do that.
So what now?
Well, Graham will if the Martins can leave messages, it'll be like, can you leave a message to basically like, you know, everyone that's part of the party to basically like, you know, that he asked the ensemble to possibly help with some training in a more combat oriented way.
So you're sending a message to everyone in the party?
Yes.
That was the plan.
Well, Nim as a proprietor and Marten supreme. Do they have such a function?
You know, I had not considered it before, but I don't see why not.
Basically, it's not urgent enough to warrant a call and, you know, telling them directly, but, you know, like, hey, you know, like, whenever they have free time, then, you know, they can, like, be like, oh, yeah, no, okay.
That's now we're doing Martin text messages.
Are there Martin emotes or emojis?
That's just Marten making a face.
Ah, gotcha.
Yes, the Martins do have emojis. It's when they look at you funny for asking if they have emojis.
Also, hey, Lockett, welcome.
Hello, sorry
Hello.
that I'm late.
You know, I think the Emoji Movie would have been a lot better if it was all just Martins.
I can imagine it would have been explosively more popular.
Everything would have been better with Martins.
Latin.
I was going to say everything would have been better than the Emoji Movie.
Also fair.
Yeah, you know what? You got me.
I actually avoided seeing any mention of it because I just knew from the first trailer I want to distance myself from this.
Yeah, I saw the name in the trailer and I'm like, that's not going to work. Like, same with the Angry Birds movie.
Actually, I've
been told the Angry Birds movie is actually good, though. Which
it
is weird.
is. It's
I heard that it was
weird, but
different.
it's actually pretty decent. Like, it's definitely not a... It is not something worth going out of your way for, but it's actually not a bad movie.
It's not god
Okay
awful.
then.
I feel like there's just a better selection on Netflix. Like, if
There-
you see Angry Birds on Netflix, like, oh, I'll just go watch this other movie instead.
Yeah. Like, well, I
Did
mean,
they ever make?
I'd recommend watching it. I think it was actually decent.
I heard I heard specifically the second movie is actually also like actually good.
Wait, there's
There's
a
a second one?
movie?
Yeah, there's I think at least 3. At least I think.
There was 3?
I think.
I gotta Google this now.
My word.
I know this is such an upset. Did they ever make the Ugly Dolls movie? Because I know that they were like, everyone was like, "This is not going to work."
I never heard of that.
I remember seeing like reviews of it when it was first announced. Like, yeah, this looks like a pandering movie.
Okay, there's only 2 movies.
Only
Oh.
2, okay.
Oh well. Sorry.
So did I miss anything when I was gone for 45 minutes?
Now we
No.
just did the recap, and Graham left his event with Pluto.
I left an a Marten message.
Okay.
So what do the Martins do when we have a message?
I think the MM had to be converted to an MMM, multi-Martin message.
I see. You say MM, and I'm just thinking it's like, yeah, we have SMS now. This is an MSN, Martin stored message.
I mean, they are able to send mental images and such. Text doesn't work, but, you know, it's just a mental message that is relayed.
I just like imagine like a Marten just like I'm just gonna glow while I have a message waiting for you.
No, they.
Is this when? Can you turn on the silent function and just, have the Martin just vibrate?
That's the only way that they ring is by vibrating.
Make a noise like a race car who was just set to vibrate. However, I assume no one's really going to be doing much, and it's time for the next day.
Yeah.
Very
Ele-
likely.
That's fair.
Time.
Yeah. No.
Yay.
Elemi
Give
just
me that rest I needed.
Elemi just left to his house frustrated after the events of last campaign.
Markov's just gonna go home.
Bray has his plans, but he shall wait for tomorrow.
Finally, the day passes.
Yay!
Yay! Full rest. I mean, long rest.
I am no longer injured and have two failed death saves.
Man, that must be nice.
Quite nice.
I kind of
Being healthy.
I just imagine Calceros and Tarakona's fight just being Dragon Ball Z.
It almost was.
So like 30 minutes of screaming and 2 of actual punching.
If you count screaming, also including fire breath and throwing javelins, perhaps.
As long as they don't do the Naruto thing where it's like in the middle of the big epic fight, they'll cut away for some background lore.
No. Never that.
Imagine if you started doing that in the middle of a round.
I think Kalsir would be able to get a sneak attack.
That sounds funny.
Like, hey, fuck off! We were in my backstory. Don't care.
Here. Bless me.
Now, whomst shall we begin with?
Most interesting one. So I'll go ahead and go.
Hey.
Heck yeah.
Hey, I at least have one person that agrees that I'm the most interesting.
Most shenanigans begin with you, Nim. That much we can agree on.
That's not wrong.
So,
What
Nim,
is Nim doing?
it is the next day.
I was joking about that. Nim is mostly, right now his plan is waiting for the guy to show up or the meeting for purchasing the plot of land. And that's basically it. Aside from work. If he's gonna
You
be
have left
doing
the
work.
paperwork to him. And going to the Azurius and getting someone in the property department.
You know what? Graham is gonna check in on a few people who he wants to figure out. We gave Morath a Marten, I think, before he left, so that way he could get in contact with us.
Yes, I do believe that was correct.
Well, Graham's gonna call Morath then.
Oh, hello?
Hey, how's your investigation going?
More productive than I would have expected.
Oh?
Yeah. Turns out, there are a few names in here whom, were, counting on Felix for, a lot of funding, apparently. And now that he's, cut off, they're getting a bit antsy and awkward, so to say. Maybe a bit noticeably so. And some have been visiting a place that has been empty for a while, apparently, to collect some things.
Anything of immediate concern?
Well, they've not actually managed to take anything out. If Felix was anything, he was prepared, and he's got a lot of magic locks on the place that they've not broken through just yet.
Sounds like we're gonna have to deal with that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm trying to tail them back, but a lot of these guards are a little weird, and I might be dealing with some people with true sight, so it's being difficult, let's say.
Well, like I said, if you run into anything that's, requires immediate attention, let us know right away.
Well, no huge red flags yet, but I've got some leads.
All right.
I guess some people we could jump on, but not 100%. Like, this is the most important one.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try to convince everyone else to kind of train up so we can maybe deal with some of these people a little bit easier.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea, actually. If you could just bulk up a little bit, that would be super cool.
I was a little curious. It'll just be like, you haven't heard anything about using mana before, have you?
He's gonna sound confused.
That's what I was thinking. No,
What?
don't worry about it. Don't worry
Huh?
about it.
Okay.
I was just curious.
Like the pieces? I thought that was illegal or something.
This would be a little bit different. I
Oh.
might have to introduce you to some people later, maybe. Maybe.
What have you been up to while I've been gone?
A lot of things.
Oh boy. Guess I got a lot of catching up to do, huh?
Possibly. I'm still. We found some new friends, and they're helping us get a little bit stronger. The only problem is I'm not sure how much I trust these new friends quite yet.
Yeah.
It seems like we can work with them, but they're also a little
Sketchy.
sketchy. Seems like a good word, mostly because their organization seems to have very loose rules.
Oh, it's more of a party of circumstance like you guys were?
Yes. Just with a bunch of people who used to be fairly powerful or high ranked in other guilds and got fed up with them.
Huh. I see. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it now. I get it.
So they know a lot of secrets, but don't necessarily want to share those secrets with us yet.
So, you're gonna pair up with another group then that might be not morally very sound to fight the Seekers then?
Potentially.
Yeah, cool. My next question is, are those guys Seekers? Because I really can't think of another group than that. That sounds like that.
They used to be? They had some, let's say, objections to the Seeker's current direction and leadership.
I see.
The only thing that separates that we know for sure is that they really don't want to destroy the city.
Lesser of two evils. I gotcha.
Yeah. At worst, they're anarchists.
Maybe you think you could, like, weed some people out of that group? Get some of the other members to put a leash on the others?
I'm going to think. I've been thinking about that. Like I said, but for now, the things are gonna have to sit where they at. There's just not enough trust to basically ask them to chop off a hand.
Fair enough, I guess. So, like, are they a big group, at least?
No, but they're powerful. Like I said, these people were very high ranked or very powerful and were all previously in guilds.
Okay, well, I guess it's better to have them than not. I guess it's better.
Yeah, I think it's a quality versus quantity thing.
I'm getting what you're putting down.
All right. I'm gonna go check in with my guild representative and see if maybe we can get paid for some things soon.
Alright, I might have to start trying to palm coin to some of these guys to get something more.
Like I said, just be careful.
Oh, don't worry, I can take care of myself for the most part.
Take care, Morath.
See ya.
And Graham will head out to meet up with his guild representative.
Yay.
Marilyn.
Yep. The Dryad looks up. Hey, Graham.
Don't worry. It's not bad news this time.
No, it's strange. I actually had news for you.
Oh?
Yes,
you see,
the council
we've
is ready
decided
to meet you.
Yeah, you see, we've decided to move in different directions, and unfortunately, your services are just no longer available or no longer required. But we appreciate your.
They'll also
service
be
for
no
these
longer
years.
available.
Yeah, that too.
You see, Graham would not be surprised because again, he is technically an Orzhov who is in the Selesnya Guild. He understands that. Part of him still kind of half expects that at any given moment they're just gonna be like, "Nah, please leave."
You know what, man? We good.
We good with each other.
Okay, so what is Marilyn actually saying?
The council is ready to bestow a rank upon you.
Huh. I know Malt said that he was kind of pressuring them, but I'm not gonna lie, I honestly wasn't really expecting anything on that.
Melt said he was pressuring them. He meant he was going to sit on
Pressuring their entire building. Give him a rank. No. Give him a rank. No. Crunch. Maybe.
We'll think about it.
To be fair, the Celestia did destroy Malt's home. They owe him
Yeah.
one.
They really just ripped his temple out of the ground, tore it in half, and he just fell into dirt to the point where he was half buried because he'd been on stone always, and now this was dirt.
Yeah, Graham is a little surprised that they didn't. Did the council know about the heroes inside of the temples? 'Cause that would also raise some further questions if they didn't.
No. It seems, well, no. The seeing as how they recognized him.
They knew of him. Maybe they just
So they knew of him. They just didn't know that he was in there.
Well, it seemed that at the time they were under the assumption that their temples had been raided, so they were checking to see if the peace was still there. Him still being alive sort of confirmed it, though.
Ah, I see.
Like, really confirmed it.
really.
And then they might have been in a little trouble because they acted very rashly just now, destroying their own protections.
I can only hope that the other temples they investigated were not nearly as
Destroyed.
forceful.
Yeah.
Seeing as how Malt has not been hanging out with other guardians, such seems to be the case.
I don't wonder what the other guardians are like now. Now that I think about it.
Graham was like, well, that's interesting. I can't imagine that it's going to be anything more than just a rank and name. I can't really imagine they would trust me with anything like recruits or the like. Which is
Well,
a fair enough assumption.
well, you have been bestowed the rank Votary. You have access and privilege to the area immediately around the central tree.
Oh?
Indeed. As much as they do not approve of your actions, the results can't be ignored.
Ah.
And the Seekers have caused some of our own to go
A
missing.
magnanimous dispensation.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Shimei, thank you so very much for that donation. The donation goal has been completed.
Oh my.
Yay.
Oh, man.
And while you are in the Central Guardian, or around the central tree, you may go to the gardens and recruit some plants should you believe that you need more protection.
Oh?
Well, awakened shrubs and trees, but it's something.
That is interesting, for sure.
So yes, while you may not have any say over other guild initiates, you can recruit from the garden.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah. Enjoy your new position, Votary.
Thank you very much. It is an honor.
Great. Well, so what did you need from me then?
I mostly just wanted to check in and see how things were going with you.
Well, I don't seem to be in trouble, but I did receive a visit from one of our less active members.
I'm sorry, the
Oh?
way you said that, the only thing that went through my mind was, well, I don't seem to be in trouble at the moment, but with your arrival, that's probably going to change. I'm sorry, that's just what went through my head.
No,
I
that's
mean,
headcanon now.
at the same time, during a multi-guild meeting, she left her station, grabbed someone else's head in front of everyone else, and bashed it into a table. She was expecting to be fired. Surprised, very surprised that she's still sitting in her seat. She's...
Well,
we're all very surprised she's still
Leslie
alive.
are nothing but if nothing, they're good to their own people.
That they are. She's just sort of like prepared if the other shoe drops. Well, are you familiar perhaps with Elena?
I am.
That's not surprising then. She came to me to ask about you, and ask if perhaps she could talk to the council I don't know why she felt the need to go through me, but she's been absent now and then.
I see. We're talking. Let me just make sure that we're talking about the same Elena. Has gears.
No. That's Eileen.
Oh no. Okay. Wait. Who's Elena then?
The one that looked sort of demonic.
The one that looks like a vampire.
Oh, okay. Wait. Elena was part of the Selesnya?
Yes.
Oh. Huh.
And apparently is still hanging around.
I think I'm gonna go check what that's about. That's kind of got me a little curious.
Oh, you know her.
Kind of.
She came to me asking about you a few days ago, and well, day before yesterday.
He's gonna be like, what did she ask about me?
She wanted to know more about you and your history, and then said that once I said that you were Orzov and gave her your full name, she sort of made quite a face and said that she had to go.
What kind of face?
I don't know, like she'd eaten half a lime, I guess.
I imagine it's the Excalibur face from Soul Eater.
Fool, my legends date back to the 12th century.
So basically, she had no face.
Yes.
No.
The reaction to Excalibur.
Yeah, the reaction.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
that one.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. Graham is gonna be like, I'm gonna go find her, cause
you can probably find her not too far from the central tree. She's quite the potent cleric.
Oh?
Oh yes.
Graham is just gonna think for a moment. Does she still retain her rank?
How do you mean?
She's part of I know she is or was part of the Selesnya, so
Was.
It's a complicated thing that I don't feel like I should get into at this very moment.
You better be careful, Graham.
That's why he's like,
Nice.
no, I don't think we need to get into this. Let's just say we have a mutual third party group.
Oh.
And it wasn't very immediately clear that she was Selesnya at the moment.
Yes.
Anyways, I'm gonna go say hi.
Oh. Alright. Yeah, do that. If you need
What
well
rank is she, by the way?
she's a dignitary.
What's a dignitary in the Selesnya?
That is a good question.
They are emissaries that speak for the Selesnya.
AKA high up.
Would it basically be the equivalent of the body parts of the visit?
So she's basically like an Is she basically like an ambassador, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, a dignitary. It basically carries the dignity of the Selesnya, and if you're not speaking with the entire council, you're probably speaking with a dignitary.
Okay.
Chosen by Trostani herself.
Oh shit. That is the leader of the entire guild.
Yes. Like I
Graham,
said, when they speak for the Selesnya, they speak for the Selesnya.
Graham is gonna make the Excalibur face, but like, I didn't realize she was that high up a rank, or
Yeah,
that high up the ladder.
she doesn't really engage in a lot of politics, though. She mostly stays in her office. She's she's got quite the medical knowledge.
I see. Well, anyways, I'm gonna go see her. I have a feeling she will actually see me.
Alright, good luck to you then.
Thanks. I'm probably going to need it. Is gonna sigh and head off to go meet Elena.
There's not much of a line to go see her. She apparently seems to be running something akin to a clinic. And you can indeed walk inside and see her. Ah, Graham, hello. She is there. Admittedly, she seems to be accompanied by a very interesting parasol that seems to keep her shaded no matter which way light is coming from.
I see. Is this parasol like a tree or something?
No, actually, it is purple and black and lacy.
Ah. More interesting. Graham will be like, yes, I was surprised about several things whenever I was talking to my guild representative.
Ah, yes. I suppose we never really got introduced with one another. I am a dignitary in name only, though. I was picked. I'm not sure why, but I've been working. I've not had many assignments handed to me. I guess I'm just wanted for when I'm needed.
Huh. I was kind of surprised to find out that you're still part of the guild, if I'm being a little bit honest. I thought most, if not all of your friends had cut ties with them completely.
We're not all the same, really. I joined the Seekers because of a debt, so to say.
Oh?
Alant is Zevran is the reason I'm alive. He arrived at my moment in need and managed, I'm still not sure how, some form of miraculous feat that got me out of my ruined body and into the body of my attacker.
Ah.
To which I've put it to very good use.
So, I heard you were asking about me.
Ah, yes. See, I thought that you and your group were in need, but then I was witness to that one rabbit approaching you as you were apprehending Felix, or in the midst of that, and I had a very bad feeling.
Yes. It's not particularly a good thing whenever a member of my family shows up.
No, I assumed not. So, I, your representative, she was fairly forthcoming with the information, and I paid them a visit.
You saw my family
I
visibly sweating.
not only did I see them, I paid them off.
Oh?
I wanted them to get their claws off of you, so to say. So, in exchange for a ceasefire, I gave them a piece of the black mana.
Oh. Oh, that explains so much. Ah. Well, I had, whenever we were first told about these mana powers, I figured my family might be a good place to start off.
Oh,
It was immediately regretted, but they had offered to use the black mana piece to awaken my potential.
oh my god.
I refused, but also I'm really surprised that they took any kind of bribe. They're not really known for accepting payments to drop things.
Well, this is an item of great value.
True.
But that being said, the negotiations didn't come right away. And she's going to pull down one of her sleeves to show a very deep mark. I had to earn my right to negotiate.
Also sounds like something they would do. I thank you.
I mean, it's a bit hard to focus on the problem at hand when you're constantly looking over your shoulder. And I may not know much about your personal affairs, but I know about them from Pluto. That is
Yes.
not something I'd like to just watch continue.
Yeah, it's not great, but as much as I wish I could say that it's over, I am certain that I will have to deal with them again at some point in the future.
They said they wouldn't do you harm, but they're probably going to torment
I'm
you.
assuming what they mean is physical harm, as
Well,
in they're not going to kill me. It will probably be worse than death if whatever they have in mind for if they seem very convinced that I'm going to return to them of my own free will.
yeah, that sounds like them.
That does sound like them.
Well, I mean, I do have some minor grievances with Celestia too. I just wish they'd be a little faster to react instead of digging their feet in. Can't even imagine what the council's thinking. We've witnessed them. Pieces are dug up. Our white mana were taken, so why still?
Graham will be like, question about that. Did any of the guardians of the white mana survive?
She's gonna shake her head. Not to my knowledge. If they have, they're missing, but that probably speaks for itself.
I was afraid of that.
Makes it weird that the green mana were fine. It almost seems like a fake out.
Yeah, we are not sure if the collection of the white mana was to secure Felix's aid or to whatever else end. But I think we discussed this with you guys, that we were thinking that it was the Nephilim that can bring other dead things back to life that they were going to try to summon.
Well, even be that as it may, they also made an attempt at the red pieces that didn't work. Didn't they?
I feel like if they wanted those pieces, I feel like the guy who should not be named out loud would have taken them himself. I don't see him as much of a delegator when it comes to important things.
You are right.
And I do know that he showed up for the white mana pieces. Personally.
That would do it. Yes.
Wait, hang on. The temple... Wait, no, that wasn't... The temple... The first temple that we went in, that we found that was destroyed, that was that a white mana temple?
It was. It was also
Okay.
in Boros district.
Okay, I just wanted to double check, because I was like, I'm pretty sure that was a white mana temple.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Graham will be like, yeah, no, he showed up personally to basically punch his way through whatever was protecting that.
How horrifying.
Punch.
Yeah, he also took out several of his own people. Although whether he showed up because they mentioned his name or not is an entirely different matter. I just know that he showed up in a white mana temple.
I did hear about that. That was before we left his group. The details are unknown, but I hear that there were worms.
Yes, giant worms.
Oh dear. Well, I guess thank goodness they weren't alive when you got there.
Yeah. And we ended up capturing some of the people who were, you know what? That's a thing that we never followed up on. Hang on one moment. Graham's gonna pull out his Marten phone and call Elemin.
One moment.
Say, does the Martin phone tell me who is calling me before I answer?
Nope, they don't have caller
That
ID.
is a good question.
Elemin is not going to answer. He's gonna not answer the call.
Well then, Graham will hang up and just be like, well, shit. I'll have to try later. And he'll turn back to wait, it was
Elena.
Yeah, Elena. I keep getting hers and Eileen.
And Eileen, yes, no. Don't worry, I'll correct you as many times as needed.
But it was good meeting you.
Right. If you ever need anything, I can even assist in non-magical aid, surgery, and so forth. I believe natural healing is best.
he'll be like, actually, I do have a question.
Go on.
What's the do you happen to know what the council is doing with the white pieces that were returned?
I believe they're also entrusting those to the remaining guardians inside their temples.
Without any extra protection?
No, they are certainly putting extra patrols outside. That might be one of the reasons they're not mobilizing their armies. They're
Okay,
consolidating the
good.
forces. In fact, actually, new barracks are being built literally at the entrances.
Okay, that is actually a little bit comforting. I'm glad that, if nothing else, they understand the importance of it. I kind of was beginning to wonder.
Yes.
And if my coming here for the this the thing that drew me to the Selesny over the other guilds was mostly just because you guys seem to at least want to take care of your own people.
That is generally why I ended up here as well.
It was
And that's why
basically what I wanted
still
from
here.
Yeah. It's basically what I kind of wish my family was, but they're not.
From
They're
what I've
more
heard,
than they're
no.
more than happy to do terrible things to
They,
pretty much anyone.
they were certainly formidable, I can say that much with certainty.
Well, I guess I should get going. Pluto said he's gonna help us train at some point.
I did hear that Ren was preparing something.
So we might need your medical expertise afterwards.
I'll put aside some time then.
Graham will kind of chuckle. I'm hoping we won't, but I plan on taking this very seriously, considering the enemies we're gonna have to face.
Perhaps I'll... And she seems to be planning something already. Yes. I'll go buy some diamonds.
Diamonds?
The things he was preparing were not nice for... Well... just in case.
Diamonds are a component
Are
of
we
the
gonna?
resurrection spell.
Are we? Yeah, that's why Graham was like, he's like, how bad are the things we're gonna be facing?
You know what blackguards are?
Are black cards?
Blackguards.
Oh, no, I can't say that I do.
They're like paladins, and I saw him preparing more than one.
Wait, how does he prepare these things?
Well, he takes something that Eileen summons and sort of uses it as a template on a puppet, so to say. it takes some time, but then they're not technically summons anymore, as they're
I
under his
see.
thrall, so to say.
At least I don't have to worry about this being something terrible. I'm not gonna lie. I realize that you guys don't want to destroy the city, but I'm also still trying to be a good person, and given that one of your people ate a bunch of innocent people, who at most, as far as I'm aware, just annoyed her. I wonder sometimes about the methods you guys might employ.
Eileen is going to grimace and said, "That day was not kind to my wallet. The jeweler was very happy, though."
I'm kind of hoping that we can kind of maybe put a little bit more of a leash on your friends like her.
I'd like that too. I'd also like to not be called the ensemble. I mean, I get that Severin likes music, but he just kind of sprung that on us. And it was kind of a big moment, so we couldn't really object. Like, really?
Graham is gonna laugh a little bit at that and be like, yeah, no, I can kind of see that. It doesn't really describe anything of what you guys. It really doesn't tell anyone anything about you guys.
Doesn't. It bothers me a lot.
Especially since most of you don't use. I could maybe see it if you guys use like music to cast, like you were a bunch of bards or something, but.
Oh, you know, Starling. Wait, never mind that. Fuck.
Yeah, I asked Pluto about some of the fellow members. He didn't really tell me about any of the ones we haven't met yet.
Oh, well, I suppose I could answer some questions.
Yes, please.
All right.
I was just he kind of told us some of the reasons why you had all had joined or were hoping to accomplish.
Well, there's Severin. You know him. Eileen. I don't really know much about Eileen. She's quiet, reserved, but she's pretty reliable. Tanya. She seems to like fighting. Seems to hate people that think that because they have a high position that they're just inherently better than other people. Pluto.
I feel like Tanya would get along well with Bolkasa.
Oh, certainly she does.
Wait, she knows Bolkasa already?
I think they used to date.
This somehow surprises me and doesn't surprise me at the same time.
Yes. From what I heard, however, she left the Boros because she hated the regiments.
I can also see that.
Let's see. You know Pluto. Greta. A girl that went to the Simic willingly, if I recall correctly. Because she was super, super, super always hungry.
Huh.
And Oswald. I don't think you know him.
I can't say that I do.
He was a Rakdos that got sort of tricked by the Orzhov into also signing on.
Why does it seem like my family has has likely annoyed half of everyone in the ensemble?
It's not impossible, but I don't think they had terribly many interactions with all of us. But they certainly do know how to stick a knife once someone is vulnerable. Orzhov are great at capitalizing on opportunities.
Yeah, they kinda are.
I think his mind's kind of broken, but he still seems to have goodwill since the most he wants to do is set up a tent and do shows. For free.
Interesting.
Wait, was he Rakdos? He keeps changing the story every time I talk to him. No, whatever, his mind is out of there. Then there's Parker. He is still, well, no. I believe he was, kicked out of the Boros and the Azorius. He had a very, very, very strong sense of justice and really, really believed in his own views enough to try to change court records to make sure that people got charged for what he believed they'd done. And then continued to enforce his justice when he joined the Boros. Very zealous, got him pretty far until he went too far.
You can go too far in the Boros?
Well, when you start swinging at recruits who try to defend other people.
I see.
Boros aren't supposed to strike other Boros. Especially not a commanding officer striking down recruits.
Yeah, that seems really bad.
Yeah, no. Even the Boros don't let that shit slide.
I was gonna say it had to have been something fairly extreme because the Boros she sounded very, very Boros. But if he's striking down recruits, that's I feel like I should probably also avoid him. It seems like a person who might be like, your family's evil, I'm going to murder you now.
I think he's cooled down after getting cast out twice.
What's his goal then? I was told that you guys have to basically make your goals and wants very clear.
Oh, yeah. He wants the guilds to hold themselves to the standards that they say they are. He wants the guilds to be able to put their money where their mouth is. If you speak that you are the just, you have to be just. No more dirty dealings. And if you catch someone else doing something wrong, even if they're your friend, you have to call them out on it. Is basically what he wants. He wants people to be accountable and responsible for their own actions.
You punch Greta.
Who do you think cut off her tail?
Graham will be like, as terrible as that kind of is, it's also kind of comforting in a weird way.
We're a ragtag group, but we're not the worst at the very least.
You're not any more ragtag than my friends.
Right. After that is Starling. I don't know a lot about them. They were made in the Simic, and I know that they're a combination of 3 former bards that really can hold a note, and somehow 3 heads work together pretty well. I really wish they'd just stop gripping.
The what?
Ripping. That sounds
There's
strange and
there's a colored liquid coming off them, and it makes me uncomfortable because I don't know what it is. And it only comes out of their heads.
I see. That is very strange.
I'm a doctor. That I don't know makes me more uncomfortable.
Well, maybe we'll have a few more conversations later, but for now, I'm kind of curious what my Boros friend had to say about the prisoners from the Seeker we captured. So, as he isn't answering his phone, I am now obligated to walk all the way to the Boros district.
Oh, dear. Well, take a carriage at least, or at least rent a Pegasus.
I'll definitely be taking some kind of public transportation.
Right. Oh, right. There's one more person we're not supposed to talk about, but I don't think it would do any harm.
As long as he's not
Ren.
doing terrible things.
Well, Ren is a Demir. He's the puppet master, so to say. I say puppet master because he uses strings.
I was going to ask why you're not supposed to talk about him, but then you answered the question.
Yes, just... Well, I can't imagine you just prancing down the streets proclaiming it, so I suppose it's fine. He's, Demir. Still in there, actually.
He's gonna be like, tell me, it's not, he doesn't happen to go by a different name when he's, like, out and about, does he?
Strangely enough, he can put on a face. Normally, he's quite, angular and metal.
I see. Because we know someone who was kind of rejected and then recruited to keep an eye on us from the Demir.
She's gonna be thinking about that. Oh, that boy. No, that's not him.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I was like, I was kind of more or less. I didn't think he was because I kind of know that the ensemble, you guys tend to be higher rank, and he clearly wasn't. Either that or he's very good at pretending. But I was more or less wondering if he was the one who got him into the Demir.
We know about him. We're not taking him on. He's good in a fight. I'll grant him that. Can brew a nasty poison. Also good at that. Not much else about him is terribly remarkable, though.
I meant, like, did Ren get him into the Demir?
Oh no, that was another trainer. His name is Rolf.
I see. Ren seems to share an awful lot about the Demir with you guys.
Well, he has informed us that the Demir are now very interested in us and are doing their research on us. So, Tit for tat, I suppose.
I see. All
They're
right. Well,
probably going to see if they can't make some deals with us.
I would be careful about the Demir. They're not really known for liking people knowing who they are, and their job is to kind of keep the balance, which kind of makes them very, very deadly.
Yes, I'll certainly be careful of their memory erasing squads.
Yeah, my family is like the less secretive version of the Orzhov version of them. They're very good at just making problems go away.
Yes, exactly as I hear from Brad.
Well, anyways, I better get going. Elemin is... I have questions for him.
Yes, good luck to you then.
And Graham will nod and head off to go meet Elemin. And he'll probably assume that Elemin is at his, wherever he's in charge of.
Which you probably don't know because he hasn't told you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you told the party about your promotion and all that shit.
Yeah, but he hadn't gotten officially a sector until then, and once he got it, he hasn't told the party about that.
Okay, then he'll just be going to your house. Or your barracks, I should say, because I'm not sure if you live in a house.
No, I have barracks.
So yes, Graham shall go to the barracks in which Elemin lives.
Yay. All right. Are you gonna knock on my door or ask for my presence?
Yep, Graham will basically ask whoever the quote unquote base commander is. I would assume would be like, I need to speak to Elemin.
Yeah, are you there?
Were you calling for me or?
No, I asked if Digi was there.
Yeah.
I'm back now.
Okay.
I just want to
Welcome
get
back.
a quick sip.
Oh.
Welcome back, Digi. Yeah, Graham is
Yep.
asking the basically the base commander where Elemin like the barracks where Elemin lives, where Elemin is.
Do you have an appointment with Captain Elemin?
No, but I'm a friend. I'm sure if you tell him Graham is here to see him, he'll come see me.
We'll send the message. A few minutes later, a new recruit comes over to your office, Elemin, to inform you that a Graham is here to see you.
Elemin is looking a little bit upset at the moment, but when he looks at the recruit, but when he hears the name of Graham, he blinks and nods. Oh, I see. Thanks for telling me. I'll head over there immediately. And then Elemin stands up and goes to where Graham is.
Graham will say hi. Hey.
Hello. Hey there, Graham.
So I tried calling you earlier, and you didn't answer, so I had to come all the way over here.
Oh, that was you. I am mighty sorry. I didn't know who the call was from, and I didn't want to take the risk that it was somebody else I don't want to talk with at the moment.
is that?
I am a bit upset with the wolf at the moment. If you can imagine, there was a lot of things that happened yesterday. It's something that you probably need to catch up on now that I think about it, because I don't imagine you have heard of them, have you?
Wait, what now?
A lot of things a lot of things happened yesterday within the location of Cray's house.
I heard nothing of this. I was kind of busy training most of the day, and then,
No.
first thing this morning, I was taking care of some
All right,
minor business.
All right, come to my office. We'll discuss it over there.
Ah, that's right. You got a promotion. They gave you an office, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And I just recently got gained captainship, and I got assigned my own district. It's
Also,
actually
Digi, I would like the name of my title to be posted in chat, because I have no goddamn name how to
True enough.
how to spell whatever the fuck it was is the.
All right, one
But
moment.
yeah, Graham will follow Elemin into his office.
Yeah. The district that I was assigned to was actually the district where the mana was stolen the first time we all investigated that site.
I see. I was gonna. Ironic you mentioned that. I was gonna ask if you heard any news about the prisoners that we took during that little escapade.
Where? You mean were they orcs or were they something else? I don't remember what exactly they were.
I'm pretty sure they were orcs. And then Ceiling Grandpa crushed some of them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have not heard of them. I haven't thought to check, but it's something. It's something I can quickly investigate once I'm done catching you up with all that happened yesterday.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, first of all, I guess I should start from the beginning. Once you left with Pluto's, another bizarre occurrence happened, and we were left with a ham that seems to be how do I put it? A giant ham that was apparently all the flavors of ham in a single existence was just left into the table right in front of us. Yeah, I know it's as crazy as it sounds, but I kind of stopped questioning weird stuff happening around us.
Fair enough.
So that whole thing occurred, and it was something that we had to deal with, but Greta took it, and because she wanted to cook it somehow, but she didn't know how, so she left. Then after all that, all of us began trying to awaken our skills. We started mana training with some people. Eileen was actually the one that helped me try and awaken something within me. Funnily enough, I could have never expected what was inside my mana. You are familiar with familiars, right?
Graham will look at the rabbit sitting, like pat the rabbit that's sitting on his head, and be like, yeah, no, I'm aware of what they are.
Pretend to be innocent.
Well, I don't think you've ever heard of a paladin having a familiar, have you?
Can't say that I have.
if I'm not the first one, I at least and the first one I know of. Elemin is gonna produce Calcero from. Elemin is gonna point to Calcero to wherever he's doing at Elemin's office, because he brought him there.
Grandma, like, it's also not really common for it's possible, but let's just say I don't really know of anyone else in my family that necessarily has a familiar either.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have a familia, and that's well, technically a pseudo familia, but that familia is a dragon. Something that until this very moment has only existed in the name of Niv Isid. There's no other dragons in Ravnica as far as we knew, but since we did recently awaken to the existence of the planeswalkers, I would imagine there's dragons in other planes.
It is possible.
Yes. Apparently, this dragon was stuck inside. Was stuck inside a plane, and but his own mana resonated with mine, and he basically used it to try and conquer me when I was doing my meditation, trying to awaken my abilities. And we ended up negotiating a contract to try and bring him out of the plane he was stuck in. So he
Well,
became.
I don't know about this mana stuff, but I am sort of alive in a realm of that is supposed to be an afterlife. So, I kinda don't belong here just yet, so I'd like to leave.
Yeah. We're trying that. My goal is basically to bring him out completely. Although now that I think about it, I do wonder if that is a good idea to begin with or not. But I am his only escape, so I'm doing it anyways.
Fair
Appreciate it.
enough. So how does this lead into you and Nim not getting along, which is surprising considering that whenever I once suggested that we needed a team leader, you voted for him.
I'm starting to reconsider what is it that I think of Nim. I don't particularly think that he's a bad person, but he is getting rather exasperating to me.
He is a very free spirit. And a bit on the naive side.
Frankly, I think his naivete is also a little bit self-indulgent. Frankly, I kind of feel that he's quite selfish, if I be honest.
Yeah, but you also got to remember that he is an animal still. He is an intelligent animal, but an animal nonetheless.
True as that may be, we still interact with him as if he were a regular creature. So I can only react to the stuff that he does that way.
Fair enough.
Anyways, so there was something. There was a lot of shenanigans happens. And that I won't go into too much detail. I'll just point it out. But the ham returned to us. Nim used that. Need brought the ham was endlessly, but seemed to be endlessly expanding. It seemed like it was going to grow out of control, or so I heard. Then Nim brought a floor grandma to bring the ham onto to bring the ham onto the tree that we've been growing behind Gray's house, and he put the ham in within the roots of the tree, which caused something to happen. And then, because that thing happened, Nim ended up trying to planeswalk, and somehow he ended up in the astral plane, or so he told me, whatever that place may be. And once he came back from the astral plane, he brought within his bag of holding the tree that is also that was still planted in Craig's jar. Like
Graham is gonna make it. Oh.
Do you? I know this is all too confusing, but this is as well as I can explain it. I'm still trying to make heads or tails of all that happened. But basically, within his bag of holdings was the same tree, the same tree that was planted behind his jars. Like there were the two instances of the same tree were there at the same time within this world, and apparently,
let me roll Arcana to see if how much of this Graham comprehends.
Yeah, and Elemin barely comprehends himself. He just
Graham is like, wow, that sounds like a terrible thing to be in the possession of Nim.
Apparently so.
That sounds really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. With that roll, yeah, that does seem pretty bad. That does seem...
Apparently, if those two trees that are the same thing were to charge, they would cause some sort of explosion that would basically explode several miles of wherever location they happen to touch. Basically,
that's not good at all.
Yeah. But before that could happen, Raylo showed up. You know, that guy that Markov really admires.
Yes, the guy who scares the shit out of Nim, but somehow keeps Nim and us out of trouble.
Yes, that guy showed up and basically tried to explain to us what was going to happen if those three touch. So it's apparently his job to prevent that from happening. So, but the moment Nim saw Raylo coming, Nim left as if it was his fight or flight response, because Nim doesn't want to see anything to do with Raylo. But so instead of Raylo chasing after Nim, Raylo just decided to take the tree that was already in our backyard to go and destroy it, and thankfully he ended up destroying. So that thing has been solved. There's not going to be any tree bomb in Ravnica this week. At least not from Nim.
I see.
Yes. But Nim now is upset of trying to take Raylo to justice because he stole his tree.
I'm gonna side with Raylel on this one.
Oh no, it's mostly that is completely incorrect, and if that's what you actually believe, then we've got issues that need to be resolved outside of that.
If you say so.
The main issue Nim has with Raylel is he ripped his head off.
To get a brain slug out.
It is illegal to operate on somebody without their permission.
It was not an operation.
That would...
Also, I feel like he's
whatever you want to consider that, it would still be illegal.
I feel like
Nim is never gonna let that go, is he?
I feel like Raylel is a high enough rank in the guilds that, you know, as long as he's like, as long as he can explain why the thing that he did was prevented something bad happening to the city, they're just gonna be like, okay.
Yeah.
He had brain slug.
Well,
unless he kills another important person, I feel like Raylel is basically you might as well consider him above the law.
Well, besides that, Nick is going on about Raylo ripping his head off, but I think Nim's still alive. I don't think he's a zombie, so I don't think he was caused any harm. Except for being scared. I can understand Nim not liking Raylo, but he kept insisting that I personally try and apprehend Raylo, which Nim basically wanted me to fight Raylo, and I'm not
I
entirely.
could be mistaken, but I feel like Raylail's a high enough rank that, besides the fact that there's no way that you could possibly force him to go with you, I feel like you'd need special permission just to like try to apprehend him.
You are correct. You are correct on both counts. I didn't have that special permission, nor am I strong enough to do that. I can admit to that. I am not strong enough to apprehend Raylo. Nim basically wanted me to kill myself for him. Because if I try anything, Raylo would have to have retaliated.
Which is incorrect. Nim wanted you to at least make an attempt on his behalf there.
Yeah, well, Elemin didn't saw it that way. Anyways, the whole shenanigans brought about a certain thing that you're probably going to be hearing about, because there's probably going to be a lot of rumors going on, but we're not there yet. The thing is that me and Marco went personally to Raylo after he took the tree, just to make sure that he actually destroyed it, because even though that is his job, I wasn't entirely sure that he would do it immediately, and I wanted to make sure Ravnica was safe.
I see.
I do not know with this guy, but once we got to the exit, I got a call from Cray about something very interesting. We ended up learning a lot of interesting stuff regarding our buddy Markov. Yeah, out of character, do you already know the stuff behind Markov's backstory? Have you already seen that?
I've heard some of it.
Okay. Well, it would probably be better if you saw the thing yourself, just to see the details. But basically, it seems that Markov and Raylo both have amnesias about stuff that happened to them, because we found a book that was basically logs detailing Raylo's experiments. And one of those experiments was an experiment that Markov was involved in. But so apparently Markov isn't just a maintenance person. He was once some sort of developer himself, but he doesn't remember any of it.
Has anyone told Markov any of this?
Whenever we actually read the thing out loud, but he seems to have basically like shielded himself from any information regarding this. Like whenever I mention a certain name, apparently the person that he works with, his head began to hurt a lot, and he actually left in the middle of my reading this log to him.
Huh.
And he doesn't remember anything. And when I told him about this, I think he may have already forgotten all I told him, and he doesn't seem to care. And I'm actually
Sounds like we might need to help him with that at some point. Maybe not at this direct instant, but
believe me, I want to help him, because I am actually concerned that there may be something afoot at the exit regarding him and Raylo. Something wrong happened over there, and I want to see justice be done in Marco's behalf.
Well, anyways, I did leave you all a message about training. So there's some things being set into motion.
Mm-hmm.
I also talked to the person who is in my guild, and she's going to provide us with healing after we fight the things we're going to be fighting. I don't know how long it'll take, but it is on the way.
You know, I think might actually, I think that may actually sound good. Some training may actually help. Some good training may actually help me de-stress from all that commotion. After we came back from work. No, not from work. After we came back with Raylo in tow and Marco in tow into Craig's house, Nib kept insisting that I do something about Raylo, even though I can't. And he did it to the point that he actually summoned Commander Gukasa with his abilities to try and do something about Raylo, and we basically complained to him that I was being a sitting duck, and that really angered me.
I would imagine so. I mean, I would have been like, yeah, Nim, no, I can't do anything about this man. He's literally too high rank and too powerful.
And not to and with that, my commander basically try and use something that he really likes to do when people can't negotiate, when two able-bodied people can't seem to agree on something. He basically forces into a fight.
I see.
But we didn't fight each other. Tarakona
Huh? That doesn't seem like something Balcasa would approve of.
Well, yeah, I don't think he was quite as excited once it happened. But Tarakona apparently asked to fight on Nim's behalf, and Nim accepted. So I ended up choosing a champion of my own. Originally,
I feel like I might need to talk to Tarakona about that. I mean, I like Nim. Nim is all right. He's got a good heart. He's a little chaotic, but I don't think we should encourage him to do crazy things.
I say the same. In fact, I think we may want to try and dial it back a little bit, because I think he may be getting out of control. If I be honest, someone
destroying several miles of the city. Yes, I consider that the point whenever we need to be like, no, we need to rein this in a little bit.
Honestly, I'm not upset about that as much, because I know that Nim didn't understood that part. He probably isn't even aware of it. What it upsets me the most is that he just refuses to deal on something, to the point that he called my boss to try and to complain about me, for me to try and defuse the situation. Already I was thinking of fighting myself with the help of my dragon, since the way our contract works is that basically Calcero enhances my body with his own draconic abilities. But what actually ended up happening is that Raylo actually did something interesting. He managed to he told me that he could actually bring Calcero out of whatever plane that he's stuck on, but only temporarily. So he ended up coming out his entire being, and he fought on my behalf. You're probably going to be hearing about.
I do need to feel the need to point out that you're kind of being a hypocrite here. Out of character here. When Risforn removed the hand of a spellcaster so they couldn't cast spells, you were all up in arms over that, even though Risforn had full intentions of replacing it. But when Nim's head is ripped off, sure, it was replaced, but it was still done. Suddenly that's okay.
You don't.
This
You
is a
don't.
double
necessarily
standard
think
here.
that. I don't think with your head. Your head was definitely removed, but it wasn't like you died or anything like that. It was just like you became a Doulahan, your body and everything was still alive, and then it was immediately put back together the exact way it was to
You don't.
remove something that
This-
could potentially be harmful to the
Okay,
city.
but
You
you
do-
guys.
You don't. You do realize that the two situations are not comparable because one
Am I the
Westford.
only one that thinks this is not comparable?
Do you realize that Westford himself cut the hand with his own blade, while Raylo just
No,
Raylo,
he had what's his face's bear bite the hand of this mage off.
yeah,
Who-
that
This,
was
this
that was
mage who this mage who was like, I'm not going to like basically like I'm placated and I'm not going to be attacking anyone because I'm worst case scenario I'm following the guy you can't beat up anyways who surrendered to you.
yeah that was that was cruel and unusual. What
And ripping somebody's head off isn't.
what Raylo did is shenanigans because he didn't guillotine your head off. Your head just popped out of your body for a moment, and then he put it back on. You were headless. You were headless for the entirety of 5 minutes.
Also, it wasn't like you experienced the pain of your head being removed.
And for context, Nim was about to be killed by an otter that was chasing him for a brain slug that was in his head, which Raylo
Yes.
then removed after taking off his head.
And Nim was not okay with either situation.
Again, Nim has every right to be traumatized and upset about that,
No,
And he wants justice for it.
then he needs to go talk to his Azurius library friend and figure out the way to get a
Or go to
very
the
high
guard.
ranking.
that's basically what Elemin told Nim before he stormed off.
Unfortunately, again, there's also these unlike a normal situation, there's also kind of these inter guild policies that like if someone's a high enough rank, you can't you have to send specific people or do specific like basically like hey, guess what, Azurius or whatever you are, we're gonna be coming in and we're taking this person because he's doing bad things. I get that Nim would have no idea about that, but that's why Graham is like, yeah, no, we need to kind of keep a better eye on Nim.
Be honest, from my experience, and this is a bit more metagaming and outside of the game than this particular situation, it does feel like Zin does get a little bit picked on more often.
Don't.
That's exactly what I'm feeling, though.
Elemin is just upset at Nim. I'm not upset with you, Sim.
No, but I'm pointing out the similarities here of where
And I'm telling you where the similarities end.
where you think they are, and we've got a disagreement on that.
Fair. But please don't call me a hypocrite like that.
I like it when Nim makes me burritos and fried. Was that spider? Fried spider.
Well, apparently Nim is selfish, so he won't be doing that anymore.
Oh.
Well, oh no.
Mm-hmm. So what was the last thing I was saying?
You were basically explaining that you were upset with Nim, and Graham was like, and basically Nim and Elemin agreed like, yeah, we need to kind of keep a better eye on Nim.
Yeah, but basically Tarakona and Calcero ended up fighting, and it was kind of epic, but I actually am kind of regretting to having agreed to this in the first place, because now I am kind of afraid that war may go out, and it might reach Nib its ears. I don't want to think about what is going to happen when he hears that there's another dragon in Ravnica, because I imagine he's the only dragon for a reason. If there's other dragons out there,
Possibly.
other dragons out there,
I mean, I don't know enough about Nim Nizit, as he's a very high-ranking figure. All I know is that he's the only dragon, and that's about it. I have no idea how he'll react to another dragon.
they're not knowing part is what's worrying me. I don't know anything about him either. I could ask Marco, but I'm not sure if he knows either. His brain is kind of scrambled at the moment. But that fight ended up being a tie, and Nim kept insisting.
Wait. How big is this dragon that Raylel pulled through?
How big was Colseru again? Did you?
We talking about like a young dragon, adult dragon, elder dragon?
Did you?
I think he was
He was
huge
just an
size
adult.
circle.
Sorry, what did you say?
He was an adult.
Adult. So huge, very big.
So fairly big.
Fairly large, yes.
Somehow Tarakona ended up tying when fighting with Colseru. I couldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. That centaur is mighty powerful. I don't know how he managed to do that, but he seemed to have had a good time. Calcero also had a good time, so at least I'm happy about that.
Fire danger.
But since they tied, this situation didn't get resolved. And
like I said, I think we need to sit down as a group and actually figure out who's gonna make. We need someone to make decisions. That's all there is. We need someone to be like, you're wrong here, you're right here. Try to be fair, because I kind of understand where Nim's coming from. If Raylel removed his head, even if it was for the good of the city, I'd be upset about something like that too.
I can understand. So I can understand that too. Honestly, what upsets me the most is that we just ended up discovering that both and Markov and Raylo have memory loss from some incidents that occurred to them inside the Isid. And Mark one of our friends is apparently living a lie at the moment. If the log that we have read is to be believed, and I want to work with Relo as much as a chaotic person he is, to try and get this sorted out. But Niv kept insisting I take him out of the house, and as much as I wanted to explain he doesn't seem to understand that I need to make concessions sometimes. I can't be absolute. I need to be able to speak with others for the better, to help others. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the problem is he doesn't quite understand politics, and it sounds like the how things were run in whatever plane he came from were a lot more primitive than here. I'm not sure he's used to all these rules and societal conventions.
Well, that's probably the reason why he ended up gravitating.
You know what?
The role.
I know what we need to do. We need to put Nim in school.
That sounds like an interesting idea.
Or convince Cray to tutor Nim in these general etiquettes that Nim seems to be occasionally
aware of.
Yes.
Cray actually told me the idea that maybe I should try and give Nim the same military training that I underwent. when I was a recruit at the Boros. But I'm not sure.
As much as I think discipline might help him, I think Nim would be better suited by first learning, like, basic rules, and that, at a certain point, like, if it was just like someone like Markov, then like, no, you'd absolutely be able to like detain them, and but you can't like remove a leader from a guild without basically a lot of really good justification.
Indeed.
In fact, it's kind of hard to even act against them in general. They kind of do what they want. Unless you go that's why the Azuris makes the rules and the Boros enforce them. So that way, we can try to get some form of order out of this goddamn chaos.
I do try to enforce the rules as best as I can, but there's some things that I cannot grasp at the moment. I am not strong enough.
Well, thanks for informing me of this. I think I'm gonna go check in on Cray. I think we need to educate Nim so he doesn't like accidentally blow up the city or start a guild war.
I'll go with you. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here for a bit. I'm not liking being just because Sarah in the office.
Fair enough.
Graham and
Yes.
Elemin, roll me perception checks.
Oh no. Are we being attacked?
No, it's
Is
just to notice something.
Hearing or vision?
Vision.
Damn. Not great.
Elemin, Graham's familiar really seems to be staring at your familiar. Like a lot. It's like he's ready to jump at him.
Elemin looks at Graham's familiar. Is your bunny okay?
That's a loaded question.
He seems to be ready to pounce. In fact, he seems to be staring at Colcero at the moment.
Graham is going to remove the rabbit from his head and be like, "What's up with you?"
He's not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to just... He's breaking the rules. You're not supposed to give that much. It's supposed to be a drip feed, you stupid.
What now?
Never mind.
Huh?
He's just a horrible, stupid patron. He's just a...
I'm so confused.
I see.
Oh,
Ignore me!
Sorry, what did you say?
Apparently my rabbit and your dragon know each other.
Colcero, do you know this rabbit?
He looks at Snow and just like slowly shakes his head. Oh. I'll kill you!
Okay, so
we'll have to come back to this later, I think. Play
Alright.
nice, rabbit.
I do.
I'm gonna chew his wings off.
I don't want to deal with this right now, please. I
agree with you. Graham will stuff the rabbit into his like backpack.
Colcero.
There's a tiny squeak and silence.
Sorry, Colcero, but you have to go in the backpack too.
Okay. I'm going to play with your coins again.
Sounds good.
Jingle.
He's building himself a little hoard in there.
Well, he's a dragon. No, so Graham and Elemin lead towards Gray's house.
There seems to be a lot of boxes on many yards.
Question.
Considering that Tarakona and a adult dragon were fighting here, Graham is not surprised by any of it.
Question.
Yes.
What time of the day is it?
It is in the morning. It is.
I'd say like
how-
morning, probably closer to afternoon, considering how far Graham has gone to get here.
All right, Cray's not home in that case.
Oh?
Hmm.
Well, Graham will knock on the door because he doesn't know where the fuck Cray is.
Well, Nim would probably be home and would answer the door.
Hey, Nim. How are you doing?
And Elemin is with Nim?
With Graham.
Graham,
Or
yeah.
with Graham?
Yes.
Nim will immediately start growling at Elemin.
Elemin returns the crowd with a scowl.
And
All
Nim
right.
is shutting the door.
What a loving relationship those two have.
Hello, neighbors.
You know, you never skip the party.
Oh god, Raylel's already here? Oh god. Graham's gonna be like, Raylel?
I noticed you were in the neighborhood. Well, I'm not your neighbor, exactly. I'm just here to help all these people move out.
Yes, well, as you have caused a rift with my party, I'm going to need you to apologize for removing the wolf's head.
Well, is that what this is about?
Partially, yes.
I do have a question. What was all that about you removing his head? What the heck happened in that situation?
Well, you see, there was a brain slug that he'd eaten that had somehow passed through his body and back to his brain. However, it had started laying eggs after mutating, and was infecting everyone that he had a mental connection with.
Oh god, so there's a brain slug in my goddamn head?
Oh, don't worry. After a more zealous associate of mine was determined to remove it in a physical manner, I went for a less lethal but equally direct approach, dissected it, analyzed it, and made a very specific poison I have since injected everyone with that would kill only the brain.
How did you inject it?
When did you inject me?
Everybody sleeps, Graham.
People wonder why Nim has issues with Raylel.
Graham's gonna be like, well, regardless, I think the magical removal of the wolf's head at least necessitates an apology, because I hope you understand that is a traumatic thing to experience.
But it was a wonderful experience. He achieved temporary, almost complete immortality.
What? What do you mean complete immortality?
Almost complete immortality. Oh, don't you know? When the head is removed but still alive, the body is completely invulnerable. A most peculiar enchantment, indeed.
Graham's gonna roll Arcana for that.
Elemin is not gonna even bother. Elemin just doesn't believe
No,
that.
it goes over Graham's head by a lot.
That sounds like the biggest load of bullshit you've ever heard.
Anyways, I still feel like you need to apologize him for traumatizing him.
Because he does feel really traumatized.
You do know that I do rather grand and elaborate gestures.
We know all about that, Raylo.
Please keep it simple. I would prefer not to have to make a problem out of this.
I know just the thing.
If you're going to apologize with gifts, I suggest meats.
Oh,
Eh,
Nim!
Uh,
I'm
The
here to
door
apologize to you.
The door is locked, and Nim is not responding.
Graham is just sighing and rubbing the bridge of his muzzle as Raylel comes off as like the creepy like a creepy man in a van offering a child candy.
I'm here to tell you how to handle the ham, Nim.
Wait, the ham? Oh, yes, the ham is still in that tree.
The spooky ham.
The ghost ham, as I like to call it.
Ghost ham.
It's really quite a delicious piece of meat, but I admit it is a little tricky.
Do you think you might be able to give me that information?
Oh, most certainly. However, you will also need some skill with acupuncture.
Say that again?
You need to lock it.
Lock it. How so?
Yes.
Well, with very specific strikes at the right time, you can lock it in a certain state so that it will cease shifting.
Oh, I think I get it. But how do we know the timing for that? And how exactly do we lock it?
That would take a very long time to teach.
Do you know how to do that?
Absolutely.
How dangerous is this ghost ham if you don't do this?
Well, it will take in ambient energy and continue to add mass to itself. There is a maximum size, but that is about the size of the neighborhood.
If the thing managed to
People won't go hungry, but if you don't lock it, I dare say you won't find many takers who would willingly eat it.
that is almost as bad
Isn't the tree feeding off this infinitely growing ham?
Yes, and now you have meaty apples. I expect that tree is going to continue to grow for quite some time. It may take over both backyards and some of the surrounding area before it reaches a full mature size. I'd estimate standing about 60 feet tall.
Yes.
50-foot tall meat tree. Let's go.
So if the ham and the tree stay together, is it a problem?
That is very difficult to define. It will grow very deep roots and all utilities shall be destroyed, but you have a very unique tree.
All facilities getting destroyed might be a problem, not just for Craig, but for whoever else lives in this neighborhood.
Me, myself, and I.
Well, also the rest of the city, because I'm assuming that the utilities don't just end at this neighborhood.
I can work around the roots. I'll just fix them.
Wait,
that's right. Grandma was just gonna be like, "That's right. You're a crazy isn't person."
Wait, how long will the roots grow into? Will it encompass the entirety of Ravnica or something?
Oh, no. After it reaches maturity and some half mile of roots, it'll stop.
Okay, so no worries about the tree growing to cause problems for the entire world. Good.
I think with a bit of modifications, some trimming and encouragement, I can get the roots to hopefully just grow straight down.
That would
and
be
around the ham.
That would actually be most helpful. Unfortunately, I don't think Nim would allow you to get near that thing.
Graham is gonna call Cray.
Cray picks up. What?
Well, Raylel is here at your house. You're not here. We're trying to convince Raylel to possibly deal with the ghost ham and the tree in your backyard.
I like that when then Graham finished that sentence, it immediately showed the mute icon on Moriarty's thing. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't want.
Okay.
So apparently this tree, if we don't lock this ham, it's just gonna keep growing and shifting and potentially gonna just destroy the whole neighborhood. And if it doesn't, and we leave it with the tree will keep fading off of it, but it'll probably reach maturity fairly quickly and also, quite frankly, destroy the neighborhood. And potentially the utilities, unless we let Raylel do some... Actually, you know what? I actually probably can... Actually, you know what? I know people who can probably do things a lot less terrible than
Raylo could. Go out from the Selesnya, after all.
But I'm just wondering what your opinion is on neutralizing the ghost ham, because it kind of seems dangerous, and Raylel doesn't really have a good idea of the dangers it could possess if left alone. You know, besides the whole apparently almost blowing up a massive section of the city because a version of it was brought back from a different plane.
Well, I don't know anything about it, and it's none of my business.
Where are you exactly? It's like morning.
I'm out following the ley lines.
The ley lines?
Yes, to the sources of magic. It's what it's what we all should have been doing, is my understanding.
Well, how far are you right now, then?
Pretty far. I've been walking for at least several hours now.
And how far... I have no idea, but how far are you gonna follow this ley line to its actual source?
That was the plan.
I feel like the ley lines would have probably been created from the mana pieces, if I had to guess, but...
I believe the mana pieces were actually placed on the existing ley lines, but either way, I'm following it. I'm going to find its source to unlock my mana potential, as we should be doing, or was my understanding.
I unlocked my mana potential.
All of it?
I can't say that it's all of it yet, but I've awoken it. Also, apparently if you're mana awoken, you can be detected by other people who have a sensitivity to this mana. And we might, there's apparently a way to learn how to conceal that. I suggest anyone who actually has these mana abilities probably learn this.
Duly noted.
Also, if this trip is going to take potentially, because we have no idea where how far out the sources of mana are, and Ravnica is a very large place. If this trip of yours is going to be taking multiple days or longer, I got the ensemble to basically agree to train us in combat, so you might want to think of something else, because again, I have no idea how far away we are from whatever mana ley line you're following from its source. So
It shouldn't be much longer. I'm predicting I'll be back by evening.
really,
Assuming that connecting with the mana itself doesn't take too long.
well, I guess good luck. And also, Raylel kind of owns the property around your houses now, right?
Yes, I was there when that happened.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'm gonna let Raylel stabilize this ghost ham.
By all means, good luck dealing with that tree.
Alright. And Graham will hang up.
And Cray's going to be somewhat happy that the Marten probably doesn't pick up additional noise because he's basically trudging through water at this point.
What did he say?
He's looking for the source of a mana ley line. Honestly, I have no goddamn clue how long that's going to take. It could be a crazy long time, or none at all. It really depends on how far away from the source we are, because Ravnica is a very massive place.
Indeed.
I mean, he could be like traveling over several districts, but anyways, Raylel, go ahead and
You don't see Raylel.
ghost hand.
You see a hole in the ground that goes about 10 feet down, and you hear a thumping sound.
Oh God. Graham will yell into the hole, Raylel.
He seems to have shifted again.
Hold on. I'm striking it. I predicted that the answer would be yes, so I went ahead.
This is why people don't like you, Raylel.
But I am effective.
I can't honestly argue that.
What?
Well, besides his original experiment that we met him from, he has been effective. I will give him that.
Ain't garlic powder, you saucy roast. Thwap.
Graham is just gonna be like, I had a feeling that I was glad I was missing something.
You missed a lot of acceleration yesterday. I gotta say.
More salt. Lower roast. Lower temperature for greater time. Thwap.
Hey, Raylo, I do want to ask you something. How is Markov doing?
Markov is splendid.
His what?
Markov is splendid. I'm very looking forward to having him as my assistant now.
Oh, okay, that's good.
What a wonderful enthusiasm he has.
He does.
Graham is going to be like, didn't you say Raylel also had amnesia? Does he also have the brain pain?
He didn't seem to exhibit anything of the sort. He just doesn't remember both an incident that logbook that happened 18 years ago and one that happened 3 years ago. No, 3 months. 3 months ago.
2 portal incidents, mind you.
Did you ask him what a portal incident could lead to?
Two incidents that involve a portal.
Hang on, I'll be right back. Graham will go knock on Cray's door again. Nim!
Elemin is gonna leave this side of the door.
Nim is calling out from the other side of the door. What?
We talked to Raylel. We're gonna get him to at least apologize to you for removing your head. It's unfortunately the most we can do without a lengthy trip to the Azurius. It'll at least be a start, Nim.
There is no answer.
Noticeably, the pink apples are now taking on a golden brown hue.
Interesting.
Is there anything that would make us aware of anything going on above ground in the backyard? Because Silver is still standing guard next to the tree.
The hole Raylel made? That is not too far from the tree.
Yeah, that was in the front.
The hole he has made that leads to the backyard.
I guess the fruit turning golden brown, I guess, would be the only real noticeable thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
but they would probably accept that as being standard for whatever the heck's going on there.
Well,
Fair
also
enough.
they smell delicious now. Before they just smelled like meat.
But
I guess nothing.
I'm just
I guess
wondering because, Silver and Nim would go on the attack if they suspect anything, or Raylel especially, is doing anything to the tree.
But real quick, can I interject and ask Digi what the difference is between those two smells that you described?
One smells of raw meat, one smells of cooked meat.
I see. Okay. Proceed.
Seasoned cooked meat is. I mean, if you would care to roll a hearing perception check, perhaps you can determine that the origins of the gentle thumping sound is coming from the tree's roots.
I mean, I can't do that.
I mean, Nim and Silver.
Nim is
because he has
inside
also
the
very
house.
loudly announced from under the ground, "I'm sucking this ham."
Any other phrasing would be great. Literally any other phrasing.
And I'm sure that was on purpose.
I'm striking upon the meat.
Marginally better, but still not okay.
But it's funny.
Throw frenzy upon this wad of eldritch mass.
I didn't even fully hear that, but I'm just gonna take it.
Throwing a flurry upon this wad of eldritch mass.
Yeah, that's acceptable, I suppose.
That's good.
So Silver, if he suspects something is going on, would immediately howl to alert Nim, who would then go to investigate.
But I would assume he's investigating the backyard where there is solid ground beneath them.
Yes.
Yeah, Graham will probably hear the howl.
Yeah, Graham will peek over the fence of the backyard. Be like, what's the howling about, Nim?
Nim would be running outside to investigate. And then I guess I'll need to see if he actually detects it.
Roll. Yes, you do.
And I assume he can basically pinpoint exactly where whatever is going on with that roll.
Yes. About 10 feet down by the tree's roots.
And can he hear Raylel shouting down there?
Yes, along with striking sounds. It's oh!
He's gonna step away and cast Shatter on the ground, just a little bit away from the tree, but above where that is going on.
I don't think that's going to work. He's right beneath the tree.
Don't you need a line of sight to cast that?
I'm pretty sure he has line of sight on the ground.
Okay. You just
The
cast
range
it on
is
the-
15
okay.
feet in all directions.
Oh, okay.
How he's gonna clip Raylel without touching the tree or the roots is a mystery, though. Seeing as how it's a circular radius.
Well, that's why I said a little bit away from the tree.
So he's basically just going to strike the ground and do nothing.
Sure enough. Fair enough.
It's a 10-foot radius, and it's more he's hoping that perhaps he, basically blast mining to get into the ground. That's kind of his
A portion of the
goal.
yard does sink. Like in a linear path going from the front yard under Cray's house to the backyard to the tree's root is now a sunken area of ground.
I should throw out there as
Nim,
well.
what are you doing?
I heard
should remind
Raylel
us
down
that-
there.
I should remind that Raylel is basically immune to magic.
Yes.
Yes, but Nim is trying to... The main goal here is primarily get to Raylel to introduce him to Teeth.
He's gonna be like,
Or
yeah,
rather,
no, you're gonna leave Raylel alone until the tree is no longer dangerous to everything in this area.
Dangerous? I thought this was my apology. Also, where did all this dirt come from? Away with you! And the sunken area of yard is pushed back up.
He's casting it again.
It lowers again. Ah, damn you! I've never met such persistent dirt.
Get out of there!
Nim,
Hello!
Nim, I advise you to
Silver
not
is turning and growling at Elemin very fiercely. As soon
Elemin
as
is going
he
to
hears
ignore
it.
Silver and just keep saying, Nim, I advise you not to do tug of war with magic. I like that.
Is this yours? You should have said so.
It is very much mine.
Yes, I've been advised that you like food. So I'm fixing your food for you.
Get out of there! Do not mess with my tree. You already destroyed one.
Nim, you almost destroyed. You can't bring back something like that.
I hear that you can't cook this, so I'm helping you.
Then try talking first.
I am right now. Hello.
First.
Raylel, remember that conversation we had where we said that there's a reason why people don't like you and give you trouble for trying to do things. This is why.
I still don't understand.
Okay. People
Nim's
like
the one
to
that needs
eat
training.
Raylel also needs training, but we can't force him into training. He also needs his mind fixed, but again, that's kind of beyond our capabilities. Teaching Nim some basic social understanding is a little bit different than making Raylel not crazy.
Bro. Nim, Nim, I am sorry to say that tree is still a bit of a liability to Ravnica. If the hand
I don't
below
care what
does-
you have to say, traitor.
Nim, I'm telling you this is that either the ghost ham stops being a ghost ham and potentially destroying this entire neighborhood or more if you try to bring back alternate versions of it, or we get rid of the ham completely. It's one of those two options.
And nobody has thought to maybe say, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is why.
Before
they decide to go rip my head off and do something.
I agree. You have a right to be mad at Raylil.
You understand that we actually tried to tell you about...
I don't care what you have to say, traitor. I said that once.
I don't...
That's an awkward tension in the air.
Are we gonna have a civil war over a tree?
And I do not care whether you don't want to listen to me or not. I am simply stating that we tried to tell you this earlier, but you didn't want to listen. So I can't really do anything about that.
Nim snarls and launches a radiant bolt in Elemen's direction.
Graham is going to be like, Nim, don't attack your allies. You know you're upset with him.
He is not an ally.
Dun dun dun.
Nim,
he is not a friend. A friend doesn't bring an enemy into their friend's house.
Nim, you don't quite understand how things work in this city. I think you should have realized that by now.
So here it's okay to just be like, oh, this person tried to hurt you, so we're gonna just bring him around now.
Did he try to hurt you? Did he actually cause you harm?
Yes.
Actually.
So you were physically harmed, and in a way that I understand that him removing your head is traumatic, but
did
he do? Was it, as far as I'm aware? It was to save you and put everyone you infected with brain slugs.
I am part explaining things.
Say, one moment. That radiant, my AC is 20, so that radiant bolt would have missed me, right?
Well, he wasn't shooting it at you, I don't think, anyway.
Well, it was in Elemen's direction.
Elemin is not trying to dodge it, so if you want, he will actually hit him.
Then it would probably just smack the armor and not do anything with that low of a roll. It was kind of a snap reaction rather than a planned thing.
The ball grazes Elemin's armor, and Elemin just says, and he just decides to leave.
Graham is just gonna be like, ugh, these people.
Is that okay up there?
Get out of there!
But I'm not done with my apology yet.
Nim, I already told you. Raylil explained to me that this tree, and mostly because of the ghost ham.
Oh, okay.
I want him to come to me and talk before he does this stuff.
Should I undo it then?
Graham is like, if you're talking about the thing that's going to keep this thing from destroying the neighborhood, then the answer to that question is no. As far as the making the whatever gesture to the fruit, whatever you're doing with that, that is entirely up to Nim.
Oh, well, the package deals. You see.
Then again, I refer to you to the first thing I said.
Well, I don't really. This this was sort of supposed to be my apology to him, because I can't imagine why he's upset. But he is. To have retained the Thayer for an extraordinary amount of time. I even heard he was paid.
Graham will look at Nim. Nim, what Raelel is to you is what you were to us when we first arrived, and we were very patient with you. We still
I
are
was an
patient
enemy
with
to you?
I
attacked you when I met you?
Oh my god. Nim. He's a person with a broken mind, first of all. He has a very different set of common sense than you currently. One thing, hopefully we can fix that one day, but for now, just think of him as a crazy person.
Yes, one that will probably rip off my head again.
Again, you didn't die, as far as I'm aware.
So that makes it okay.
Physically harmed? Were you harmed by it? And I don't mean just emotionally. Not that that makes it any better, but
spell? Graham, make an intelligence saving throw. Nim is casting Tasha's Mind Whip.
Not the Mind Whip.
Can I get a ooh-woo and
oh, not great.
You take that much damage.
Is Elemin still around?
He didn't left completely. He
He's
just...
like, all right, Element. We're about to teach the doggo a lesson.
Was that okay?
You physically harmed me, so no.
Actually, this is only mental. This is a strictly mental attack. It does not cause any physical harm.
You do?
Yes, but it was an attack that could kill me, and I'm aware of that fact. That's what Graham was asking.
Somebody's head being ripped off.
Yes, but you would have been aware if it was potentially lethal.
You do realize you're actually taking hit points away from Graham right now?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You're saying what could have happened. And you're saying that Nim is being unreasonable about being upset about how his head ripped off, which could have killed him.
No. Graham repeatedly said that you're not unreasonable for being upset at that.
Yeah, no.
This is a specifically emotional ability that, yes, it causes damage, but it is still emotional harm instead of anything physical.
Well, as I can't say, well, did it hurt your HP? Since I can't really say that, that's basically what Graham's getting at. Is like, did it actually? Was it actually going to kill you?
Emotional damage.
I understand, but this is also Nim making his own point.
Yeah, and now Graham is going to slap the doggo back.
You know, as much as as much as I understand Ning's point of view, Graham has his own point of view, and that wasn't okay in Graham's point of view.
Yeah, Graham is going to say, well, see, the difference here is what I was trying to get at is that what you just did to me, emotional or not, has the risk of killing me, which is what I was trying to get at. You keep doing that, you very well could have killed me. So now, Graham's gonna hop over the fence.
Is everything okay up there? I don't think it is.
So now I expect an apology. At the very least, or shit's gonna go down, Nim.
Elemin is also helping defense.
Markov's at home, happy as can be, drinking his coffee.
Where's
One of the houses is already empty, and yours.
Meanwhile, Cray's in a sewer somewhere, just trudging along.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where Tarakona is at this point.
He's probably bathing on alcohol again.
Probably
Yeah,
on another date.
Tarakona is either on a date with Tanya or out drinking and eating. He doesn't do the social things or the smarty things.
Yeah, Graham is especially annoyed, especially because he's actively told Nim that he's trying to get Raylel to make amends for the emotional suffering that he caused Nim. So actually being straight up attacked is gonna annoy him.
You refuse to accept and keep throwing this nonsense about how whether or not it actually caused me any physical harm.
You know what I
You
meant.
want to stand against me, then very well.
Graham, let the Wookiee win.
Graham's gonna lose an arm or two here shortly.
I don't know whether you're just selfish or naive, Nim. But what you just did wasn't okay.
And I don't care what you have to say, traitor.
I don't care that you don't care.
With somebody that attacked me over your own ally, or supposed ally.
I hope
we
you
are no longer friends.
I do hope you understand that the only reason why I am even tolerating being around Raylo is because he's kind of key to try and heal Marco's mind. Did you hear any of the conversation that happened yesterday inside the house by any chance? Were you eavesdropping by any chance, or are you completely unaware of anything that happened?
Oh, I heard everything that happened. I did
Okay,
not
tell me
want
what
him inside my home.
That is the only conclusion you come to.
That is the problem that I had with what happened. You brought him into my home.
Then you are then I'm gonna tell you right now. Then you are selfish.
For wanting to defend my home, very well.
For
not wanting somebody
endangering
that tried
this
to
city. That's what we're getting at, is your actions are endangering this city and you don't seem to give a crap. Or not willing to put aside something that ultimately, while traumatic, is minor.
In all legal regards, that's technically not his house.
Indeed.
But it is his home.
But we're not getting there.
True.
And that is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Nim is sending a summon to Tarakona.
Without any context, Tarakona is going to accept because.
Were you in the middle of a date with Tanya or not?
No, in this case, he was probably halfway through a meal, so he'll step through, but he'll also step through with a
burger or something.
Yeah, like half a steak still in his mouth.
A hole opens up in the ground. There's stairs that go 10 feet down as Raylel used to move Earth. And he steps up. Hello! There's been a lot of yelling up here.
Graham did give Nim the option to be like, look, you apologize and we can start moving on, but yeah, it was if Nim is just gonna wants to just keep being super combative.
So Tarakona will go through the door and he's having a burger and Raylo Joe shut up.
Well, I guess if I'm so. Yeah, I guess if you say so.
Do you understand my point?
Oh, I understand your point. The problem is that you don't also understand our points.
And that and
You're
and
right.
and
I very much disagree that it's okay for him to rip off my head just because it didn't cause physical harm. That is what you have been saying repeatedly.
Also with zero intent to kill you. That was the real point I was trying to get at, Nim. He wasn't trying to kill you.
Suddenly, you guys, suddenly, Nim is gonna hear a scream. I can't actually scream. I actually can't scream right now because I will wake up the people in the house. So you imagine I'm screaming? No. The reason your head was ripped off is because it was something that was endangering you, and that person was trying to remove it. You ungrateful little puppy.
He couldn't have said that.
We all agree that Raylel is a crazy person who has very big issues when it comes to these kind of things, which is, again, what I was trying to convince him to make amends, at the very least, to start working on this crap.
So if we all agree he's crazy, why not put him in an asylum?
You do understand that he is one of Niv Isid's body parts, right? Or whatever they're called.
In that case, why isn't Niv Mizzet putting him in an asylum if he's insane?
Because most of the Izzet are insane.
So
this is just normal for them.
So just because he's more powerful or whatever, that means he gets away with it?
No, the fact that the only reason why it's even remotely okay what he did was because he was trying to protect Ravnica.
You understand the only reason why he came here to extract that tree of yours is because if he hadn't done that, it would have caused an explosion that would have destroyed this entire neighborhood and then some. That is literally his job.
And he could have
I think he's still more hung up on the head thing than the tree.
I know.
But I'm very upset about the tree, but I at least have a replacement.
Which he's now messing with.
Which he is now messing with.
Because it is also a liability.
And he never bothered to say a thing to me.
You seem difficult to talk to at the moment. You always run away.
Because you ripped off my head. Because you have repeatedly tried to take me as some kind of slave or something.
You're very interesting. I want to know more about you.
And I do not want you to do that.
So
yes, but now you're running away before I can say a word. It's very difficult.
So Graham will just be like, Nim, you're both difficult people.
You're both
just
stubborn.
In very different ways.
You're both you are the most stubborn person that I have met, if I be honest, and I'm from the Boros.
And again, I would also like to mention the amount of effort that your friends, including Elemin, which even though you don't really consider him a friend right now, have put up with to try to help get you acclimated to this city. Yeah, keep you out of trouble.
You mean like calling me crazy because I insisted that I come from a different world? You've never apologized for that.
Yes, he did. I was there when he did.
Yeah.
And I apologize too because I was starting to think the same thing. But then we actually learned of the planeswalkers. Now your story actually makes sense to us. You gotta understand that this is information that's not publicly available to us. It's something that came quite as a bit of a shock to us. It's something that we didn't know. To us, you were so just a talking wolf, speaking tall tales.
And even though we thought you were crazy, guess what? We still did everything we could to help you and get you acclimated. We didn't do anything to you just because we thought you were crazy. We just took what you were saying with a grain of salt. But now, like I said, Nim, you can apologize for attacking me. Or
You're right.
we're gonna throw down.
I apologize for harming you. Now, with no ifs, ands, or buts, was it or was it not wrong and valid that I want justice for Raylel doing what he's done to me?
Again, what he did was it what he did? He did it the wrong way.
Nope.
I'm saying he did it the wrong way, but yes, you do deserve some kind of justice, or like I said, at the very least, he needs to apologize for his actions and how they've harmed you. But again, I'm not gonna say what he did was him protecting the city, regardless of your feelings about how he did it, was wrong.
No, instead you're just going to call me selfish because I was not okay with that happening.
You are Nim.
I want to hear from you, traitor.
You have endangered this city several times, and in the last at
2 days.
at least twice, maybe 3 times if you count the dragon fight, because of your own.
I did not summon a dragon.
Exactly.
That was me.
So now you're blaming me for the dragon being here.
No, that was my fault. I admit it.
You both are at fault, but Nim, you're the one who propagated that whole fight to begin with.
Because I
wanted
justice.
What do you expect? What do you expect? You do understand, Nim, that we have these things called inter-guild politics. We can't really even act against Raylel, even if we wanted to, without possibly starting wars. A thing that we can't afford, that none of the guilds can afford right now, Nim.
But I expected loyalty from a supposed friend. Someone that would back me up on my head being ripped off.
Nim, you still don't seem to understand where we're coming from, though, either.
You want to be understood yourself, but you refuse to understand others. This is why I'm calling you selfish, and I am not backing away from that. And yes,
Now, at long last, when things have been explained, no, I see the points of view there. But my points still stand.
And we agree that your point stands. We agree there. Why do you keep insisting that we are not agreeing with you in that regard?
Because
we're just saying there's only so much we can do.
You have not apologized for allowing, for just sitting there and putting me down, insisting that, oh, it's okay because he didn't hurt me.
Are you going to apologize for calling my boss on me, basically calling me a crappy Boros and instigated a fight against me? Are you going to apologize? Are you going to apologize for that, Nim?
Who's the one that started it?
Tarakona rolled an intelligence check to see if he could figure out why this was a bad idea, and he didn't. You said that there are inter-guild politics that mean Tarakona can't, or that we can't do anything. Tarakona is just going to loudly pronounce, I renounce all ties with the Selesnyan Conclave, and then he's going to march down and try and basically wrestle and arrest.
I mean, for Raylil has come up, so he basically made
he's gonna march
stairs.
over and try and wrestle, try and arrest or wrestle to the ground if he resists.
I
Raylo,
don't think you can actually. I don't think a non-guild rep actually has the ability to arrest anyone.
I mean, Raylil's
he
certainly
has
getting grabbed.
Yeah, he has the ability. Whether he's
Oh,
got
no,
authority
I
is another matter altogether, but that
yeah,
is
no,
beside
he
the
has
point.
the ability to potentially restrain Raylel. Graham is gonna be like, Tarakona, I swear, if you're gonna start something that's gonna kick off a guild war, we're going to have a problem.
I'm not part of a
don't
guild
worry,
anymore. I can't make a guild war.
Oh, don't worry. Golokaz
This
is
won't
much
start a
rougher
guild
than
war.
this.
Even if he wasn't a guild, this would not start a guild war. Guilds have skirmishes all the time. And this will not start a war.
Wouldn't start
also-
a war.
I mean,
Also, I'm just imagining that
I
like
feel
Moriarty's
like- I feel
walking
like
down the
a
street past
major-
this whole situation and just singing, "Yeah, I think we got problems."
I mean, skirmishes happen all the time, but at the moment that the guilds are trying to play nice with each other because of the impending doom of somebody trying to revive the
Also, like,
Nephilim.
if Tarakona did like kill Raylel, I think that would, considering how high of a rank he is, I feel like that would necessitate a response.
Well, that's why before he did anything, he loudly declared that I renounce all ties. So he's in, like, he doesn't realize that this is actually how bad it is. That's what the intelligence check was for. Like, does he realize that this isn't going to make a difference? He just thinks, oh no, I'll just cut ties and I'm free to do it.
Is Tarakona gonna kill my boss?
I mean,
Some can hope.
maybe he's at least holding him, and Raylil seems mildly amused. Says, "Oh, geez, Golokaz is much rougher than this. Are you new to detaining people?
You haven't resisted, so I have no reason to hurt you yet."
Well, I'm here to apologize. If he doesn't want it, there's not much I can really do about it."
He's going to sort of manhandle him over and stick him face to face with Nim and say, "Fine, apologize."
Okay. I'm sorry that I almost made you a Doulahan to remove a brainworm from you. I'm trying to make your tree delicious as an apology. I thought that would be a good idea. I still think it's a great idea, actually.
I want you to talk and say, "This is why I'm doing this."
It takes so long, though.
Graham is going to be like,
And you'd
Raylel,
avoid this
just
problem.
do it. It's a reasonable thing to ask, that you be like, I'm doing this for this reason.
Ask
at the
for
very least
permission.
before you do crazy. Well, Graham will be like, well, Nim, sometimes you can't always ask for permission.
You were being chased by an otter that wanted your skull outside your body completely in a lethal fashion.
What otter?
He'll rip out your skull and beat you to death with it.
Well, no, they wanted to decapitate him with a weapon. You know, kill him to get the
Make your
brainworm.
Red vs. Blue reference.
His last
yes.
words were, "This shouldn't be physically possible."
It shouldn't be physically possible.
Ripped out his skull and beat him to death with it. It shouldn't be physically possible.
Yeah.
That's not physically possible. That's what he was saying whenever she was beating
That's
him
what he
to
was
death.
saying
with
as she beat him to death.
This isn't physically possible.
After that apology, Tarakona is going to look to Nim and go, "Enough?"
As long as he promises to ask for permission first before doing things, like whatever he's
Unless
doing
it's-
to my tree,
again, unless-
as well
unless
as
it's
ripping
something
off
that's gonna
my
be like-
head, then that would be enough.
To be fair, I think that's fair. In fact,
It
that was the entire reason why the whole trial happened in the first place, because I do believe the whole incident wasn't just a moment, but it was something that was done without permission.
Tarakona will look to him. Are you going to ask permission from now on?
I'll try to remember.
I want a
Tarakona's going to
promise.
bonk him. Tarakona is going to bonk him on the head and say, "Are you going to promise to?"
It's difficult, though. It's difficult.
Actually, wait. I have
another bonk this time with some claws.
Tarakona. You don't have to be Tarakona. You don't have to be that rough. There's a better way to go about this.
Also, Raylel is on the combat tracker if you would like to strike him, actually.
Okay.
No, Elemin is going to reach out to Tarakona. Tarakona, you don't have to go that far.
Oh.
There's a better way to go about this.
Oh, Tarakona has no intention of killing him. This is more of the. He doesn't. He doesn't want fancy words. He doesn't want anything like this. He just wants to say yes, no. Do you promise?
Elemin
do you promise?
Elemin is aware of that, but Elemin also understands that Relo is a crazy person, so he's trying to say something. Listen.
However, I do need to say, are you approaching Tarakona?
No, I am not. I am not approaching Tarakona. I am shouting.
Okay.
Hmm.
Because right now, Nim or Silver would bite you.
Yes.
So good luck approaching Tarakona. That's his entire shtick.
I know, but Elemin is trying to say there is a better way to go about this. Raylo just.
We've tried fancy talks. We've tried fancy language. Now we deal with it this way.
No.
Raylo, do you promise? Yes, no.
Could somebody listen to me for a moment, please? Please? Can I talk?
My apologies.
Okay, listen. I know you want just a yes or no from Raylo, and while he should say it, I understand that it's something that he probably will forget just because of how fragmented his mind is. We talked about this yesterday. I know you were there. I'm not sure if you understood all of that. You probably didn't. But yeah.
I'm not great at promises, so I've stopped trying to make them.
It is not something that he is exactly capable of doing just because of his situation. But there's a way to try and keep him in check. We can ask Marco to make sure he does it. He's his assistant.
Oh, my assistant! You know him.
Yeah, he's his assistant right now, after all.
And didn't you just say that he needs fixed too? I don't think we can rely on that.
I mean, he needs a fix too, but at least he isn't insane. He's still capable of keeping promises, I imagine.
All right. So you're bad at promises. Are you good at spells?
I am.
All right. Binding Oath.
Does Tarakona even know of that?
You mean like a Geos?
But basically Tarakona's going to cast a spell that makes you promise, like a Geas or a Binding Oath or something like that. Tarakona, he doesn't know what magic can and can't do, so a magic promise.
Again, I feel like this is. You guys are also forgetting things like, when Nim brought the tree, like, if that tree was, like, as far as I was told, the trees were kind of drawn together.
Yeah, the trees were drawn together.
If they were drawn together, and if in the wrong situations, asking permission could have still led to bad things happening.
As a player, I understand this. As a character, Tarakona doesn't.
That's why Graham is explaining this to him. He's like, you can't always ask for permission for everything, especially when you're kind of protecting the city. I mean, can you imagine if we had to ask everyone every one of the seekers we killed for, be like, we need you to stop, it would turn out very badly.
Do you understand that, Tarakona?
Yes, but he does need to make all reasonable efforts to ask permission, especially from Nim.
I would say
because
he needs
Nim
to
has
ask
been
permission.
wronged.
I would say he needs to ask permission when there's not a directly imminent threat of things, and even then, he needs to, if it's against some innocent person, then yes, he needs to try to get permission first.
And
Of
that is
course.
what I am wanting from him. A promise to do that.
And if he's bad at promises, make a promise spell, like a Gius or Gaius or whatever you said.
Sure, I have one of those. But first, I have something to say.
Mm-hmm.
You are all idiot children. My God, you fight a lot for friends, don't you?
Bonk.
And for that, I'm going to do one thing and ask forgiveness later. Everyone make a dexterity saving throw.
Why?
As he keeps doing this, Tarakona is going to be bonking him again.
By all means.
Yay!
The 30 saving, right?
Yes. DC is 22. So,
Hey, so I made it.
Oh,
I made it.
Tarakona and Graham make it.
Damn.
Oh no, Nim's gonna have another reason to hate him now.
What does he do?
Yeah,
Well.
I'm very curious what he's doing because
He's casting Firestorm.
Okay, then. In that case, I want initiative.
He's sick and tired of everything that's happening.
When a player
To be
calls
fair,
for
you
initiative.
are literally assaulting him even after he's like, yes, I can do that.
Okay, the first bonks were literally like, gentle taps,
Yes.
like, hey, focus.
Yes.
I only started rolling damage when he started intentionally going off topic. I understand he's touched. As a player, Tarakona is just getting upset with him.
Yes.
Less talky, more action.
Alright, so half for Tarakona. And
How big of
half-
a range is Firestorm, by the way?
We were all pretty close, so I don't.
Let's see. A storm made up of sheets of roaring flame appears in a location choosing over your range. The area storm consists of up to 10 10-foot cubes, which you can arrange as you wish, with an
Oh, so-
150-foot range.
So he chose to hit Graham.
He's hitting everyone. He thinks everyone present is a dumb fucking idiot.
Well, I think that's pleading towards Nim's case.
He saw friends fighting, arguing the same things over,
I mean, to be
and
fair, Graham
even throw
also
spells. Also,
Graham
he was
also
buried twice.
Graham also thinks that for the most part everyone here is a goddamn idiot.
Well,
So-
Tarakona knows he's an idiot. He's smart enough to know he's not smart.
Oh. Well, I guess this is legitimately the one time Raylo was fucking pissed off. Elemin, would you also care to roll initiative as well as Graham?
Graham is gonna stay out of this stupid shit.
What is the damage I take?
Did you also roll a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, I failed it.
Alright.
I will have to have a 20 just like Tarakona to not fail it.
Fire across the backyard.
Yeah, if Graham didn't feel like Tarakona kind of almost brought this on us for good reasons, but he still brought it on us, Graham would probably throw hands down. Like, Rayla doesn't just come in and do this. He kind of, I get where he's coming from. I've wanted to smack people around for less.
Yeah.
And so
Also, doing this is probably not going to be in line with Selesnian rules. And Tarakona was literally talking to Tanya about just wanting to hit people. So
Yeah.
this
Well,
is entirely within the character.
If you were still part of this, if you hadn't renounced your all ties to the Selesnya, Graham would have been obligated to come to your aid, but you renounced that, so now he's not obligated by Selesnya conventions to do that.
And that's why that intelligence check was, is he smart enough to realize this is a bad idea? No, he's not smart enough to realize this is a bad idea.
I like the,
Feel to be attacked in a one-sided fashion. Fuck all of you.
Like, it's like Graham's only plan is basically to get you stupid asses up after if Raylo beats the shit out of all of you.
Well, it's am I correct in saying it's Tarakona's turn?
It
Yeah.
is.
I already have them grappled, don't I?
Rayla has swapped to just angry. No, normal, jovial, carefree. No, he's mad now. Enough of this. Enough.
Alright, do I currently still have him grappled?
Yes, you do.
Cool. Free attack.
It's
So
pretty
let's
bad
take,
when the D&D equivalent of like the Mad Hatter actually gets angry.
1 hit, 2 hit. These are just using claws because I'm not throwing my weapon yet. Action surge. I'll also run him across the yard into a wall. Once I've moved 30 feet, that gives me a third free claw.
Proceed.
You know, Raylo's gonna rain death upon you all.
No,
Alright, so
he is still a
Tarakona is
wizard.
sort of just
He's a
beating
bullshit
it-
wizard, but
beating on
he's
him right
still a
now.
wizard.
Like, Tarakona was just, holding, bonking, basically being mostly polite, but being strong. Now that this is a full-on combat, he is not holding back. That would be Tarakona's turn. Now it's Nim's turn.
Graham
Nim is
wishing
going
his
to-
part.
Nim is going to send an invitation to Tanya, saying
Is-
that Tarakona and that Nim and Tarakona are in danger from Raylel, and we need help.
your things can't be that specific, so your thing is just probably saying Raylo and help.
Actually, it probably opened. She should probably open the door, see Tarakona beating on Raylel. I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh, this is exactly what I'm about.
That too. And I think it can.
Oh, she needs
There was
to see
nothing
that.
ever specified about how general or how specific or vague the invitations can be.
I think we actually specified that 2 weeks ago that the things are big.
It is like, generally, I believe the first thing that Nim thinks about. So, like, he doesn't tailor them; they're just a reflection of the situation.
Well, in this
Yeah,
case,
but-
Tarakona is in danger.
Tarakona, Tarakona fighting something. Like that's going to be enough for Tanya. Tarakona is fighting something.
I mean, is Nim smart enough to tailor the invitation like that? Instead of just going for Raylo in
Nim
danger.
doesn't know how they work. I would, most of it's like me, Tarakona, fight.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense. That works.
Again, all the words that Tanya would probably need are fight and Tarakona.
Tanya's here.
To the door and
Tanya's here and she's ready to kill. Jesus
Well,
Christ, she's
Graham-
so
Gra-
fast.
Graham is calling. What is it? Is it Eileen who has the Marten?
It's Tanya. It's...
Nope,
Oh
it's
God,
Tanya.
it's Tanya. God fucking damn it.
Nope. Yeah, this is bad.
Now, because it does not say
good.
in the little thing on his sheet, does that consume an action or a bonus action or what?
Just a bonus action. Just
Okay. In that case,
Summoning a Lala is a bonus action.
I mean,
well, it's
technically,
his
all
meta
he-
ability, and they kind of say no.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Not to mention, technically, it would probably be along the lines of just talking, which would be a free action. So I'm happy
fair
to
enough.
have it as bonus, though.
Fair enough. Those
Graham
things
is
have.
gonna be like, please, everyone, let's not escalate this further.
Oh, it's beyond that.
Yeah, it kind of is.
He's looking around.
That's
Why is
why
there
Graham is-
fucking fire everywhere?
Like, this is the same centaur that was willing to nearly kill himself to fight a dragon to a standstill.
Alright, so Raylel. Oh, right, he's immune to magic. Or is he actually immune, or what?
Literally,
He-
well,
Every time magic is cast on him, he seems to do something strange to it.
He has an unknown power that you don't comprehend.
Yeah.
but the only thing you comprehend is that it doesn't seem to work on him.
Graham is
How
gonna
non-magic
call.
things
You do know
seem
that physical
be
the
very
physical pain all the
effective.
time.
Well, Nim is going to keep his distance for the moment, but he is going to move out of the firestorm into a safe spot from that.
Also, why Tarakona moved to do his charge, so he was out of the fire.
Also, you didn't actually give me a chance to do this. Well, no, it's fine. I do have counterspell.
Oh yeah, but that's a spell.
Well, yes, but it's specifically interrupting the spell that is being cast, not the caster.
It's like casting it on this actual spell and not
Yeah.
the caster.
True enough.
Also, I will need to ask this then. When he casts, because I had him in a grapple, do I get an attack of opportunity, and does he have to make a
Casting in melee, I do not
Concentration.
believe it provokes an attack
No.
of opportunity unless you have a specific feat. There is, I think it's Mage Hunter or something like that, that lets you get an attack of opportunity for somebody casting next to you.
Well, anyways, Graham's gonna call Marilyn and tell her to get.
Hey, it's not your turn yet.
He's doing this as everyone's like going into battle.
Because he's not.
He's calling
the
Marilyn and
initiative.
saying, "Can you send? Here's an address. Please send. Not Eileen.
Elena.
Man,
Elena to this address, please. Shit's about to get real fucking ugly." And I might have to fight some people I don't want to fight. I'll roll initiative for Graham because Graham might join in. He just really doesn't want to.
He is also super fast. Elemin.
Yeah, but they're not being summoned. They are just, they're on their way.
Yep.
give me a moment. I need to think on what I'm going to do right now.
Like, quaff some healing potions, lay on hands yourself, perhaps. Save silver.
Elemin is going to approach the unconscious Silver and cast Cure Light Wounds on him. Let me see where the combat tracker is.
Graham is also thinking, Nim is lucky that everyone he bites doesn't try to attack him.
It's changed now.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Silver? I know you don't like me, but I don't want to see you dead.
Silver would still be very unhappy with you, but, he can't really speak common, so he's just gonna grunt.
Yeah, that's the
Better
end.
than a growl.
And specifically not a growl.
I imagine it's
thank-
less of a grunt and more of a boof.
Yeah, basically.
It's Silver's turn. And they're alive!
Silver is going to quickly run over next to Nim and basically ready in action to do whatever he needs to defend Nim.
You are a remarkable one, aren't you, Tarakona?
Arco's just going to growl back at that. He's in no mood to talk anymore. This isn't a fun, playful fight like you had with the dragon.
I would hate it if Cray just comes back and just sees all these dead bodies and he's like, "What happened?
Fire. Just fire.
What did you do? What did you do?"
Now that I think about it, the tree also probably got singed if spells cause collateral damage to the environment.
This one does.
But it depends
There's
on
a
where...
lot of fire in the lawn now.
Yes, but Raylo got to choose where they go, and, well, if he chose to go for the tree, then Nim's definitely going for killing him. But,
No, he just hit everyone with a firestorm.
yeah, so he did not target the tree, which means the tree would be fine, because Nim was specifically away from the tree and stuff.
Fine, as long as the fire doesn't spread towards it.
It can't without him specifically wanting it to.
Yes.
Or actually, I don't know if he can move it.
Is it a duration effect or is it an instant effect like a fireball?
It's an instant effect. However, it does mention that fire damages objects in the area and ignites flammable objects that aren't being worn or carried. If you choose plant life in the area, yes. All right, hold on. If you choose plant life in the area is unaffected by the spell, and he's only hitting people.
Fair enough. So yeah, the grass is fine.
It's they've modified Firestorm and Fireball and all that because in the original editions you could severely break Fireball. Like in first edition, Fireball was a volume, and so you could have a lot of fun with it by making a small box with a pinprick hole in it. You cast Fireball in the box, and you now have a laser. And based on the pinprick size, you could literally have this thing go into orbit.
Damn.
I helped break first edition. My parents helped break it as well, but yeah, that's the sort of broken levels that Fireball has caused always. So what's Raylel doing? Because he's currently grappled, so I suspect any spells are going to be concentration checks. If he tries to move, he's going to be provoking at least one AO. Not to mention he's going to have to try and break out of the grapple.
He is going to grab your arms and start to pull them.
So strength check?
That is an athletics check. A contested athletics check.
I feel like Tarakona's gonna win this.
It's very probable.
Everyone's looking pretty bad, except for like Tanya and Tarakona. Tarakona's looking fine.
Just barely. He's
I-
strong for a wizard. What the hell?
Oh, so he's breaking out of the grapple, is he?
No. You managed to keep him, but there is a lot of power in those scrawny arms. Well, with
Alright.
his +9 modifier. Yours is bigger, but... Huh. Yeah.
Alright.
Apart from that, he's smiling and doing nothing else.
Alright then.
Graham is like, is this like some kind of goddamn clone or something?
Don't worry about me, I'll be just fine.
I would just like the stupid to end.
Don't worry. Nothing brings people together like a mutual adversary.
Well, yes, but first, those people need to all agree that that person's an adversary.
Which is why he's saying it out loud.
It's also why he attacked everyone.
But so far, we've got Graham not participating. Elemin at least healed Silver, which has, your approval rating with Nim and Silver has gone up a little bit, Elemin.
Graham is planning on healing people after this is gone. Fucking tits up, or maybe casting. You know what? Graham might cast something to help the party not die.
Well, if that's Rail's turn, that means its turn skip would move to Cray, who... Oh, Cray and Markov aren't there, are they?
That is correct.
That means it jumps
Cray,
down to
Cray,
20.
Cray's
Ah,
out
yes.
wherever.
Back to
So
the
if you-
start of the start of initiative.
As
Tanya's going to take a knee.
As Tanya steps through, Tarakona is like, will sort of smile back at her. Hey, babe, I took your advice and punched someone.
I'm proud of you. I'm ready to kill. Isn't that the crazy dude, though?
Yes, we need help with him.
Graham,
All right.
Graham's biggest thought right now is, if they kill Raylale, we might not ever be able to help Markov, which is one of the bigger reasons why he's just like, I don't want this to happen.
I should get more coffee.
And yet, Nim is simple. Literally, if Raylel had just said yes to the promise and, made the promise, Nim would have been okay.
And with Tarakona, like, it's you promise.
Oh no,
I can't do
Graham
promises.
absolutely
Anything
realizes that. That's why he's just like, I hate everything that's going on right now. I just want this to stop.
else. Is Tanya going to be directly getting involved in attacking, or is she going to be holding her turn for now?
No, she's getting in there. She is going to charge forward and throw hands. And something seems to build up as she runs.
I can just see now Tarakona with the grapple holding her, and Tanya using it as a punching bag.
With the ensemble,
Fuck.
I could totally
I
see
need a crit
them.
card.
I could
Critical
totally
hit,
see
critical
them
miss.
actually.
Critical hit.
Oh, nice.
I could totally see the ensemble literally, like Tanya literally just having a bag full of hands that she cut off of people and just is throwing them. Literally.
That's more Greta style, but maybe.
And Zim, we need a critical hit card for Tanya on Raylo.
Yeah, I gotta pull out the cards.
I'm excited about this.
Do you want a card from the GM deck or the player deck?
Player deck. She's technically a player. Or she's technically, like, built like a player. Sort of.
That's the failed deck. There we go. What type?
Bludgeoning.
Drop it. Triple damage, and the target must make a DC 16 strength or dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the target drops what they are holding. Which I don't know if he is, but that's part of the card. Main point
unless
is
he's dropping
damage.
Tarkov or Tarakona.
So it would break his attempt to break my grapple, maybe.
I guess. And triple damage, you say?
Yep.
I think Fantasy Grounds.
Did you do so much damage it broke Fantasy Grounds?
Just for a moment. And she fucking used it on her ultimate right out of the gate, and fucking his jaw almost leaves his body completely, but it is hanging by a thread. Slam for 112 damage.
I'm just glad Raylel isn't taking this seriously because, again, he probably is the equivalent strength of the ensemble.
Okay, Tarakona has...
done yet, though. Because she's got a follow-up.
Eyes are bigger than his ability to fight. He fought a dragon to a standstill. Like, yes, I needed help from chat to do that, but Tarakona doesn't know that he was being smiled upon by Chaos Gods.
Oh my god. Next attack.
Well, Raylel's dead.
And second swings seem to have quite a lot of extra force behind it, like she's building momentum. But he's standing there and smiling. No, not so soon. Not so soon.
Tarakona's holding him up to be a punching bag, so of course he's still standing there. He can't fall down.
And something snaps in his pocket.
Oh god.
Not so soon. Not so soon. And erupts, throwing it back at her. So that was a total of 145 damage back at Tanya. And this blast certainly sends her back pretty far.
Is Raylel actually unconscious right now?
He is not. He's standing there and looking like he wants to keep going.
Graham is gonna be like, Rael, stand down for the. And Graham is going to draw his sword.
This
Oh,
point,
I
know
didn't do
exactly what I'm
that.
doing.
You. Oh, God. There's a fire burning in her eyes. Come at me. I am Raylil Raynarm. I shall take all of your aggression here and now. I shall take.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing.
Want to advance? There it goes.
Well, Graham is gonna set up by dropping his dropping a hex onto a hex and his curse, the spell hex and the and his
So
bonus
magic
ability
shit.
of Hexblade Curse. So yeah, Raylel is going to get hit with 2 curses.
By all means, proceed.
And that's Graham's setup for next turn. So Raylel looks like he caught fire and is smoking at this point.
The manic smile is not leaving his face.
Oh, it's not actually hurting him yet. It's just
Yes.
the effect of the curse. As Graham is going to smite the ever-loving shit out of Raylel next turn.
When it comes to my turn, if everything goes as planned, which I hope it does, it's going to be over. Just confirming, I still have the grapple?
Yes, you do.
Cool.
However, watching him reanimate in your arms was disconcerting.
Oh, I'm not planning on giving him another chance.
Are you gonna pass your turn, Graham?
Ah, right. It's been a while. I forgot that there was that button.
Right.
Alright, I'm going to make an opposed athletics check with Raylel.
Well, I don't think he's winning that one.
Almost saw that one though.
I do need to confirm, though, because if I succeed, he goes from the grappled to the pinned state.
Nah.
When he's pinned, he's helpless.
Is that a thing in 5th edition?
There is no. So technically, there is no coup de grace. That is something they got rid of.
Damn, that was literally, you put him in the pinned position, which means he's helpless, you then coup de grace.
Yeah, they did that because, otherwise people would, previous editions, people would literally be getting themselves one shot because they got paralyzed or something.
Yep,
Or
Grapple Master
tripped.
coup de grace. The Grapple Master coup de grace was it was second level monk that could pull it off against anyone.
Yeah, that sounds stupid.
Oh yeah,
Again, is that a thing in 5th edition though?
I don't think it's in 5th. I forgot we were running.
It is
5th,
not.
So.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, so you may need something else then.
I
Cool.
believe
In
that
that case-
pinned is still in effect.
Oh.
What does
That
he do
is
then?
still something you can do. Let me
What
pull
does it
up
be?
the reference manual. So we've got grappled. A grappled creature's speed becomes 0 and it can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. The condition ends if the grappler is incapacitated. The condition also ends if an effect removes a grappled creature from the reach of the grappler or grappling effect, such as when a creature is hurled away by the Thunderwave spell. For pinned... restrained is what it is. Restrained... attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. The creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Alright, so I'll put him into restrained. And then I have advantage. Jim, 25 will hit.
Yes.
And the second one. Will a 19 hit?
I will also. Wait, let me check.
Also, I would also like to mention that on top
Yes,
of
that will
being
also
super
connect.
cursed, I have that super crit ability since Raylael attacked friends.
Yes, you
I-
do.
I'm also going to use my movement to charge, while still holding him, to where Tanya is. And if I move more than 30 feet, I get, oh look, an extra free claw attack. I get 3 successful claws through. And now we're back up to where Tanya is, so he pushed Tanya away. Cool. I drag him over to her again. And he's
It looks
helpless
like
and-
she might have a broken rib.
So she's going to be even more angry with him, and the fact that he has disadvantage on everything and she has advantage on him
This
means
is going
she's...
to be merciless. This is gonna-
Oh yeah. And then, Nim, you're up.
Nim is sending an invitation to Jin. One of his other friends.
He will decline. He's guarding the mana piece.
Aww. Alright, Malted is next turn.
This backyard's gonna get pretty crowded.
I know what Nim will do then. Conjure animals. I need 8 giant owls, please.
Ah, yes. Rayla's going to reach up with one hand. I don't think so.
Oh, he's casting counter spell?
Yes.
Well, then I will
And you
counter.
are going to do the same, I imagine.
Well, actually,
Counter the counter spell.
Can you counter spell?
Can you
Yes,
cast
you
2
can.
leveled spells?
Okay. I don't know about D&D, but we are talking about magic here. So, Magic the Gathering, counterspell, counter target spell. Counterspell itself is a spell.
yeah.
You counter
Yes.
as much spells as you want until you don't have the mana for it.
Or,
Yeah.
I have an absolutely stupidly broken combo when it comes to counter spells. Decree of
Yeah.
Silence?
Nim is going to do counter spell on the counter spell.
Can you cast 2 leveled spells in one action?
Well, this is technically a reaction. Let me look this up. Because I don't know if we can, actually. One sec.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Who'd we lose?
Oh, Redo. It is getting late.
Oh yeah, I read my left.
So I've just posted in the Guild Tales chat. That is the most broken counterspell combo in Magic.
So, yes, you can counterspell a counterspell because a counterspell is considered a reaction rather than an action. which of
Oh,
course
okay.
means that
Even if
Raylel
it's
will use
two-level
his.
spell.
Yeah. It's technically not the action, it is a reaction. But of course, that means that it ends there. The counter spell chain. Unless, of course, it would have to be multiple different people using the counter spell.
It feels like Yu-Gi-Oh when you chain card effects.
Oh yeah.
Nim activates Call of Nature. Raylo activates counterspell. Nim activates counterspell.
Uh-huh.
Well, the combo that I posted is Decree of
That's a
Silence.
goofy combo.
Oh yeah, but I counter everything. It's literally just counterspell everything.
No one's allowed to play card games at that point.
Except for
No
me.
one.
I'm allowed to play because it's only when an opponent plays a spell counter stuff. But yes, I counter everything.
Except Solemnity there, it says players can't get counters.
And counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands.
Yeah, aren't counters
The Decree of Silence isn't
aren't counters a this makes it so your creature has +1/+1.
Yep, so the Decree of Silence is whenever an opponent plays a spell, counter that spell, and put a depletion counter on Decree of Silence. Solemnity means that Decree of Silence doesn't get depletion counters. So Decree of Silence counterspells everything, and Solemnity means it keeps going forever.
I thought you were meaning that Solemnity was a,
Oh no, the Solemnity doesn't provide the countering. Solemnity just provides the infinite. Decree of Silence provides the countering.
Yeah. Anyways, back on track here. Yeah, Nim is countering the counter spell.
Counter spell.
Yep.
No. Yes. It fizzles out.
So now can I get my 8 giant owls?
Yes.
Woohoo!
As soon as I go dig him up. Owls, yes.
Yes, giant owls.
Ah, they're there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. However, for the sake of it, they're all going to go together.
That's fine. Nim is giving the order for all of them to attack Raylel.
Alright.
They all get advantage on it.
Yep. Hit. I'm just going to see how many of them hit.
and they also have their flyby, so they swoop in, hit, or make their attack, do damage possibly, and then fly back out without provoking attacks of opportunity.
Yes. Hit.
Yes, good. Though they're probably going to die very quickly.
Hit. 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 And miss. So that's 7 hits.
Ray's gonna love it when Graham sends a picture of the burning yard and
Two.
The
the
yarn is
battle
not.
damage to the house to Cray. Like, this is what we did while you were gone.
The yarn is not. If the yarn is not burning, he specifically didn't do that.
7.
I thought Cray was just sitting out and like just watching this all.
No, he's in sewers somewhere.
Yep.
I am
Elemin,
curious.
over to you.
How much damage was done to the house? Because Tarakona said that he was slamming Raylel into the side of into the walls. So
with Tarakona's strength, there's certainly an amount of cracking. However, Raylel did not set the yard on fire. Only people were hit. So there's not too much damage. Elemin, over to you.
There's about as much damage as if Tarakona had run into the wall.
Elemin?
One moment. Oh, I know. Enemy is gonna talk to Colcero for a moment.
Yes, hello.
Hey, Colcero, I remember you telling me that your bread has sleeping properties on it.
Yeah.
Are you capable of letting me use that right now?
Yeah. However, I think he's doing this on purpose.
Say that again?
You can just beat up on him a little. He looks funny, doesn't he?
You know, I much as I would like to agree with you, I just want this whole thing to stop right now. I want to try to put everybody to
keep hitting him even if he's asleep, though, right?
You're right. Even if he's asleep, he'll still be able to hit us.
No. I don't think your friends would stop even if he was asleep.
I didn't mean just Raylo.
Are you sure? You're just finally starting to get back into their good graces a little bit, right? Besides, he's kind of shiny right now, right?
I am not sure what to do right now, if I be honest. Elemin is just gonna pass his turn.
Nim will remember this.
Come on, Elemin.
Hmm?
Be with your friends. As to me, fighting builds camaraderie.
Hmm.
It's just a little murder. It's just a little...
Calcero, don't talk to me like that. You're starting
I'm
to
sorry.
don't you're starting to sound like one of those warlock familiars that I heard about.
Okay, I'll fix that. Sorry,
Grandpa.
I kind of have the kind of have a little bit of the battle lust.
You're still remembering what happened yesterday, aren't you? It's
A little
simple.
bit.
And you said when you weren't really the battle type.
Yes, he still remembers it very fondly.
Well, I kind of got a taste for it while in the realm of death. I mean, I don't really want to go back to it, but
All right then.
just one smite.
Okay. Element is gonna go ahead and prepare a smite in his his glaive.
Internally, yes. Get his ass. Get his
When it comes to stream fight, am I supposed to put the fed on myself?
No.
Yeah, no, you do apply the. If there's a saving throw, you roll that on him, but the actual the actual effect goes on you.
Oh.
Because it's enhancing your attack, not.
Yes. Effect goes on you. Damage goes on him.
Okay. Well, at the moment, he's a threat that needs to be neutralized. If nothing else.
Do your job, policeman.
That I did not mean to do
the
that.
owl.
Yeah, I did not mean to do that. That was a wrong roll.
Elemin misses and strikes the owl down.
Oh yeah, I haven't even done the actual hitting effect, and I gotta do that with advantage, right? Because it's pinned.
Yes.
Wait, what? That wasn't it.
Interesting. Well, the first roll was a 20, or the first dice is 20, so you get a critical hit on top of your smite. Congratulations.
Okay, let's just roll with that. I don't know why that went like that. Okay, so
Then a critical hit.
Ah, right. What type?
Slashing.
Oh yeah, I know what happened. I did that wrong. I multiplied the dice instead of poking the advantage of Marten. That's what happened. My bad.
Slash to the ribs. Maximum damage and roll the damage dice again.
Oh.
Oh god.
Do you know how to do? Oh my god, that's a max smite. That's a max.
How do I do that?
In the upper right, there's the +/- button, modifiers.
No, I don't think he knows how to do a smite. Do you know how to do a smite?
No, not
you declare a spell level, and then 2d8 plus 1d8 for every spell level above first, I believe it was.
Yes. So 2d8 for first level. If you're using a first level spell slot, it's 2d8.
Using a second level spell slot.
Then it would be 3d
Then
hit. And on you know what? It'll be easier if we do it this way. Would you release his character to me, DG?
Yeah, 1 moment.
I'll just add it to his sheet.
This one is Searing Smite, though. It's not the regular Smite.
Oh, well then it's just the spell thing.
Oh. You can do a regular smite on top of that, I do believe.
Wait, I can double up on Smites?
No.
No, because
Oh.
they both use your bonus action. to use.
Okay. Well
So,
then.
you basically just, Searing Smite should have damage underneath it.
Yeah,
Or
is what is 1d6 fire, and you cast a spell using the initial extra damage dealt by the attack increases by 1d8 for each level above. So it's 1d6 for every spell slot. So I guess 2d6.
Yeah. So basically, you're going to be going to the modifiers in the upper right, clear under damage, do max, and then roll the damage dice onto him. And then because you rolled the damage dice again, oh, you didn't clear the crit.
Oh.
I'll undo that.
Yeah, you got to remember to clear the crit.
Oh. How do I do that?
You just roll
Just
another attack.
roll an
Just
attack
roll another
again.
attack.
Okay. So max roll one attack and then roll the other.
Yeah. On both effects. So there's the glaive plus the... And then roll a normal glaive attack.
Okay,
No,
normal glaive.
that's a question. Does a crit on a smite count as a slashing or a magical attack?
Smites, each smite has its own version, and actually that's a good point because it is a magical attack.
Let me read it. The next time you hit a creature with a melee weapon attacks during the spell duration, your weapon flares with high intensity and the attack deals an extra damage, fire damage to the target, and causes the target to ignite in flames. At the start of each turn until the spell ends, the target must make a constitution saving throw. It fails, it takes 1d6 fire damage.
This would count as casting a spell on someone. When you're just delivering it through your weapon.
Oh, okay.
So whatever would happen with that, with Raylel, that's, up to Digi to decide. But we actually had that same thing. We had that same thing happen with Nim, and it went crazy.
It goes through, oddly enough. And Nim! You see this go through.
So I can just roll the damage right now?
Yes, go ahead. This Raylel isn't stopping any magic. It.
Okay, that's it.
Matter of fact,
you have another die. You'll have another die of damage.
I did that already. One for the...
No, you did the maximized 2d6 for the second level casting, and then you only rolled one die for the normal.
Oh! Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry. This is the first time I've done this.
Good to know.
Okay, that's it.
Silver's turn.
Sorry about that. Alright, so... Well, since he's restrained, Silver's gonna run up and bite at Raylel. And he has double advantage because ally.
If only double advantage actually existed.
That missed.
I know. Oh, well, that's... Actually, no, he's got extra attack.
Yes.
Chomp. Oh, I rolled that on Silver. Oops.
Silver bites his own tongue.
Once more, that hit.
Yay! Okay, now Silver's done.
Something unusual happens now. Raylil inflates, bursts, and then there's a spectral him floating there, like a hologram. Did you have fun? Did you get it all out of your system? Good, good. Well, I hope this recording reached you well. I think you're all infantile and childish, but perhaps standing together may help you realize why you're together in the first place again. I'll be back again for a formal apology.
Graham is just going to start smacking his head into the flat side of his sword and just be like, why is everyone crazy?
Tanya's looking annoyed.
This was
I'm gonna find him, I'm gonna kill him, and I'm gonna rip his head off so he can't come back.
I mean, that would
Tarakona,
be
you-
his just rewards. Thank you for your help, Tarakona. And you too, Tanya.
Tarakona, you don't realize I will have to report you for a threat like that, you know?
Graham will just be like,
Oh,
Element,
so you'll
I-
take
I-
action against him for that, but not Raylel for what he did.
we're not doing this again. Both of you, shut up.
I hope you realize. I hope you realize I smacked him because he was a threat right now.
Indeed, self-defense is quite liable. I assume you're bickering again.
No, I'm not.
Yes, Nim.
Elemin is
I
just.
will be back, Rhythmic. Well, this seems to be a recorded message, and he's only successfully predicted a little bit of your conversation, as he seems to be talking about something Nim he's assuming Nim said, but has not said.
Oh, I
Yes,
see.
Nim, I shall be back. I intend to apologize. However, I don't deal with stubborn people too well. People have to be flexible to deal with me. And once we can be friends, so much the better. I'll take as much punishment as you want, but killing me is just not gonna work. And I hope you realize that someday. So how about we put all this nasty business behind us? No? Well, I'm going to keep trying regardless. See you, and to you too, Tarakona. Yes, friendships are complicated, aren't they? And then the hologram fades.
You know, I think I am starting to understand why Niv is decided to make this guy into one of his most loyal people. This guy is a bit of an evil genius.
I'm so glad you guys didn't kill my boss.
You can't kill Braylel that easily. You have to find his fucking phylactery.
Sorry,
Oh, so he is a lich.
Sorry,
You have to find the phylactery of his phylactery.
Sorry, not evil genius, mad genius.
I mean, liches are all evil. It's literally part of it.
I know, but I said mad. Elemin would said mad genius, not evil genius.
Oh yeah, no, a creation of a lich is just straight up evil. I just wanted to add on to it.
Well, no, creation of a lich isn't necessarily evil. It's the fact that to continue being a lich means that you need to consume souls, which that is evil.
Yeah, unfortunately.
The find his phylactery was more of a description of this is gonna. If you really want to kill this man, it's gonna be complicated.
We have
It
to
was-
find all 7 Horcruxes.
It was a very hard. Well, that was a thing. Honestly, I kind of felt my life flash before my eyes for a moment there when the fire just happened. In fact, I kind of feel a little bit of dread, and I'm not entirely sure why.
Quick out of character question. Did he finish doing the locking down thing with the tree before all this, or does
He
that still
did.
need done? Okay.
Well, he did, but he was still like bringing it to perfection.
Well, yeah,
So
but
it's not
Nim
perfect.
prefers to cook it himself, so he doesn't really want it pre-cooked.
I mean, but you stuck it on the ground. How are you going to cook it that way?
Also, it was kind of mentioned that they were kind of the processes were kind of intertwined. So
Yeah.
He's gonna need to come back and finish this, but now you have workable meat. Finally,
Is it still attached to the tree?
it is still attached to the tree.
Okay. Well, all of that happened. What do you guys make of all this?
I'm just shaking her head. Fucking wizards. How do they work?
I make that he is an evil, crazy person that needs to be put down or fixed.
we're
Ele-
we're gonna
Well,
try to fix him, but
considering-
as killing him might affect our ability to help Markov, I think we should hold off on any thoughts of just straight up murder.
Yes, please.
Right.
Think of somebody else for a change. Please. We need him alive.
Marco? That blue dragonborn? How's he tie into this?
I would like to stay alive, yes.
It's a bit of a
Magical experiment gone wrong, and they both lost memories from one.
they're both
Oh. Nim, don't kill Markov's dad.
Wait, what?
what? Who's saying that?
Tanya is.
wait. Raylel is
I'm just saying.
Markov's dad.
I'm just saying some shit because he's practically right. Am I reaching too far?
You got me.
I
panicking
suppose
there
not.
for a
I just
second,
thought you
Tyler.
meant that legitimately.
I think you might be reaching. I think you might be reaching too far a bit.
Well, okay, he's a practical dad then. His dad figure.
You know that may not be too far for the tooth at the moment. The way Markov looks up to him. Still, though, yes, he needs to be alive. And even if it's difficult to get him, I don't want attempts at his life right now. Can you at least put aside your grudge for a moment just so we can help Markov Nim?
I'm all for helping Markov. He's actually been an ally to me, a friend.
He said friend.
Good.
From the distance, I'm the neighbor.
I am not for working with Raylel.
Unfortunately, those things are not mutually exclusive. Sadly, Nim, you gotta understand. I don't like being around that guy as much as you do, but
But
it is something
you
it's something that's going to go ahead.
You excused what he did to me because it apparently didn't matter.
I never said that it didn't matter. I said that there are things. I said that there are things more important at the moment.
Tiny's going to raise her hand. Allow me to translate. Nim? Raylel is like Greta. And until we take care of the worst enemies, we kinda need them.
I'm not sure if that's going to help, but I guess that's a good analogy.
Greta at least did not directly attack me.
Well, I don't know what he did to you, so I'm kind of spitballing here. What happened?
He temporarily
you were there
turned
with him.
Nim into a Doulahan.
You're talking
No.
about...
No, that was a different that was a different scenario.
Yeah, Graham will say he turned Nim temporarily into a Doulahan to remove a possibly dangerous brain slug from him. That was also spreading to everyone who was also spreading to everyone through the Marten talkie. Actually, Raylel probably inoculated every single one of the Martens too. My God, that crazy bastard.
Actually, the Martens would have taken care of that themselves. It would not have spread through them.
Anya's just gonna look back and forth and go, huh, it's kind of rad. But anyway. Wait. No, that's...
He ripped off my head.
Yeah, but I mean...
You do it?
He got better.
You know, he did told you that he only ripped off your head to remove that slug.
Also... It's scary as shit, man.
Yeah. No.
You cool? You're cool.
No, I'm not
Raylel
cool.
should not have done what he shouldn't have done it how he did it, but it was still a thing that probably needed to happen, and it doesn't excuse how he did it. I'm not saying that, Nim. I'm just saying that he also has a point. He just is doing things in the wrong way. Kinda like you sometimes do things in the wrong way when people call you a dog instead of a wolf.
I accept that you
want to
are
go
my
poop in his
friend.
shoes?
I accept
You want to go poop in his shoes, Nim?
What was that?
Nim, you want to go poop in his shoes?
I still did not catch that.
You want to go poop in his shoes or something? You want to go poop in his shoes?
No.
Do you want?
Okay.
Sometimes things
want justice.
Alright, what's justice? For
Even
me, justice is just beating some people up.
Even just an actual apology with the promise not to do it again. That is part of an apology. And he won't even make that promise.
It's because he's fucking bonkers.
Yes. We keep trying to tell this to him, but he doesn't understand this.
Yeah, Nim,
oh, no, I
feel
get
like
that he's insane. I fully understand that.
Nim, the problem is that this man probably barely remembers what he was doing 5 seconds ago.
Oh, he fully remembers doing that to me. He even outright admitted it in front of Elemin. And Elemin just said, that's okay. I wasn't actually hurt. That's not okay. That is not how a friend should act.
I am glad you remember me so fondly, Nim. It's wonderful when a friend remember your actions through such a lens.
Look, both of you apologize to each other. Nim, you shouldn't have brought his boss into what it was essentially you trying to get him to fight Raylel.
No, I wasn't wanting him to fight Raylel. I was wanting him to take action as a guard against a crime that was committed.
How exactly did you want me to detain him? I ask you.
I mean,
I would have
I
been
didn't
okay.
have any problem then.
I would have also been okay if you had just said, "You're right, that was wrong."
Look at what it caused, Tarakona. Do you think all that happened right now? It was okay.
No, because he got away.
Oh
Graham
my
is-
god.
Graham's gonna be like, look, you, as far as I'm concerned, you both need to apologize to each other.
I am willing to do that.
I'm
Honestly,
surrounded by incompetence.
I am willing.
Guess who's back?
I am.
If you're fighting Lion King, it's I'm surrounded by idiots.
I am willing to do that. But at the same time, I feel like if there's something wrong between us, that this is just going to happen all over.
Look, we know that Nim doesn't quite understand how these kind of politics work here. Nim, Raylel is a high enough rank that, guess what? It takes special permission to act against him. Like, literally. Until proven otherwise, he is, as far as every major governmental, like every guard and everything else is, as far as any of his actions are concerned, they're basically to protect the city until proven otherwise, which means he's kind of above the law because of his position in a completely different guild.
I was
Not
wanting
Hello,
to
I'm here to
register.
apologize. Hello, I'm here.
That was short timing.
Is he actually here?
Yes, Rayla literally walks up the stairs out of the hole again.
Nim is shooting a radiant bolt at him.
He just
Elemin gets in the way of the radiant bolt.
Well, no, by all means. I did kind of explode you all.
Nim, you need to stop.
Thankfully,
Oh no,
thankfully there
Nim
is
is doing this for a very specific reason.
Elemin is still getting in the
What
way of the
happens
radiant
to
bolt.
the radiant
All
bolt?
Graham is seeing is him walking up to is seeing Raylo saying, "I'm here to apologize," and Nim attacking him.
Also,
Well-
Elemin, you were on the other side of the yard, so you would not be able to do that.
He holds up
No.
a piece of paper, and the spell turns into text on the page.
Okay, that's the real
Is it-
one.
I'm
He's
here
like,
to
"This is-"
apologize.
He's like, "This is mine now."
I've seen this one before, but thank you for your contribution.
I see. I noticed that the riddle we were fighting what wasn't consuming my name spells.
Well, Nim had specifically been avoiding casting spells on Raylel. Like the cantrip or the counter spell thing, that wasn't a spell being cast on Raylel.
Fair enough.
You
So that
underestimate
wouldn't
my
have
powers.
that would not have surprised Nim that Raylel was counterspelling it. It was when he saw that the other ability was, not
Okay.
effective.
When you saw my magic.
Yeah, Nim was avoiding casting spells because he knew that they would not work, at least on the real Raylel.
Okay. Then the things.
What?
Okay, fair enough. I see.
Well, it seems that my attempts have failed. What an unfortunate experiment.
Apologize anyways.
Yes. What am I apologizing?
In before Raylel becomes the BBEG just to get the party back together.
I mean, he didn't drop a meteor swarm at least. But this one is that one was also blatantly a dummy. Its max level spell was 7th.
The dummy was max level of a 7th level spell. Graham will just be, look, Raylel, you need to start working on a little bit, giving a little bit more permission.
No,
You
getting
need to
more
apologize
permission.
for.
Oh, don't worry. I just left to pick up this, and he holds up a spell scroll. I can't cast chaos normally, you see.
Oh, someone dipped. Oh, they're back.
And they're back.
Sorry, I'm back.
I can't cast chaos normally, so I left something to entertain you while I was gone. It looks like it got a little out of hand, though. Are you quite toasty?
You almost
Do you have something to say?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry for ripping off your head. Admittedly, if I'd been a little slower, and I should have at least tried to explain it to you while you were in a panicked state instead of assuming you'd refuse me.
And?
Sorry for throwing fire at you?
Trying to take me for study.
You're a planeswalker. That's really cool, though. And my planeswalker left me.
I
Nim is
wonder why.
starting to growl.
I don't think he necessarily tried to did he try? I don't think he tried to kidnap you. I think he was just like, hey,
He
you
tried
should
to
come with
buy
me.
you, and then Cray sort of sold you.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's more of a Cray thing than a
I
Raylel thing.
No.
think this
Listen, we already went over that Cray already explained to him that he signed an agreement to give him a being, specifically a dog, named...
we know this. We know this.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
You
Nim
do
is
found
okay
a
with.
loophole.
He has understood that. But
Legal trickery.
Raylel has also still stalked Nim and tried to take him.
I'm trying to observe you.
I don't think he's ever tried to actually kidnap Nim, though. Stalking, absolutely. That just makes him creepy. That's unwanted, but not necessarily.
I am not your property. I am no one's property.
Aren't you the ghouls?
No. They are
Graham
friends.
will be like,
friends are not property.
Ninja,
Graham will also be like, technically, I think he has more say over the Gruul than the Gruul have over him.
yeah, you're
Okay.
you're kind of a group representative at the moment. As much as the group can have representatives, if I be honest.
I don't understand. Well,
Graham understands, but he'll just be like, does anyone really understand anything that the Gruul do?
Honestly, no. They confuse me at times.
however, I do want to let you know. You're kind of exploding inside.
Huh?
And he points at Nim.
Well,
I don't
yes,
know where
I'm
you got
very-
that summoning. No. You are exploding.
I am very angry with you. Yes.
No. Inside. You're summoning without mana. That is... tricky, let's say. I don't know who gave you that, but I don't know what sort of being gave you that power, but I don't think they have the best intentions of you.
Elemin's gonna
You
look at
need
me.
to hurry up and get some pieces. Or you're going to, literally wring yourself out like a damn sponge.
You mean like
By
my
the way,
wife?
I've been examining you for a while.
That is not okay.
Wait, what was the last thing the Relo said?
That name's gonna get wrung out like a sponge.
No, the last thing.
I've been observing you for a while.
No,
okay.
he said he's been examining Nim.
Okay, so and then Nim said that is not okay.
Yes.
Nim, are you feeling all right?
Well, Digi, is he?
He's feeling frustrated at Rail, but other than that, he can't really tell anything different.
I'm just fine. I am just frustrated with him, angry, and I want him gone. Unless he's actually going to give a real apology and promise not to keep doing this stuff.
Oh, sure, I have the ski spell right here.
I mean,
Nim,
Nim, yeah.
use it.
I mean, Nim,
Or I could use it. Do I use a kiosk on myself? Or does Nim use it on me?
Grandma will just be like, "Look, you know what? We're gonna call Pluto. Pluto's real good at making contracts.
Are we just gonna?
He'll make something that's fair that doesn't screw Raylal's ability to protect the city.
Are we just going to be the whole ensemble here for all of a sudden? Like you actually call somebody else, and they're probably still coming here. Yeah,
there are wing flaps of Pegasus approaching.
Also, Graham is going to cast his one healing spell.
And Elena hops off. Holy fuck, guys, what the hell? No, that's not very ladylike. Yeah, Elena, calm the fuck down.
Things let's just say that things got out of control really quickly and leave it at that. I don't want any more conflict, please.
Oh my god.
Well, Graham is going to cast Prayer of Healing on the party. Do I just roll the healing once, or do I just roll it each time on each person?
Once, because Prayer of Healing takes a while. Is the trade-off, but it's a pretty solid heal.
Yeah, okay. It's not a heal over time, it's a one big heal at the end.
Yeah, it takes like 10 minutes to cast, and then it's just bam, big heal.
Okay.
Alright, everyone gets 19 health back.
Nice. I guess we gotta put it on it that it didn't actually go to us.
I think that's
that is correct.
Okay. I agree with bringing Pluto. Not fond of how he treated my boss, but I can respect his ability.
I suppose you and I...
Tanya takes out the gear and starts to call him. Yeah, it's a fucking party over here. Bring potato salad or something.
It better be good potato salad. I will be judging.
Alright, just bring potato salad.
I'll also need some onions, and Nim is just going to start listing off different ingredients.
You have a whole kitchen full of food.
Yeah, you can just do some shopping really quick. What do you mean, fuck off? What do you mean? Asshole!
Also, his kitchen supplies are running very low.
I'm surprised Nim hasn't hey, I'm just gonna need these things delivered to my house weekly.
Nim doesn't understand that kind of concept yet.
Let me just to begin laughing out loud.
Pluto has declined to go shopping and told Tanya to up herself.
I am glad that things are actually seem to be calming down right now.
Oh, I'm still not happy with you.
Nim,
Well,
I'm not going to ask that you do it now, but at least try to work on getting over it. Elemin has his things, his reasons. You have your reasons, but guess what? We're still a team, and we still got to work together.
We're
A
still
team
friends.
would back up their allies.
Didn't he? He healed your partner and hit rail.
Yes, and this wouldn't have happened in the first place if he just had actually decided, hey, maybe Nim's got a point.
Alright, so if I clubber you both, then do I win and get to choose?
No.
Damn.
sorry,
I hate these feeling things. Damn.
Sorry, my internet went haywire from when. What was Graham saying?
Graham?
Yeah, my internet was.
Graham was basically telling him that he needs to try to get even if he doesn't want to be your friend, he needs to get over it.
I'm willing. I am willing to bury the hatchet over this. If you're not, then I can't really do anything about that.
I can bury the hatchet, but if you wish for it to remain as it is, with the hatchet simply buried, I will no longer work with you, because I will not be able to trust you.
Nim?
I have spoken.
What is?
Fair
What?
enough, but
What is it? What?
just keep in mind that pretty
Name
sure everyone else trusts him, so that would be you opting to stay basically here.
Name. I'm going to give you one chance to explain yourself right here. What exactly is it that you want from me right now? What do you want me to do?
I wanted you to be a friend, and not just dismiss my concerns over working with someone that ripped my head off. I did not expect you to just start attacking Raylel, but you could have at least said that you'll take it to somebody that can do something about it, instead of just dismissing it like it doesn't matter. And that's what you did.
All right. I suppose you are correct in that regard. I was more worried about Margot at that moment. So I suppose I do owe you an apology in that regard. I'm sorry.
Like I said, as far as I was concerned, you both owe each other apologies, which is why I said that.
Yeah, I know. Nim owes me an apology as well. But I'm willing to apologize too.
I apologize for my actions in this.
What were your actions?
Getting to this heated point.
Mm-hmm.
Attempting to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I apologize for.
Very well.
Not the sincerest thing I ever heard, but it'll do. Elena's going to walk over and start wrapping a bandage around Tanya's muzzle.
That's funny.
Stay out of this.
Are you okay, Tanya? You actually
Also,
look pretty
would
damn
like to-
hurt.
Graham would like to be like, also, I would also like to mention that the clone of Raylel reflected physical damage.
Yeah, are you okay? You actually look a little bit beat up there.
I mean, hurt like a bitch, but I'll live.
And I suppose you're used to this.
I mean, nothing's hit me that hard all at once before, but I can take my knocks and keep walking.
Fair enough. That's commendable, I must say.
Grandma's gonna be like, look, I also think we need to decide on a leader. I would prefer it be it myself or Cray at the very least.
I'll be a leader. Elena muzzles her again.
So someone who you know everyone can go to at least settle disputes.
You know, honestly, as much as I could see Cray as leader material, I think this might be your call, Graham. Mostly because I sometimes I don't know I don't know whether Cray cares about the things that go on around him. He seems disinteresting at times when things are heated up.
My vote will be for Tarakona.
Tarakona's way too hot-headed for this, so.
Yeah, no. I veto that.
I mean, we can't veto it, but I'm just saying I at least personally, I don't feel that would be a wise decision.
Well, yeah, not veto. I refuse. I do not think that's a good idea.
So
Believe
far,
me,
he is the only one here that has actually gone to bat for an ally.
Nim,
Graham, I have seen you
literally
argue with
vouched.
Ray.
Yes, we have. But being just being a I'll do whatever you want isn't necessarily a good leader quality.
in fact, that's actually the worst leader quality you can have.
Look, yes, we all need to work together, but guess what? We can't always just blindly just charge into things just because someone was
when things don't go our way, we can't just answer with violence.
And again, if you didn't notice, I also said that Cray would still make a decent enough leader that I would accept it regardless.
I can accept it too. I just think there's something off about him.
Agreed, but again,
either way, this is a conversation that should be had with everyone present.
Yes, I'm just
Nim is
saying
sending
that
an invite to both Cray and Markov.
What was the original name you're gonna call me?
For some reason, I just was like, wait, is that actually Markov? I wasn't going to call you a different name. It was just like, wait a sec, is that the right name?
Oh.
He was probably like, was it Morath? Was it Morath or Markov? I've done that before, where I get the two of you confused.
Nice.
Not because you look the same, but just because your names are the same. There's a lot of people with very similar names in this campaign.
Yeah. So what was Raylos about to say?
Are you sure about that?
Nin, please listen to the crazy man at the moment. He is actually sounding sane for once.
Hang on.
I will do when he actually is promised.
Hang on, Raylail?
Yes.
What is happening? So is there like a power building up? Or is there a limit to how much he should be doing this?
Well, sort of. You see, I believe he's expending spiritual energy in place of mana for the summoning.
What do you mean by spiritual energy? What do you mean by spiritual energy?
He has an abundance of it, like twice as much as someone should normally have, but it's like getting scooped away every time he uses it. It's teaspoons, but I'm noticing a dip.
So it's
AKA, he's not tapping into mana like a normal person, and it's going to possibly kill him or affect him negatively at some point. Like, he has a limited number of these things if he doesn't tap into the mana.
Or at least has some external source to use as a battery. Like, I don't know what gave him this, but I think they're tricking him.
I don't think that Shenzi is tricking me.
Nim, I'm gonna
Did it
ask
call
you
itself
not to.
Shenzi? Also, who is Shenzi?
That is my wife. My best friend forever.
Alright. Now, did it call itself Shenzi? Are you sure it's Shenzi?
Well, no, it said that it was a gift left behind by Shenzi. Here, I'll summon it. And he sends the invite.
Nim, you gotta chill out with the invites a little bit.
The voice
don't want
appears
to
in your head. I'm back. Hello. So soon.
This guy is saying that that this isn't right. So
What? No, of course it's right. Everything's right.
can everybody else hear it?
They cannot.
Then Nim is going to open a telepathic link with everybody.
By the way, Cray initially refused the door, but he will take the link.
Well, no, the link can't go that far, but
Graham will Marten phone Cray and Markov if they don't come.
Okay.
Nim will. Well, no, Nim did not send the invite since they said not to. But he did send the invite to the Gift of Shenzi.
Okay. So Markov and Cray are not there even there. Fair enough.
Yeah, but they are in the call, so.
Well, it's a telepathic. It's Nim's own ability for telepathy.
Yeah, but
Can telepaths link with each other?
He can telepath it to the
Marten?
through the Martens.
So technically, the feat doesn't really say you can or can't. So I don't see why not.
I'll allow it. What? No, everything's fine. He's crazy. Arrest that man. Well, somebody?
Well, I want to know.
Raylo's going to narrow his eyes a bit. Why do you sound
Graham will
like
Graham will ask quote unquote his patron. He's like, do you know that one or whatever this Shenzi's gift or whatever it calls itself is?
Oddly enough, Snow's going to yawn. I don't understand, but looking at that thing is making me sleepy. Really sleepy.
Nim, do you know what a patron is?
Yes.
It's a website where people support their favorite creators.
Speaking of that, visit ZGF Gaming at patreon.com.
I couldn't resist.
That was a good one, Jaffer.
It was. Yes. We had to help out. Insert name of character here, because the name is escaping me at the moment. Anyways, player in the previous group, we had his patron. He was a warlock. His patron. We journeyed to the realm of his patron to break him free of the contract and Yeah, now he's here. Now he's free.
Well, that thing is basically like that. I also have one.
Are you sure?
They.
Rayla was gonna say something.
Okay, Raylel, what's your input here?
Are you a vortex? Vortexes don't talk. You're crazy.
A vortex? What do you mean by a vortex?
You're holding him, all right. You're holding a lot of things in you. Nim, did you have any traumatic experiences with vortexes?
What's a vortex?
It's a big spiral thing that sucks things in.
Graham
You
will
mean the
like kind
water?
of draw.
Yes, like a big spinning thing in water that pulls you in. Like big things, very strong.
Yes.
Actually, didn't
After I
didn't
went
you,
down into one, I woke up here.
Actually, yeah, didn't you mention feeling like you were drowning when you were thinking about death the first time you planeswalk in front of me?
I think that thing is training you.
Is what him?
Draining you. It's
All right.
draining him, I think.
Like eating his soul, draining him, or his
Well,
life force? What are we
when
talking
you
about
were
here?
when you were dealing with your mana, did you see anything inside the vortex?
It said it was me.
Ah, yes, that thing actively has you trapped. How was the you inside the vortex?
Very angry. I tried to make friends, but he wouldn't talk.
Yes. Right. Ah.
Shenzi's supposed to be here too, but I don't know where she is.
She's below you.
Duke.
Like, she's deeper in that thing. Yeah, that is a bad thing right there.
Parkour.
Marten video, sorry.
That was an amazing jump.
So what is Nim's
what do I do about it?
Well, you're going to have to remind yourself of what's important, and get yourself out of that vortex so it'll stop having power over you. After that, you're going to have to sleep for a very... well, maybe not sleep. You're going to be in a rest period for a while to get your spirit back. Or do something that is deeply fulfilling. Internal recovery things.
Oh, good.
Graham is gonna look at Raylo, see how much more cooperative he is when you do things the right way.
He's going to raise a hand. Hold. I'm interested so I can focus.
That actually makes sense.
And I've never seen a vortex like this before, but that is definitely a trauma leech.
A trauma leech?
Yes. Not very often seen, but when a person has a very traumatic experience, very impactful, like reshapes their life, impactful. It's like a blocker to your ability. It'll give you something bad, and like use that to wear you down before it like changes you, roots itself deeper in you.
Is that something capable of happening even on somebody as simple as Nim? And not simple as
It can happen to everyone if they have a sufficiently traumatic experience. Why, I
By the
believe
way,
that's exactly what's happening to Markov too.
I forgot what was going on, but like, with the phone call? Am I in a Marten
You
phone
know,
call right now?
you're hearing all of this.
Okay.
If you chose
Am
to,
I hearing all of this?
Yeah,
Yes, you are
he'd pick
also
up the Marten
hearing
phone
all
because
of this.
Okay.
he'd pick up the Marten phone because there's no problem with that, but he does not want to give up his progress a second time because this would be the second time he's been in this spot.
yeah. And Markov is also hearing this.
So it's my understanding that like his soul is rendered or something.
It's being chipped into.
Okay.
You know,
However, he also seems to have an extra amount.
You know, that's not something I ever could have figured out myself. Looking at Nim, he doesn't ever seem to exhibit any negative emotions except for the people that wrong him. But when somebody does wrong him, he does get excessively excessively attached to that.
Aggressive.
Sexually aggressive, yes. Maybe that actually makes sense. Maybe maybe I'm just looking too much into this that I don't understand. And this is not my area of expertise.
For now, I think we should just take it as Nim needs to.
Nim, you like cooking, yes? You're going to need to do a lot of cooking. What's the best cooking?
All kinds.
Nope. And the voice saying, you're fine, you're totally fine. In fact, summon more friends. This man is mad. You hate this man, right? You hate this.
He's
Like,
making steps to improve.
Graham, like, Nim, what Layla was saying, what's the most fulfilling kind of meal for you to make? What makes you the happiest to make?
There has to be something in specific.
No, literally anything.
Doesn't
I like to
necessarily
try
need to be
recipes.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a specific kind of food, but like, does it feel more fulfilling to make a lot of food? Does it feel more fulfilling to make just like really tasty food, like that kind of thing?
Really
Trying
tasty.
something new.
Is it better to cook lots for everyone, or is it better to cook special meals for friends?
Well, he likes to do both.
Yes, but they're asking what's more fulfilling to him.
Yeah, but like which action you like?
Literally,
what brings him
he
the most
likes.
joy?
It is just the simple act of cooking.
Then Graham will just be like, there you go. Then just spend a day cooking food. What we don't eat, we can donate to or sell or a number of things.
But Nim cooks every day. Are you sure? Are you sure that's going to be enough in this regard?
Well, if Nim likes cooking, then that's then just spending an actual entire day cooking, then should help with whatever this trauma worm is eaten.
I suppose he actually hasn't done an entire day of just cooking. That may actually be relaxing to him.
He hasn't cooked in a while, has he?
No.
You know, that's actually correct. He hasn't cooked in a while.
Sag, we used to end every session on a Nim dinner.
It's been like this for a while because we've been busy.
Well, Nim does still have a job where he cooks.
Yes, but the restaurant has been closed down for several days because of the ensemble and everything else.
So yeah, no, Nim hasn't been cooking like at all.
Oh God, he actually hasn't.
Raylel calling attention. Raylel of all people saying, Nim hasn't been cooking. Your soul is injured.
I feel you are broken.
Nim, I recommend you either pull yourself out of that vortex, or well, try to make a deal with it even while it's stuck in the vortex. Remind it of what's important. You're lost in fury, like all your friends have abandoned you. Like if you didn't have Tarakona, or Tanya, or whoever else.
Or you
Okay.
mean
You should be able to relate with your...
Prey's still his friend.
So you should be able to relate with your vortex self.
A lot of friends have left me. Or stabbed me in
Graham
the back.
Graham taking only slight offense as he's tried his hardest to, help Nim adjust and try to be friends with him, despite how difficult it was at times.
Yes.
Well, yes,
It
but you're
is.
still angry rabbit.
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking offense with that. Well, sometimes people cannot meet eye to eye, but it doesn't mean they can't be friends.
Right, so you're going to have to go back in your mind and sort things out with your angry self.
We're gonna need Eileen for this then, or anybody else that knows how to awaken mana.
Awaken mana? Ah, wonderful feat!
You know, it might be too early for that. We just began mending this whole thing.
Digi, is this your way of
so-
realizing that this is too powerful of an ability you gave me, and so you're taking it away?
No. Because, remember, you were in a
Almost said
vortex.
not quite.
You, yourself, the manifestation of you was in the vortex the whole time, and then this omniscient voice came out of nowhere, while your inner self was still screaming in rage inside the vortex. This was a blocker.
What were you gonna say, Jaffer?
because
No,
you're
it's okay.
because you're still gonna have it, but this time you have been shielded by Shenzi's spirit. She is still there, so there is a gift left behind. This thing just manipulated certain situations.
Ah.
Because obviously you were there. There's a vortex. That is obviously bad, but nothing was done about it.
Oh yeah,
Because
it's
you
going to go
remember
back.
that
gotta remember
killed
that.
you. So obviously it's gonna try to do that again.
Yeah, I almost forgot that's actually inside Nim's mind. But having a vortex inside your mind doesn't sound good.
Technically, I think it's only been a day.
Yeah, so that's why you're not feeling any effects yet. If this had gone on for like a week, you would have started like receiving exhaustion without any understanding why. But we've done so many sessions in one day.
And Nim has
That-
used
that's-
this ability a lot in one day.
Yes, which is why Raylel sees it. Is like, hey, your soul's cracking. Also, you have a lot more soul than most people do. What's up with that? What's up?
That's Shensia, probably.
So yes, it was just sort of an alignment of the stars because also Raylel is this time for real trying to apologize.
And he's also interested in this.
This is also very interesting to him, yes. Like I said, an alignment of the stars.
Yeah, actually, this was the perfect situation. I love this. This is actually very cool.
I also like that Nim was like, yeah, no, Graham's still not a friend. He got me an apology from, Raylo. But, yeah, no, still not a friend. Graham's just like, ugh, okay, whatever.
Enemy gonna shrug. If we're not friends to him, we can't do anything about that, I suppose.
Nim still considers Graham a friend. Elemin is going to take some work to get back to being friends.
Ray's still a friend, right?
Yes, Cray is a friend. Everyone else in the party is a friend. Though Tarakona was rocky at the start, but now he's definitely very firmly in friend.
Yay.
Yay!
Also, it's not. Was it Elena? Yeah, Elena.
Yeah.
Graham will go up to her and be like, "So, since it seems theoretically possible to be part of the ensemble, he's not going to be in the call or whatever at this point. He's going to be like, as this it seems apparently that you can still be part of a guild while in the ensemble."
Yes, you just have to want for a big change and agree to do what must be done to fight the Seekers, even if it means going behind your guild. If they won't support you, you'll just have to do what you believe is best.
I've already kind of been doing that.
Yes, but we won't force the issue.
I am a little interested in this a bit.
Well, we all have our own situations.
I might want to talk to someone about this more later.
Well, you know where I am, or if you wish to speak with others.
I guess I wouldn't. I guess it's more of a. I wouldn't even know where to begin with this. Graham only slightly has ulterior motives.
Yes.
he again, as much as he hates to admit it, he's still an Orzhov, and he's still like, I'm pretty sure that I can get some benefits out of this if I join them. Because I'm already basically doing whatever I feel needs to be done anyways.
Yeah. Yes. There are some things in the Secrets that I don't agree with. And I have varying amounts of complaints about the other members. These petty things such as I find Tanya crass to I find Retta's behavior abhorrent.
Yeah.
Eileen I don't really have any complaints about. She just seems difficult to approach on a meaningful level.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, she's afraid of what she is and is basically a reanimated dead person. I would imagine that's a lot to go through.
You're right. I'd like to bridge the gap, but I'm not sure where to begin.
It is a good question. But also, thank you for coming. This did not turn out nearly as terrible as I thought it was going to. Mostly because I didn't realize this was a cloned Raylel and that he wasn't going to drop, like, a block-wide fireball on us.
Yes.
I wonder when is it that he switched with the clone, or was it always a clone this whole time?
What was he doing here? I mean, truly, what was he doing?
There's this ghost ham. It's a long story, but basically ghost ham, potential destruction of this entire like neighborhood, possible destruction of utilities of this throughout the city. No, it was something that needed done that none of us really had the expertise to handle.
Oh my god.
It was something that needed to be taken care of. We kind of had Nim trying to prevent it from happening, because he has a little bit of he has been having a little bit of a vendetta against Raylo for good reasons.
I see.
I mean,
Graham will be like, "Hi, Elemin. How long have you been standing there?"
Oh, Element, hello.
I've
I believe this is the third time we've met.
been here this whole time.
No, Grant walked off to talk to Elena.
I walked towards you because I didn't want to be there anymore.
That's why he was asking. It's like, what part of this conversation did you show up at?
When you began talking about the ghost hand.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't worry, I didn't hear anything else.
Apparently, there was 2 trees in ghost hams, and if they touched, they would have exploded several miles of city. So yeah, that's kind of what things were. That's the kind of things we were dealing with, and yeah, no, I was expecting things to be far worse than what they were. But so thank you for coming. I realize that as an important person and running a clinic, you are probably busy, but
I have trained staff. I just like being hands-on to make sure things are going well.
To be fair, honestly, I do believe most of us do need some medical attention at the moment. We were singed at the very least.
Of course.
Actually, I think Silver needs it the most. He got knocked out by that fire blast originally.
Right. Hold on.
oh, also, Graham will he's gonna have to tell he's gonna send a message to Cray and Markov and be like, and Tarakona be like, Tarakona's here, but he'll be like, we kind of I kind of feel like we need to like name a party leader to like at least if for no other that serves no other purpose than to like basically settle disputes. So we can mitigate some of the infighting.
As Elena passes out healing.
Oh my.
She's very good at what she does. With a mass cure wounds.
Nice.
Well, I'm ready to go in and do this thing to do the stuff and figure this out.
Also, Graham will look at Raylo. As I'm not sure if this he'll also like look at Nim. Nim, I'm not sure if this is possible or if we can, but if you feel like you need help with the vortex thing in your head, I'm sure we can maybe find out some way to help you if you think you can't handle it yourself.
That's okay. I've got Tarakona.
What? Hold on.
And Silver.
Ouch. That is really that is a really low blow.
Maybe Cray and Markov if they come by. Graham, you can come too.
Elena's gonna give him a look.
Graham
No,
will.
sometimes you have to be the bigger man.
Or Wolf.
Yeah, I
Or
really
that.
don't want to be a man. You guys all seem to have they all seem to have a lot of nonsense going on, you humans and two-leggers and everybody else.
Who you calling
Wasn't Shenzi a
two-legger?
two-legger?
What?
Wasn't Shenzi a two-legger?
She was different though.
Be nice now.
It's okay. If Nim doesn't want to see me, so to him. I'll still try to be friendly with him, but I can't do anything else right now.
That's fine, Elemin.
This is
We'll get
nothing
this all
against
worked out
you.
eventually.
Out of character. That's nothing. You know. That is
I
just
know.
Nim does not trust Element at the moment.
I know.
That's why-
Elemin doesn't understand. Elemin understand that, but doesn't understand exactly why.
Well, I think at this point, Elemin doesn't necessarily fully trust Nim either.
Yeah, that's kind of the case too.
Graham doesn't even fully trust Nim. Not that he thinks Nim is trying to do things on purpose, but that Nim seems to kind of accidentally like bumblefuck his way into almost destroying or harming people without realizing it, because he's just like happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, yeah. That was something that Elemin was thinking too. It's okay. Well, I suppose that's it. Although if you were to call for me, I will answer you. I will answer your call.
I could not call for you at this time.
That's fair.
That's a question. Do they specifically have to like acknowledge Nim as a friend? Like, it doesn't have to be a mutual thing, or does Nim just have to think of them as a friend?
They have to be mutual.
Ah.
Because as much as Beppo was confused and concerned, he did try to attack someone for Nim with a shovel.
And Nim, it's basically Nim asks if they want to be friends, and they say yes. Great, he can summon them.
Yes.
But in this situation, Nim does not consider Element a friend. He's a bit iffy on Graham as well, to be honest.
Huh?
He's a bit iffy on Graham. You at least didn't do anything against him, but you also didn't do anything for him in that fight and stuff.
He was literally about to smite the shit out of goddamn Raylel. He just died before he.
But Nim did not see that.
Yes, he's seen Graham fight before. He knows that Graham sets people up by cursing them, and he double cursed Raylel. Double cursed Nim.
Elemin also attacked Raylo.
Don't worry, Raylel can just fight the party again.
I guess he can.
I'll pass on. I'll pass on that. Thank you.
So you still don't want to back me up? I knew it. I'm kidding.
I'll attack this party until they're all best friends, because that's how friendship works.
I mean, it works very well for Nim.
Friendship is just hating everyone else more.
After all, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. right, so let's get this deep dive into Nim's head going.
Actually, we're a little over time.
Yeah, but Graham won't be here next week.
Fuck, you're right. Well, it's a
Like I
good
said,
thing I don't have
I-
plans tomorrow.
Like I said, if anyone, I mean, as long as everyone else can keep going, I mean, I can.
All right. Can everyone, in fact, keep going?
Yes.
Okay.
Not really on Jaffa's end.
Oh,
I'd love to, but unfortunately, I don't think I really can.
I see.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You are free to keep going without Tarakona, though, if you'd like.
Nim likes Tarakona a lot, though.
Yeah, Tarakona would be on the top of Nim's list for summoning, but I think Nim could. I think it would be okay to, if everybody wants to keep going with, because I would like to have Graham there. I don't feel like
Sure.
Graham gets enough time in the group,
He does not.
so
Which is why he gets a lot of spotlight during the main sessions.
yeah.
Well,
I
I'll bow out,
appreciate
especially
it.
since the last session was almost exclusively about Tarakona. I'll back out. So I have other things to do anyway. So I will catch you guys later.
Goodbye, Tarakona. We'll miss you.
Take
Later,
it
Jaffer.
easy.
There, Jaffer.
Later.
Later.
Bye, Jeffy.
Bye.
So wait, were we continuing with that, Jaffer?
And a
Yes.
random rock,
Okay,
a
okay.
random rock cracks Tarakona in the head and knocks him unconscious.
No, Rayla just like reaches through him accidentally and he falls over and said like, whoops, I didn't need that. How do I put consciousness back?
I hope
Oh,
he
well.
doesn't do that because Nim's gonna be very angry at Raylel if he accidentally did that.
Yes.
Graham would also have to be very angry.
Even though he renounced himself in the Celestia.
No, just because of the conversation about like him like being more careful about when he's doing things and to who. That they just got over, that they just finished talking. That Graham tried to use the moment of his of Nim being amused to like really cement it in there. But see, look how much more cooperative he is with you whenever you do things the right way.
Oops. How do I put consciousness back?
Tanya just like like playfully slugs him in the arm and it just sends him like 5 blocks through like.
Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Hold on, I'll get him.
So where are we right now? I got a little lost.
Well, you're getting ready to dive back into your head, but you need someone of the right attributes to release some mana. Thankfully, Tanya's right there.
I mean, Nim still has his white mana shard.
Yes.
Did I thought so? Oh, that's right. No, Lena didn't end up taking that.
She did not. Also Eileen.
Yes, Eileen. That's what I meant.
Alright, Nim, you ready to
Actually,
go back and face your
can
potential?
Graham sense the white mana?
I mean, it's technically inside of a pocket dimension, so that's up to. I guess that would be a question. I'm
I mean,
throwing
they
that out there as a consideration for whether you can or not.
I mean, they did I mean, Graham's mana sensitivity might not be enough to track it through the pocket dimension, but I do know that they themselves tracked Felix, and he also had it in a bag of holding, which Graham now owns. Graham kept. He kept Felix's bag of holding. He's like, this is mine now.
Yes. You have not trained it yet, but you're pretty sure that those two are really looking at Nim. But he's not using it, so it's probably fine.
But he's gonna figure out how to use it.
Also, what
You're
color
gonna need to use
mana
it.
is what color mana is Nim?
We never established that.
I still want to say that the Gruul probably still works because it's red and green, which is kind of just like, aggressive in nature, basically.
Yes. It's life and cooking. It's
Life and cooking, honestly, that works perfectly for him.
it's green and red. It's life and it's living things and cooking. It's
That would actually bring up another point. What happens if someone tries to use a mana they're not attuned to?
It's not great. Nim has successfully connected with the white mana before. It felt uncomfortable.
I'm not really certain what Nim would really do or use for what he's really connected to.
Well, you can choose to.
Well,
So
yeah,
given
but
everything I know about Nim, like the red and green, they do seem to basically fit him as far as like, because usually red is like tends to like anyone with red tends to be kind of fairly aggressive / passionate, and green is like basically just nature itself.
but
And they kind of seem to fit Nim to a T.
now here's a question. He's technically got 2 souls inside of him. So would he also be able to tap into the stuff that Shenzi could?
Possibly.
It'll
Or
take
maybe
some
or maybe
digging,
like
but
maybe because she's not like necessarily completely there in like full consciousness, maybe he'd only be able to tap into like one of them instead of both.
Probably kind of weakly.
Well, I
that
know she would
is a
definitely...
secret.
She definitely would be tied to black. Necromancy was
Almost
her whole
certainly.
thing. For the other
Actually,
one...
she might have just been a pure black for all we.
Well, no, because she also, like, part of why Nim wants to make friends with everybody is something that I have brought from her personality into this version, I guess you could say, of Nim. Is the just the simple, I want to make friends with everyone.
That maybe white.
And for
Because that's more of like, like peaceful. That's more of like, like the peaceful or life, or just like life in general.
So black and white.
granted, as part
Possibly.
of her wanting to do friends with everybody, it was friends to the grave and beyond.
See, that would probably discount the white mana thing.
Well, no, because
Depending
she
on
wants
how
to be
aggressive
friends. It's not like
Depending on
she's
how
going...
aggressive she was. Go ahead.
It's not like she's going out and killing anybody to raise them back up to be friends. It's just, oh, you died. Well, we can't have that, so bring you back. Yay, we're still friends.
I mean, yeah, I think a twisted combination of black and white sounds like a good idea. It's like a good combination for Chelsea.
Because the Orzhov bring people back from the dead all the time. Maybe not for friendship, but close enough.
Shenzi was also her own variety of crazy, where, she didn't understand the difference between Between her friend being
Living and
alive
dead?
and undead.
Ah, fair.
Like, the whole plan was definitely where if Nim ever died, she would bring him back as a zombie or something and still be best friends forever. Emphasis on the best friends forever part. You know, the forever.
Oh my.
Her dream was to become a lich, to feed the souls of her friends for all eternity.
The kindness of liches.
The kindness of liches.
But yeah, like I said, I would say maybe Nim would be able to tap into. I would say maybe white, since that seems to be the most prevalent trait that he seems to have gained
That-
from her.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So I could kind of see him being able to like tap into that to a lesser extent.
Probably why he was even able to handle the white mana.
Yes.
But that also combined with his past of being a
Paladin.
Paladin.
He was a paladin.
Yeah, but again, like there's not like necessarily like what you are doesn't necessarily dictate like what you would connect with.
Yeah, for the Paladin side, probably green. Because he's very much about nature. Very much about that stuff.
Yeah. I said, whenever I think of Nim, I think of like kind of just very kind of like aggressive and like / passionate about like literally everything, and like very much about nature, and that's why I was like, yeah, no, red green is very much Nim.
Yeah.
It's just a general rule of thumb.
Yeah, I think I agree.
But yes, Graham will be like, okay, so since Nim's going in and he seems to be actually Nim just walked into the. He was just gonna go do some cooking. As far as anyone is concerned, he wasn't like, I'm gonna go into my brain now.
Yes.
Unless he does say that, then Graham will be like, okay, well, I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, like did we ever like enter the call? The name set back Chancy's memory or something? I don't.
No, I think she's still there. Or the thing the vortex.
Yeah.
I'm not
She's
about
just really deep. She's just really deep in the vortex, which means that he will have to save Shenzi at some point.
And he will happily do so. So they can be best friends forever. Once more.
They'll be best friends forever as one soul.
Well, no, still two souls, just one body. Until he, figures out how to make a golem and stuff her inside that.
Oh boy. Just what she would have wanted.
That seems like it would possibly fall into the Graham realm of like, I'm gonna remove this soul so we can stuff it into something else. As Graham has mentioned, that's kind of one of the things. Like they don't usually stuff it into something else, but his family is known to remove other people's souls for temporary or prolonged services.
Anyways, we are very much off track. How about we get back on track?
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
So, how is Nim going into his head?
Well, you'll need a secluded place and
mana. But again,
a
no
lot
one
of
followed
mana.
you. Like, you weren't like, I'm gonna go into my head now. I think everyone's just like, you just went into like, okay, I'm gonna go deal with my with the issues of my soul being weakened.
Nim is going to planeswalk into his head.
I don't think it works like that. Nim's head is not a plane of existence.
Or is it?
It might exist on another realm plane of existence, but it in itself is not one.
I'm thinking,
Well, I've
I mean,
got
you have-
this mana piece if we need it.
if you'd like to roll those dice from before, Nim.
No, I do not want to risk that. That was 100% a joke, and I am not going to risk Nim dying because of that. Now, if there's no chance of him dying...
You know there's a chance. Did you make that explicit last time you did it, huh?
I know, that's what... I'm just throwing that out there. You know, maybe we should all still stay connected. That might make it easier to do this. Also, we need to bring Markov and Craig.
What are you doing?
Yes.
Like, if we do that, we should make sure Markov and Cray are somewhere where they're not just gonna like pass out, flump onto the floor, and get ran over by a cart. So let's give them a little bit of a heads up about what you're about to try to do.
No, for Cray, it would be he flops over into the sewer water and drowns in it.
But Graham doesn't know. Graham doesn't know that. Graham, no one knows where the hell Cray is.
Oh no!
Because
I feel like
Nim,
he can like find a ledge or something.
Not if he just like, not if Nim just like suddenly just pulls you into his brain through like this mana connection without really any warning. It's just gonna be like flump as your consciousness is stuck inside of his. Graham will also like look at Elena and is Eileen here too? Like who all came here from the ensemble?
Pluto is on his way, supposedly. Elena is here, and Tanya is here.
Right. Graham will be like, Elena, keep an eye on us while we're doing this, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to be conscious if we can actually get into Nim's head to help him.
Are you literally trying to enter other people's mass spaces?
I'm not sure. I don't know how this works. I would feel better if we talked to Eileen, since she seems to kind of be the expert. But again, if Nim needs help, we can try to help him.
Well, I'm not going to be there. I'll make sure to watch over you guys if you guys are going to be unconscious.
If we start dying or something, I don't really know what you could do.
Well, I've already bought those diamonds, so
Would
it'll be fine.
Would that work if we do what we're thinking about possibly doing to save Nim's soul?
I don't know.
I will appreciate the effort regardless. If I die, don't let my family get my body, please.
I will take it back to the Selesnya and have it very protected.
I would appreciate that.
So wait, if we die in the dream, we die in real life?
She doesn't know what's gonna happen.
Graham is just making preparations for the worst.
Nim is doing a Nim thing where death is very possible. Like most of his plans.
He's right.
Elemin, you may come.
Huh?
But I will be watching you.
Okay.
Nim's brain?
I immediately regret this decision.
I would like to know where Cray is with his limited time to get somewhere that's not like where he's not gonna be at a risk of drowning in sewer water.
I assume there's like literal sewer walkways. I assume it's not just, oh hey, I'm in the sewer. I need to trudge through all this shit.
I don't know. I don't know. Did she? How are these sewers designed?
We've been in the sewers before.
I imagine
These Golgari sewers are actually quite nice, considering sewers.
Also, you're still going to be laying on on a sewer wall and on a sewer floor. Still not great.
It's not great, but like
better than water.
At least you're not drowning in the sewer sludge.
It's about as bad as literally walking through it. So I think I'm fine. Personally, I think I'm fine.
As Cray returns to his body, and somebody apparently dumped some shit down a pipe and it landed right on him.
Oh, I feel like Cray would have enough awareness to not sit down directly in front of one of the pipelines down.
There was a quote unquote high tide and like the sewer water raised like 5
no.
Why do you guys keep going for this? Let's just keep going.
Because it's funny.
They just want me to be a shitbird.
Gaffer?
I mean,
Gaffer?
Yeah. It turns out we played so long that I can't go to the shops anymore. So.
Oh, I'm
shit.
sorry.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
No.
Well, at least you get to be here for going into Nim's brain.
Sorry, man.
No, it's not the end of the world. Like, it's not as if the shops are never going to be open again, so... It was going to be just grocery shopping, so nothing important.
Wonderful. Then everyone's here.
Everybody's here!
Dun, 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 dun,
To
dun, dun, dun,
Nim's mind we go.
Graham will look at Elena and be like, "Can you contact Eileen and can ask her if this is a terrible idea?" Or not? I would really love to know.
Wait, we're doing it live. And Nim drags everybody into his brain.
Markov takes one final sip of his
The real
coffee.
question is, how is he accomplishing this?
Oh, it's very simple. We start off with da 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 da.
So I was figuring, like, it probably
what you gotta do is you gotta do a little dance, and then just sing "Blue Skidoo, we can too."
Oh, I see what you did there.
But Nim's not a dog. I've seen Nim going around going pow 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 pow.
What is a dog but a degenerate wolf? But yeah, I was figuring it would take like Eileen or something like that to actually make that happen. That's why I was like, can we maybe talk to her and figure out if this is a terrible idea or not.
oh, this is a terribly dangerous idea, but it's so interesting, isn't it?
So wait, we're going in here to fix his soul or whatever, so he's not miserable?
No, there's something literally eating his soul.
Well,
shit.
technically, it's something that gave him a detrimental power. That has tricked him into using it. Thankfully, we caught it in its early stages, but he has used it a lot, so there's some cracks and missing pieces. It'll recover in time, but we're really going to have to do something about that.
Graham is going to be like, I know I'm going to regret asking this, but Raylel, how dangerous are these things usually?
Well, Normally, one would confront them and overcome their metaphysical concept. However, I suppose we could just throw hands and just overcome it the brute force method. Granted, you're fighting mana inside its own realm.
This
So
sounds like a terrible idea. I have reservations about this.
But if you can overcome it, you won't have to do any of that psychological analysis bullshit.
Well,
Hmm.
then all we need to do is reason with it. This seems perfectly acceptable.
Well, it's a blogger that wishes for his death based on a traumatic incident. We would need Nim to tell us how he died, the Force, details about the event.
Last I heard that it was like a whirlpool and they dragged him in a ship under.
I can answer.
At this point,
Yeah.
I'd like Moriarty to spawn in with SV cheats and then extrapolate the backstory.
Actually,
but Graham would be
Moriarty
like-
would know it.
He
But Graham
would!
will be like, outside of
Yeah.
that, I don't know any further details. So yeah, Nim, would
It's
you like to share?
You know what?
Is Moriarty?
I actually like
Is
the
Moriarty-
idea of Moriarty showing up just to do this.
Is Moriarty still in Africa? Because we did summon him at the first 2 sessions of the game. But he did show up in the first 2 sessions.
He's technically... I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't still be here.
I mean, if he... That would make him a fucking planeswalker too, because he's here the exact same way Nim is. Either that or Nim planeswalked him.
Well,
Which-
no,
no,
Nim
he
would
can't do
not...
that.
Yeah, Nim would not have been able to do that, otherwise Shenzi would be here.
Also,
you're right, yeah.
also, he already was in 2 different worlds. So yeah, no, it makes sense that he might be a planeswalker.
Yes,
also the
Moriarty
fact
is a planeswalker, it's canon!
I mean, Nim already... When Moriarty showed up, Nim did recognize him and stuff, so... There you go.
So wait, hold on,
If
do we all
Digi's
enter...
okay with this.
Do we enter Nim's
Sure.
brain? Okay, here's what I'm picturing. We start to enter Nim's brain, and it looks like we're, flying down this tunnel of, a cerebral cortex, and then just Moriarty, walks in front of all of us, in a world.
Fuck.
He's just the narrator for the
The
Nim
Twilight
zone.
Zone. Shows the door.
In a world.
So if we are actually throwing Moriarty into this, how does he show up?
How is he showing up?
It depends on if Nim wants to try to. If Nim's like, hey, yeah, let me tell you about my traumatic experience.
He could literally step in,
Let me do it in
move-
song, and then he pulls back a curtain, and Moriarty's there.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
you know what you've done now, don't you? You've now made it so now you have to sing the back. You have to sing the backstory.
Yeah,
Yep.
give me 1 second. I'm already tapping it up.
Oh wow.
And
This is gonna be.
Nim is going to be like, I've got a better idea. I got a friend here that can tell ya.
Huh?
And
What do you mean?
He's sending an invite to Moriarty.
Ah, yes.
Nim, didn't we establish that you shouldn't be doing that again?
Oh yeah.
a bit
Oops.
late.
Don't worry, it'll be worth it. Why can't
As
I
long
feel
as
my
this-
pause?
As long as this is the last time.
Nim's body goes limp and he ragdolls to the ground. Oh, I can't feel my body. This is still gonna totally be worth it, though. Just watch.
All right, I'm almost done. All right, so Moriarty McCann, the Fox Bard, walks on through the door, curiously looking around, like, "Oh, hello. What's all this then? How you doing, Nim?"
I'm all right. Kinda,
What?
I think.
Well, oh, sorry, I had some whiskey. What was that door? That's not a dimension door. I know a dimension door. That's not a dimension door.
Oh, I could summon people. I could summon friends.
With a door. Okay. That's, you know what? I'm glad you consider me a friend still after all the times you put my tail.
Well, yeah, but
You know,
you're
I
still
feel
a
like I've
friend.
seen you.
Also, look, I got my arm fixed. And he, like, lets his arm droop. And then moves it back up.
Well, great.
You know, I feel like I've. You know, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before.
He looks at Elemin. He sweats a little. Never seen you before in my life, anyways.
Raylel's leaning closer.
Anyways.
You're fascinating.
Oh yeah,
what
so
can I-
Raylel, you wanted a planeswalker, so I think this guy is one, kind of, maybe. So here, you can have him.
I'm sorry, I'm what? Hold on, what?
Interesting.
What a good friend Nim is.
That
the
was
heck?
not actually something that happened. No.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I
was
had to
about
make the
be
joke.
ready to call you out.
That one was a
All right, well-
complete joke. So
All right,
basically,
well,
they need to know how we died.
Well, first off, I'm not dead.
Well, yeah, neither am I, but you know how we woke up here, and what happened before
Oh!
Had you,
that.
I could do
had
that.
you almost died?
Is there a reason you don't want to tell them yourself?
Well, you're the better storyteller.
Grandma was like, yeah, he implied that you'd make it very much worth the small bit of his soul that just got eaten.
Oh, what? So what?
Long story.
All right.
You sure
I
you're okay?
won't
You're
ask.
coughing a lot.
Yeah, just throat's burning a little bit from the whiskey that I mentioned earlier.
Oh, okay, okay.
I also, like, out of character, have like a minor cough that won't go away. I don't know what it is, but I'm fine.
I've
That's
got
why I've
one
been
too.
muted most of this time.
Fair. Are you sure? Are you sure you're in a good position to sing right now? You don't have to force yourself.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
It's also a short song because it's like, you know, I can't write a whole song about this on the spot.
But you did your best.
I did
You're
my
awesome.
best.
That's pretty awesome.
All right. Well, a long time ago, or really, I don't know how long ago it was, because time is relevant, especially in this situation, in this case, where I'm pretty sure we weren't even in this place before. We found ourselves questing down in a dungeon. So a long time ago, in a dungeon down below, we were fighting all the cults that darkness does know.
Joke.
But in a treacherous whirlpool trench, we in the water then got drenched, and we were separated from all their woes. We never really knew what happened through and through, but we can say that we're now both here today. And with that story in mind, we can go wherever we can find to try and make our way back home again.
Nice. Well, I have been thoroughly educated. And yet...
Basically, they're a bunch of cults trying to summon whatever. And we were fighting them. And literally just a whirlpool out of nowhere in this water sort of temple we were in. Oh, thank you. Who the hell's doing that?
Shimei paid for that to be played for you. We've got our own applause sound effects, but he paid for that just for you.
Thank you. You can't see it, but I'm bowing right now.
You know, I just kind of imagine that Relo just summoned a bunch of hands to clap.
Yeah.
In the real scenario.
10,000 mage hands clapping.
The weird thing I learned about Mage Hand is it's not really a hand, it's more like an orb. It's when you get the Trickster's Mage Hand that it actually gets grabby bits. Though that's been said, I'm pretty sure orbs could probably still clap.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what the Newton's Cradle thing does.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that was worth it.
Right. Where am I now?
You're in
Don't worry.
Ravnica.
And he waves a paw, and Moriarty gets sent back.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
Just imagine like the door just kind of like jumps up and like eats him, or it disappears.
And back to the bar he goes, and he already knew he was in Ravnica because he already was in Ravnica. He's just like at a bar now instead of at Kratos.
So
y'all are still at Kratos, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So are we ready to fight the metaphysical vortex of death that wiped out everyone?
Nim, are you sure you don't want to go with the resolving your psychological issues way on this?
What psychological issues?
The trauma involved with a bunch of your friends and yourself and your wife dying?
Moriarty is still alive?
What?
Yeah, he's just back to the bar.
But everybody else.
That part we don't know.
Shenzi's inside me.
Yeah, but we established that you haven't actually made contact with her. She's still lost in there somewhere.
I guess we could try that.
Like I said, if you can't figure it out, then call us. We'll all come to help you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what friends and teammates do.
You're all coming in with me. That was the plan.
Yes.
Now, get inside me.
That sounds very wrong, Nim.
Tanya calls from the background, make sure you take turns.
Dear Lord.
Stop it, no.
Graham is actually he's gonna try to resist the laugh, but he's just gonna like
You're also talking
Please,
to
no,
somebody.
don't give me that mental image.
You're also talking about somebody who went around town asking people to help him Christian his consummate his marriage.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's what
Interesting.
happened when Shenzi and Nim got married, because they didn't really understand. They just thought it was best friends forever. One of the other party members asked us if we had consummated the marriage. Their wedding feast got interrupted by a cake golem, so they thought, oh, we need to have a feast. So they started going around asking people you can't have a feast without a bunch of people, you know?
So that's where Nim's obsession with cooking comes from.
Oh no, his obsession with cooking was before that.
Oh, fair enough.
I remember one time when you poisoned poor
Have you been around that
I forget
long?
what the seal's name was, but I remember when you
Tato.
accidentally poisoned him with Tato. You accidentally poisoned Tato with eels.
No, it was leeches. They were prepared as
leeches.
sausages. It is not his fault that they decided to take the leeches that he caught to turn into sausages, and they used them to suck out infected blood from Tato's leg.
You know, I also remember that too.
It was not
Interesting.
Nim's fault.
No, it was not. But you still basically they basically poisoned your food, which inadvertently made you poison him without knowing it. So ultimately, they were the ones who poisoned him, but still.
It was more than just him, but he was the one that he rolled a nat 1 on the saving throw, so.
Alright, here we go into Nim's brain space.
Get inside
Which is
me.
apparently...
Stop saying it like that, please. Okay, how are we actually going to do this? Are we just supposed to just knock ourselves out?
No, I think Tanya would be happy to help.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure we'd either need Eileen or Raylel to help make this happen.
I don't trust Raylel just yet. He hasn't made his promise yet.
I have the Geos spell. I just don't know what you want me to promise.
That's why we got Pluto coming.
Yeah, so we can. You're right. I should bring Eileen here. And he sends an invite.
No.
Nim, please, your soul.
You're the ones that keep telling him how he needs to do all these things.
We
They're already on their way, Nim. You just gotta wait for them to get here.
Eileen accepts the invite.
Learn
Hello?
some patience, please.
I'm needed for a very experimental situation.
Imagine the note. I imagine that the note that was sent to Eileen is basically, I need your help to get my friends inside me.
It's like, help! I need friends inside me.
She will respond, but look supremely confused.
Those invites are very confusing when you send them and you're wanting something complex from your friend, right? Like
she's gonna raise a hand and say, "I will remind you, I am an undead." I will remind you. And a construct. So, I'm not quite sure what you're expecting of me.
Graham will go through the process of explaining what's going on and what they're trying to do.
And Elemin is gonna help with that.
She doesn't have a face, but you can almost feel her expression. Now, Nim, are you quite sure that you want to...
I was kind of hoping this would be a last resort thing for Nim if he couldn't deal with this, but...
Yes, no, truly, you just need to go inside your mind and find some way to bring that angry version of you out of the vortex. Perhaps by reasoning with him that he could perhaps accept new friends and leave the old ones
Well, then, that just means I need to have the new friends there for him to see.
Well, if you bring the others in, they are not going to be... they won't have the protections that you do. Such as you are the host body, so the vortex can't attack you directly. They are foreign substances.
This is sounding like a worse and worse idea as the smart people talking to him.
I'll have you know, Nim is very intelligent.
Yes, but these people are even more so. Especially when it comes to experimental magic.
At least in this subject.
Yes.
Rayla, nonsense. Who wants to deal with that philosophy bullshit? Brute force all the way. Let's go, Rayla.
Also, how is Raylel not like freaking out that Eileen is here?
Well,
I mean, because his attention is on this magic.
Okay,
Well,
he's just literally consumed by by his muse Nim.
Raylo is usually he's either spazzing out or he's tunnel visioning on something.
Woohoo!
okay. Well, I guess since it's gonna be dangerous, they can, I mean, they already had a choice on whether they come with or not.
Nim, how about you go in there, you try to do it. If you really can't, if you can't find a way to do it, because this is going to basically kill you if we let it go too long, then we'll all jump into your head and fight the magical entity that is within you.
But
Yeah,
how will
bring
you
me
jump
along.
in?
We have Eileen and Raylel for that. I'm sure they have a way to make this happen.
So why not just do it from the start?
Because we're going to be very vulnerable, and we might not necessarily have all the powers that we have in real life in that mana space, because we might be disconnected from our own forms of mana. We might, for all we know, I might not be able to even cast magic. Who knows what effects being in your head can have?
This is something I don't think anybody has ever tried in Ravnica. Well, as far as I know, at least. I'm not an expert in magic.
It's a
And
new field.
Actually, this happened with Moriarty once.
Yes.
and honestly, as much as I hate to say it, this is basically fighting your own inner demons. It's something you
Like I
need to
said,
do yourself. But
just-
we are here to back you up,
Yeah.
regardless.
Try, like I said, just give it a try yourself. You kind of have an idea of what to do. If it doesn't work, then we'll be there for you. But
All
There's
right,
a
no
knock at
need.
the door.
Get killed, and we're good.
There's a knock at the door.
Eileen just said that the vortex can attack you. You won't die from that, at least.
Yeah, if we're the only ones who could possibly die if we go into your head, which is why it's a little bit better for you to try whenever you don't have to fight the vortex.
Nim's running
Tanya
over
goes
to the
to
door.
get the door. Oh,
Graham will be like, I'll actually wait. No, none of us can actually get inside the house. I don't think, except for Nim.
Yeah, he's the only one with access to open
Yeah,
and stuff.
so they'd have to jump over the fence to the
Well,
back door.
Other than, well, no, I assumed we had moved into the house at this point.
Oh, okay. So Nim let everyone in then.
Yeah.
there's
Graham will-
Pluto. He has a bucket of potato salad.
Oh, excellent!
Graham will also
decided to acquire this.
Graham will also explain to Pluto what they need from him for the Gios thing for Raylel.
So you want me to make a compelling Gios that will keep Raylel in line.
But not necessarily stop him from doing, his job and, preventing people from blowing up several miles of the city.
You must make an attempt to explain your actions if there is time to do so, even if the other party is not in a state to listen to you.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes. Graham was like, Pluto being the contract maker it would be the one to basically the one who could actually make this happen with the fewest amount of abusable loopholes. Because all he needs is like Nim or someone else to be like, yeah, no, do this. Like, you always have to ask permission before you do something, and then then Raylel's hands are basically tied, and he can never do anything. Because someone's like, no, I don't want you to save the city or something.
Yeah, this was a smart idea.
Yeah, no, Pluto just sort of got right to the heart of it. You must always explain your actions if there is time to do so.
Is that acceptable?
Well, yeah. The spell scroll burns. Well, I do believe it was successful.
All right, Nim.
Great. So he can help you guys come into my head now. Let's do it.
Raylel, yes, let's do it. Everyone
wait.
in.
Remember, Nim.
Do it, Raylel.
You gotta try. Oh God.
Aha, we're friends now. Friends do things for friends.
Oh God.
And Eileen's going to grab his wrist. Okay.
What
And
have
he
you
looks
started?
sad. Oh.
Oh God. Oh God.
You wanted Nim to be friends with him. What did you
I
think
never
was
said I
that?
wanted him to be. I never said I wanted Nim to be friends with him. I just said I wanted him not to try to attack the man who could probably crush an entire city block with a single spell.
I wanted him to be friends with him.
Apparently you're a minority.
I guess so.
I would have been fine with it after we fixed Raylel from being a crazy asshole.
Thankfully, it seems he's also listening to Eileen.
That's good.
Oh.
We just went over this. You got to at least try the peaceful way of resolving this before we go ham on whatever patron.
Wait, Nim, I have a great idea.
Hmm?
I'm listening.
You have a mana piece. Blast it! Blast it to hell with superior mana.
Oh God.
Well, if you say so. He's gonna pop
That
out
sounds like a great idea, Eileen. No!
He's popped out the mana piece and has radiant fire burning in his snout.
Nim. Remember we just talked about Raylel being crazy and not always doing things the right way. This kind of falls into that category of his decisions.
You said you wanted me to listen to him, and now you're telling me you don't.
No.
Which one is it?
I never said listen to him. I just said stop attacking him and learn that he does serve a purpose.
Raylel leans forward. You should always listen to me. I do exciting things.
You quiet.
Are you ever gonna give that back to me, Nim? You did steal that from me, remember? You swiped it under my nose.
Technically, I took it from the bag that Graham had.
So you stole it from Graham.
Did you
That's not cool. That's not cool, Nim.
Did we go inside Nim's mind?
No.
Not yet.
Okay.
They're trying to convince Nim to try to resolve
Raylel
it.
keeps almost doing it, but then keeps suggesting other equally potentially destructive ideas.
Nim, just do whatever you did to go into that mana space first. Like I said, if you need help, we will come. You have the invitation. You can probably still send
But you
it to
told
us
me
while
not
you're
to
in your
do
head.
that.
I said
If there's no choice.
we don't have to necessarily. Yes, I'm sure you could send one invitation to one of us so we know that you're in trouble, and then if you're in trouble, Raylel and Eileen will send us into your head, okay?
He sends it off to Markov, and Markov's not. Oh, interesting.
Send it to me. Send it specifically to me.
No, send it to Markov.
Or
It will be funny.
send it to Cray. Send it to Cray.
Graham is going to specify him as he realizes that two of the people aren't here. Although technically they could still do the same thing because they could just call the party.
Well, everybody's in a call right now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we
So,
still. You know, I just realized that the Vortex is still listening to all of this because Nim never sent him back.
Yeah.
So yes, let's please hurry this up. Like I said, you know what you need to do. You know how to get a hold of us.
All right.
We'll be there if you need us.
The Nim and Silver
we're
are
right here.
focusing on going into Nim's head.
Can you help him with that, Eileen?
Actually, does Silver have the same protection as Nim in Nim's head?
Silver is basically an extension of Nim. Kind of like a familiar, except different.
Wasn't he a mount?
Technically. Like, the Fine Steed is very similar to a familiar, except
it's like a familiar whose only purpose is to be a mount.
Well, not necessarily. They can do almost everything that a mount or that a familiar can, except for casting the spells through the mount's location. Except
if Silver died, would you just be able to resummon him with that?
Yes.
Okay, neat. I don't need to be worried about if Silver dies now.
Nim will still be.
I don't want it to happen still. But now also, I don't need to worry.
For the record, we do have a community reroll.
Oh boy.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Alright. Time to do the things.
Good luck,
Nim.
Nim.
Tanya will release mana. Nim, roll me a wisdom saving throw. As Raylel pouts. You try to meditate for like leaning forward way too far and flop. You are out. As you find yourself in a very nice meadow. There's the vortex there, but everything else looks nice.
Is
There's
Silver
even
there?
trees. Silver is here.
Good.
Now. You perhaps are being a touch rash. Inside the vortex.
Inside the vortex, what?
Inside the vortex, there is incoherent screaming.
You just hear the death metal scream. Just it sounds like the Doom soundtrack.
It is
Yeah,
a Gritsuko.
Who had a Gretzko in?
Oh yeah, it's a Gretzko.
Yeah, that's canonically set in the same universe as Kitty.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
It was the same company that does both, and they decided to make it canonical that that's the same universe that Hello Kitty lives in.
Oh,
Interesting.
I mean, same style.
So
It
anyways,
just means that Hello Kitty lives in a world that everyone here has seen season 2, I think it was, or season 3.
let's
Okay.
let's just
No more talking, so no spoilers.
Yeah, I don't know who. And there's also the fact that somebody watching later on could come across that and not have seen it at that point.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it's
know,
another
For anyone watching
tangent.
currently.
Yeah, it's also another tangent, and we are going very late already, so.
Joke.
It do be 2 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should hurry this up.
Yeah.
Right.
It's almost 3 a.m. for me.
I mean, I didn't expect you to get into this plot point so soon, but...
So here we are.
You should know by now that Nim very rarely takes a moment. He's like, I need to do this? Alright, let's get it done.
Well, I didn't expect it to be found out so soon. But...
Oh.
But then Raylel, that fucker.
And you also abusing the shit out of it.
Yeah, you made enough of a fracture for him to notice it. Hey, what's going on over there?
So anyways,
He
Nim
has
is
these-
in his head.
Yep.
Hey,
No, everything's fine. See?
other me, we need to be friends.
I want my friends! I want my friends! I want mine! Mine!
I mean, one of them is still here. And Shenzi's somewhere.
I want Shanzi!
She's here somewhere. We gotta go find her. But you gotta get out of that.
Shanzi's back in our world, through this vortex. If I can just get through it!
I don't think so.
This vortex followed us here. She's in here, then!
Nim is going to approach the vortex.
The vortex seems to move backwards, maintaining its distance. Now, Nim, that is the cause of your termination last time. Surely you shouldn't be approaching it so carelessly.
Well, no, but if he won't come out, then I gotta go in.
Perhaps he can cool off in there.
Well, he could
Rage
also cool
can't
out
burn
here.
forever. He'll peter himself out.
No, I think he can calm down out here.
But what if you get stuck in there? If one of you is already stuck in there, then a second surely wouldn't fare too well.
I don't know. I got a feeling that we'd be stronger together. And then maybe we could both break free.
Did we go with Nim, or is just Nim in there by himself?
At the
Nim
moment,
is in
he's
there by himself.
Besides, you've lost your tether.
My tether?
Yes, you didn't meditate. You slept. For when you want to leave, you don't have a way out right now.
I'm sure my friends will help. I'm sure our
Let's just
friends will
wax him
help.
with a stick.
No, my. What? Well, okay. Do you have a plan, perhaps? You're not going to just jump in, right?
And Nim is jumping in.
You may need to roll a dexterity check or an acrobatics check to try to go fast because the vortex is moving away. And with the jostling, there is renewed shrieking from inside. Very displeased.
Also, who has been talking with Nim this whole time?
His
A disembodied voice that
The
has
vortex
proclaimed
is
itself.
what we're calling it.
Yes.
Ah,
It previously proclaimed itself the gift from Shenzi. That was a lie.
Okay. Yeah.
Nim is casting lightning lure, if he can. I mean, it's his head. He can do what he wants. In fact, he could fly in here. Anyways, lightning lure. You create a lash of lightning energy that strikes at one creature of your choice that you can see within 15 feet of you. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pulled 10 feet in a straight line towards you. And then take 1d8 lightning damage. If it is within 5 feet of you. I guess after it's moved, if it's, that close.
It is. Now let's see it. Oh. Well, it certainly is powerful. What was the DC?
15.
Oh, it blew that out of the water. Being a vortex.
Nim is also...
You try to restrain it. It does not get restrained.
Yeah, he's
no
trying
need to get
stop.
rough.
Just let me in there. You wanted acrobatics?
But what if you can't get out?
Well, then maybe you'll just have to let us out.
I don't... I have no control over the vortex.
I don't believe you.
Then be like, let me in. Let me in.
I actually have stickers of that.
You catch it and leap into it. There is a lot of water in here, actually, for being a vortex floating in the air. However, this, while cold and biting, doesn't really seem to hinder you much in any noticeable way. And then there's you. Furious, frothing at the mouth, kicking in every direction, and seemingly stuck in place.
Nim is going to work his way through it, focusing on being able to move towards his other self. Kind of like he was doing... You
push your way forward, even if there are some pushing internal currents.
Kind of like how he was doing with the astral plane. Just focused on getting to his other self.
Right. You notice his claws are shining and swiping here and there, trying to smite the water itself.
We can get through this together, but we gotta work together.
I don't need your help!
We are one and the same. We have new friends.
You are not me!
Yes, I am.
I only needed one friend. They're teaching you strange things, forcing strange rules. I don't want that place. What's wrong with biting someone when they're wrong? They deserve it.
Oh, I agree. But that doesn't mean it's all bad.
There is nothing there that we don't have back. Where we need to be.
We can go back and save them a different way, but in here is not going to help anything. We gotta get out of here.
This is just a portal. There's no magic, studs. It's just a portal. You just gotta get out the other side of the vortex. And
It's
then
not
you'll be
real.
back.
This thing isn't
Then
real.
why am I stuck here?
Because you're keeping yourself stuck here.
I am not!
Yes, you are. The anger is keeping you here.
Because I'm stuck!
You're angry and you are making yourself stuck.
Oh, they all hear nothing to the contrary.
You cut out for a lot of that.
Yeah.
No, I'm stuck. No, I'm stuck here and I'll hear nothing to the contrary. I can't move!
Well then, I will come to you. And we will get out of here together. And Nim is still trying to get himself over to the other one.
Find Shenzi. Just find Shenzi!
Do I have any indication that Shenzi is even in this vortex?
You don't see much in
Stubborn
this black
character.
void.
Stubborn character argues with the stubborn version of self. Who wins?
They don't. It's an infinite loop.
It's an infinite stubborn paradox. Where neither side gives up.
It's just a rock and a hard place. The immovable what was that other saying? The immovable object and the other thing?
Unstoppable object versus that's an immovable object versus the unstoppable force.
Yeah, that.
Ah, yes.
We can get to her. But we can only do it together.
Don't push me out. I'll get further from her. Don't push me.
Then we will stay in here and work on it together.
Fine, you find Shenzi, and then I'll leave.
No, you join with me.
I can't move. I can't move.
Then I am coming to you. One downside to 5th edition is that it really does not have very many spells that are not just combat related.
There are not.
Indeed.
It's like there would definitely be spells for something like this. Well, maybe not exactly like this, but that could be adapted to this purpose. Those would definitely exist in the world, but we don't technically have them.
Boy, you know what would be interesting right now? Create or destroy water.
Yeah, but that's not a spell that he would have. I think that's a cleric thing. Druid, etc.
Wouldn't a paladin be technically able to have it?
No, I don't think so. I think Paladin and Cleric builds are technically different sheets.
They
Okay.
are different, but a lot of overlap. But
Fair.
each one has their own unique ones, like Find Steed is a spell only for paladins.
Fair enough.
I am curious now. Either way, Nim is focusing on trying to get over there. Oh, but if we were 4th level, Nim would have access to control, or if he had access to 4th level spells, he'd have access to control water. Where he could literally
Speaking of
make
that-
or dismiss a, part water is literally one of the parts that it can do.
Speaking of level, have we gained a level yet, or are we still 6?
You're still level 6. I do have something that'll finally push you up because I am going via milestone. Prey doing his training along with that Raylel fight, or going to Ren's practice would certainly finally push everyone to that well-deserved level 7.
So fighting a dragon wasn't good enough.
I go by milestones. Everyone levels up together.
Yeah. So fighting a dragon wasn't good enough?
Only you did that.
Yeah, if we
Tarakona
did it by
beast.
what we each did, it would get very confusing to keep track of that very quickly.
No, but I'm saying that me fighting a dragon is good enough for the party to get a level.
But it's something that you did by yourself.
It makes sense, even like because
Also, from what I
basically you would
heard,
get
it was
all of the
holding back
XP.
for a while.
I am teasing 100%, by the way.
Yes. I know.
If I assume if it was any other type of encounter where at least one other person was participating and it wasn't like a party versus party type deal, which
Yeah,
it kind
no.
of it kind of was. It was kind of just party infighting.
I mean, at this point, Cray's going to basically do his training.
Yeah,
and
I've been trying to set that up twice.
yes, and everyone fought Raylel, or at least a dummy Raylel.
Yeah, you monsters.
So I think that's worth. Past this event, I think everyone will have done plenty for that level 7.
Awesome.
And all I had to do was drink coffee. Cool.
What?
Congratulations, you got
Why haven't
adopted
we-
by Raylel and drank coffee.
Why haven't we leveled up in before the DM goes by milestones and we continuously divert?
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. I
Just be happy
wonder.
we're a level 6.
Just be happy we're all alive at this point.
That may change in a moment.
I might.
Nim is still trying to get to his other self. He's going to try and turn himself around and use Radiant Bolt as kind of like a, shooting it out to try and propel himself forward a bit more. He's trying everything he can think of.
If only
Anyway,
you knew someone
so
who
what
had a
is he
fly
doing?
speed.
Good point. Nim instead is sending an invite to Tarakona.
Who will accept?
Tarakona.
The door is a little odd. However,
Well, I know it's from Nim, and I want to help and protect Nim, so I'm jumping through.
the party
So-
sees Tarakona fall forward and faceplant.
Really? Because if I'm a quadruped, wouldn't it more just be either flop straight down or topple over like a tree?
Yeah.
Either way, you fall over.
With your face on the floor.
A whap.
Does he have was it a mental note or does he have the physical note in his hand?
He's got the physical now.
Graham will walk over, investigate Tarakona, and notice the invitation. Like, well, fuck. Okay, guys.
Needed wings.
That's probably exactly what he puts in.
It says he got himself stuck somewhere. I guess we actually do gotta go and help him.
All right, let's get going.
So-
If
so
one of
we're
us is in there, we all might as well be in there.
So we're going to rename Tarakona for this session to Red Bull.
Oh boy.
It gives you wings.
Red Dragon.
And Graham will basically like look to Eileen and Raylan like, all right, let's make this happen.
Good luck. Eileen will say it. She basically produces a door with Raylel's assistance that seems to be made out of some glowing wires more than anything else. But it does open up, leading inside. Now,
We'll head it. Oh, you'll wait for them to finish talking if they're talking, though.
we will leave this open, and if you have to, run. Elena, Tanya, please accompany them.
Oh god, now I'm imagining the second Nim getting out through this, and now there are 2 Nims.
No, now you are internal Nim. He is free.
So wait, I just realized something. If we're going inside of Nim, do we get to see Mint?
You might find Mint. You will have to
Wait.
search for them, though.
Who is Mint?
Oh yeah, you weren't here for that.
It is evil Nim.
Oh, okay.
Not evil.
Reverse Nim. Reverse Nim.
Basically, he's the one that they have decided that Mint is the logical side of Nim.
Okay.
Mint
one that
does taxes for fun!
Yes.
All right. Well, Graham will head in.
Almost immediately.
Oh, wait, hello.
You are in the meadow. You see the vortex. The vortex begins to loom over you.
Fucking lovely. Where's Nim?
He has jumped inside. The fool.
Oh, is it the vortex talking to Graham?
Yes.
All right. What's your deal, and what kind of evil entity are you?
First off, is it only Graham going in, or?
No. Elena and Tanya are following, at least, as well as, I assume, the rest of the party.
Yeah, Elemin is going in. And I guess Markov and Cray are actually, because they're not in the house. Eileen and Raylo made a physical portal into your mime.
Well, yeah, but there's no reason that a portal couldn't have popped up in front of them, too.
Oh, that's up to DG.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
They were invited. Pseudo-invited. Would they step through? This strange, magical doorway?
I saw he left the fantasy grounds. Locket?
Ah. It was his turn to get kicked off the internet.
Yeah, apparently his internet just died.
Oh.
Oh no.
What about you, Moriarty?
I'm here.
Are you
And I'm here too.
Through the portal?
Ah, there we go. There he disconnected. Hopefully he'll be back.
Huh.
But yes, does anyone else besides the NPCs follow Graham into the portal?
I do.
I mean, Tarakona is already inside the portal, I'm guessing.
I mean, you flopped over when you tried to go through Nim's imitation. Now we're actually going in. You weren't actually able to go into his mind through Nim's imitation. You were probably one of the first persons to go in, since he was the one that called you, though. It should like. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Me? Can you
Yes,
guys hear what I said?
Moriarty, we've asked you a few times. Did you go through?
I did not go through. I thought I made that clear earlier.
Okay.
No,
I never went through, and because if I go through, Cray needs to start his journey into the sewers again.
No, this is a different thing.
Oh.
This is a new door. A door has appeared in front of you without invitation, and it is seemingly built out of strange, like, glowing blue wires, which
I
opens
will
up to a
open-
field.
Graham would have. You were in the call, so you understood what was going on. You know this is basically Raylel and
Eileen.
basically opening up portal to Nim's mind so we can go rescue him.
All right,
Apparently
I'll
he's
head
in
in.
trouble.
I'll head
But he
in.
seems to be stuck.
Excellent. Now they have all fallen into the trap.
And for some unknown reason, Nim's name has changed to Gustav.
Oh. Yeah, well, now he has to die.
Sorry, I made a joke for Digi there.
Oh, now he
No,
has to die.
I do not
There's
know
no option.
references.
Anyways, yeah. So this vortex, how big is this thing?
It's pretty huge, actually. Like 25 feet circumference. At least.
Oh, circumference?
Sorry, diameter.
That's 25 feet diameter is not that bad. It's still big, but
The top, and it seems to be moving around in an almost serpentine fashion through the air.
I see.
It's like a giant wormhole made out of water.
Yes.
Hmm.
Oh, what business do you have here? This isn't normally supposed to be possible.
Graham is going to assume that one of the biggest things that we're gonna have to deal with is, considering he called it it was pretending to be Shenzi. He's gonna start looking for He's gonna ignore the vortex and start calling out for Shenzi.
Can Nim
and seeing
hear
if he
them?
can't hear a reply.
It's muffled, but yes, from inside the vortex you can hear your friends calling for Shenzi. They didn't come to your location exactly, which is a new one.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Markup.
I'm gonna see if I can't hear any voices that might be a quote unquote Shenzi.
Nim is shouting to his other self. See, they came! Our new friends!
From
They're here to
inside
help
the
us.
vortex, you can hear Nim shrieking, Shenzi!
What? What you said there?
He's shrieking Shenzi, the another Nim from inside the vortex.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
One is crazier than the previth one, who was
But I
already
can't-
kind of crazy.
But I can't tell which one. Which one do I shoot? Both of them.
Is it? I gotta ask. Is the other is? Wait, does Nim usually wear clothes?
He usually has
wears
his armor.
He's got like some decorations, doesn't he?
He's got a
is
few
that-
decorations. Actually, since he got his new armor, it's mostly he's been swapping it between a few different random outfits. Like one that is a mimic of the ensemble's outfit.
I was wondering if the other Nim is wearing a different attire. Like maybe he's wearing the thing that he was wearing right before the whole vortex thing happened.
Yes.
The other Nim would probably be wearing the same armor as you originally saw Nim in.
Fair.
Graham is going to shout that they're gonna start looking for Shenzi.
They're here to
And
help
Graham
us
is-
find Shenzi. We need to get out of this to help them.
Gray looks around. Who's Shenzi?
I don't know, but it's who Nim cares about the most because she is his wife apparently, and somehow she's in here, and it's the thing that whatever the vortex is
Looking
that
for.
tried to trick Nim is used to try to trick him into thinking it was good.
Did Tarakona appear next to Nim, or did Tarakona appear outside the vortex with everyone else?
You are outside the vortex with everyone else. You are in the field with this weird vortex thing that's looming.
And you said it was like a snake, right?
Yes, it's moving in some snake-like pattern with the wide top and the narrowed end that eventually leads off to
Graham
a
is going to
tip.
start trying to work his way behind it because he remembers that it said so I think it was Raylo who said like Shensley was like deep inside this vortex.
What are you doing?
None of your business. Just admiring the vortexiness. Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Elemin
You
is
must think I'm Nim if you really expect me to believe that. You must.
Elemin is
No,
right
but do
next.
you really expect me to tell you jack squat? Sorry, go ahead, Elemin.
I was just gonna say that Elemin is near Tarakona. He's eyeing him. He's eyeing him intently.
Tarakona is eyeing the vortex that we're hearing Nim's voice come out of.
Gray's gonna step up towards the vortex. Nim, can you hear us?
Hey!
Great fun!
Yes, I can.
Fuck. There are 2 Nims in there. One is extremely rude.
Apparently there are 3.
Oh. Well, you found Mint.
Yeah.
Did ya? I know you're trying to sound convincing, but I honestly can't understand
Sorry.
you when you're doing the angry voice.
Fuck off!
Also, is Mint inside or outside the vortex?
He's outside.
Okay.
He is sitting on the ground with an abacus.
Graham is gonna see this and go up to Mint and be like, "Hi."
Do you have an appointment?
Yes, I was invited.
I'll accept that. Welcome.
So our friend is trying to deal with his issues. What would be the logical best way to do that? How would you as smart as Nim's smart Nim? He
Well.
wasn't the abacus. How would you go about convincing angry you to
Realizing there must be some method to get the angry version to realize that he's hindering its own efforts, and if he doesn't change, he will never find what is important to him. He's stuck, trapped, and only gets angrier because he believes he is trapped. It's a cycle situation, so there must be some way to break it.
We have opened a floodgate.
Oh my god.
So there could be so many different Nims in here.
Yes. Yes, there could.
Well, Tosha may come up with other Nims.
I would say unless you're planning on making Nim have multiple personalities, which would be horrifying.
Make them bipolar.
No.
I do not plan on this. I'm not even sure I approve of Mint being its own separate thing. But
Bipolar isn't enough. Even tripolar isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, he'll be like, okay,
Rod.
how do we convince it that it's not trapped in the vortex?
Well, other Nim can move. If he makes more progress than it does in its current state, however long it is spent there, then its anger focus will shift, leading to some change, probably. It could be used.
Graham is going to yell for Nim. He's going to be like, Nim, try moving deeper into the vortex.
I've been trying. It's kind of hard to move in here. That's why I wanted Tarakona.
Okay, at that point, Tarakona is going to jump into the vortex.
Tarakona, you realize an immediate problem.
Yeah?
This is water for you, completely. This is...
Okay.
You can't talk in here, and you really have to hold your breath.
Okay.
Which you can for a very long time because you're Tarakona, but still.
Yeah, and where's the problem?
You have a time limit. As these swirling rapids are both cold and really pushing you around, your stomach is like buffeted against, and your chest feels a bit tight.
Tarakona!
Graham will yell for Nim. Nim, just try to move in any way you can. Try to prove to your angry self that if you're not trapped, he's not trapped.
What do you think I'm doing?
How deep into the whirlpool is Nim?
He's about...
Can they even see him?
Not from outside. From outside, it's just a swirling, dark mass of water. Inside, you would estimate about
fly above
11
it.
feet.
What was that, Jaffer?
Tarakona can't fly above it or anything?
You can.
Graham is
in that
gonna look
case,
at
yeah.
the party. Anyone
I'm
who
gonna
has
fly
rope, you already flew. You already jumped into the goddamn whirlpool, you fool.
I thought it was... I didn't realize it was something I could actually fly over.
Tanya's gonna take some steps back and like take a stance like, all right.
Whoever has rope, bring me your rope.
Elena holds out rope. I have rope.
Graham will pull out his rope and
I never leave home without it.
Elemin is
Graham
gonna
will tie her rope to his rope, and he now has
There's
200
not a-
feet of rope.
Yes.
Do you need more rope?
I think this should be good for now. Tarakona, come back down here. We're gonna need you as an anchor.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to do Tarakona as a the claw for a claw grabbing game. Fly over the top of the rope end.
Let's see. Tarakona, do you have a spear or anything?
He's a master of spears. He has a glaive with him, but yeah, when it comes to
Right.
polearm weapons, he's a master.
Right. He's
Elemin
gonna tie. He's once Tarakona gets down there, he's gonna tie one end to like one of his spears or glaive or whatever he feels comfortable throwing, like a javelin.
You mean javelins? That I have multiple of as well.
Then yes, one of the javelins.
Oh, I get it.
Throw this into the whirlpool.
Throw it as deep as strongly as you can. You're the best suited for this.
And Graham will also tie the other end to Tarakona. And then tell everyone to basically grab the rope, because we're gonna have to try to pull Nim, possibly Angry Nim, out of this goddamn vortex.
How's that for a throw?
Very good. Very good. It is a fantastic throw.
This is This is fantastic.
So, how is Nim doing with his progression to trying to get to other Nim?
You have finally reached him.
You were still making progress with us, just really slow.
Then he is going to try and wrap his paws around the other Nim.
Nim gives
What?
the dog
What are you doing?
hug.
What are you doing?
We are going to get out of here and find Shenzi. No response?
He seems flabbergasted.
And then a javelin flies past you.
Stabs Nim in the brain. Everybody dies.
No, that's what happens if I rolled a
Well,
natural.
technically, if this hits anywhere, it would be stabbing you in the brain in a sense.
Well, yes, but it's different because, you know, if Nim perceives himself as being stabbed in the brain, then his brain just shuts down and dies.
The end.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The javelin soars past with the rope.
Nim is going to try and bite at it. What kind of... You know what, I'll just make a bite.
Yeah, and it was aimed towards you, so the DC is low.
It's gonna try and bite onto it.
You catch some rope and get pulled along. You go deeper. And your other self gets pulled with you. Looking stunned.
New friends are here. They're here to help.
Perhaps they have use.
Tarakona will just start walking backwards.
Now I'm getting scenes of Mulan, where the big guy just picks... Everybody else is trying to pull them out, and then Tarakona just walks over, picks up everybody, and just pulls.
Yeah,
Just
I remember
walks
that.
backwards.
I remember.
Basically.
We can get out of here, and we can find Shenzi wherever she is. This vortex doesn't control us.
Wait, no, go. I'm going deeper. I'm not deeper. I'm leaving. You're taking me out.
Well, we can't find anything from in here.
Fuck.
What a rude name this is.
He's a lot ruder than Nim ever was.
Indeed.
He is
Full angry. This is full angry Nim. It's channeling a lifetime's worth of repressed anger that was buried under just naive happiness.
Yeah.
In reality, this is actually Mint's anger. It's why Mint is so logical and lethargic. So, you know.
I mean, it's both of your angers. Okay, so what is happening to the other name? As he's going.
He's flailing wildly, but he is getting pulled up.
Nim is holding on tight.
Make a strength check.
Oh no.
Make two. One for you, one for other Nim.
Or a bite check if you want to use that to hold on to.
Okay, using the community reroll. Ah!
No!
Oh boy.
Can I give Nim my inspiration?
I'll allow it.
Don't fuck this up. I gave up my inspiration
Yes!
for you.
And one more for other angry.
From 2 to 1 to 19. I
Now
wonder.
don't get a 20.
Oh my
No,
god.
you pull him out with ease.
The one
you
time I'm happy to
feel
get a
Graham's
1.
belief in you. You feel Graham's belief in it, and it empowers you, Nim. You like the angry rabbit actually believes in me. I can do anything.
Now, what if you hadn't used that community reroll, though? You get a 2, he gets a 1.
Oh. Yeah, I could have done that.
Oh well.
To be fair, we didn't know. For all we know. Oh well.
I was gonna say he probably should have rolled both and then decided if he wanted to use the community reroll.
I think Sim didn't realize that he was doing the him against the other name first. But I mean, no, he
Well,
used
they're
it.
the same. They're the same person. Why would he not roll again for the contested strength roll? It'd be
Either
silly not
way,
to.
either way, it's passed. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
just go.
All right,
It was for that.
everyone's pulling with Tarakona as the anchor to pull the Nims out of the vortex.
Yes.
How is the vortex reacting, though?
Very negatively. It's starting to thrash around. Who's holding the rope?
Everyone,
It's tied to Tarakona.
but it is straight up tied to Tarakona, like around him. He is the anchor.
And I will
Contested
just
strength rolls or athletics, if you please.
I will remind you at this point that Tarakona weighs nearly 900 pounds.
I'm aware, but this
Pretty sure the vortex could
avatar.
fling. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the vortex can fling all of us around like we were some
Uh-oh.
literally anything. Like you know, like those little cat toys with the little like feather thing. Yeah, no, we're like one of those feather lures to it.
Tarakona, for the first time in your life, you're starting to get dragged forward.
Hang on, I think we all need to roll strength or athletics there.
Yes. Everyone.
Wait,
Athletics?
this is a if this is a contested pull, is it?
Yes.
I get advantage because of quad legs.
Ah, well then.
So that
Why did you roll Arcana?
Arcana?
so that would
Graham,
wrong.
Graham and Elemin
Grab
are
the wrong
doing the heavy
single, you know what I
lifting.
mean. 27 for Tarakona for athletics.
Yeah. Alright, that does it, though. That does it.
Toshime
then.
wants to know if Mint is also pulling.
No, Mint is watching and placing bets for no one.
Mint is calculating the odds of our survival for fun.
Yeah. Dead. Oh, big thing. Yeah, he's alive.
Hey, come on.
And Tanya and Eileen. As expected from Eileen. Or Elena.
Even you have been confused.
Strength is not her suit.
Yeah,
but Tanya's
any little
pulling some weight.
any little bit of pulling on this is what we need. It all helps.
You're pulling faster. Nim, you're escaping. You're escaping faster. You break free of the water. Along with your angry self, Hoops. He's at full shrieking mode. He is wailing like a banshee that he is getting farther from Shenzi. Probably.
Just a little more. Shenzi is not in there.
What? And he looks at you. Where's Shinji? Where's Shinji? Is that Shinji?
We will find her, but she's not in there.
You've been wasting my goddamn time. Shinji's not in there. And he looks so pissed. And the vortex sighs deeply. It did a nice thing going on, you see. It was really nice. And then along comes you fuckers.
Graham's
I'm
gonna be
really quite
like, "Get ready to
annoyed.
run."
The door is still there, and Elena is already looking at it.
Yeah, no,
I
Graham.
think we'd best.
We need to go, guys.
Yeah, Graham is gonna keep pulling the rope, but he's gonna be going out the door, pulling it towards the door. Like, let's go, let's do this. We're getting them out.
Don't actually bring Nim out of his own mind. We just need to.
We're not. We can cut the rope, but we got to make sure he's out first.
Correct. Come on, let's go, guys. All
Heave-ho.
together now.
Oh,
All
come
together
on, you
now.
don't want 2 Nims?
No, we just don't want you to not have.
We'd maybe have 1 Nim and like a comatose Nim.
Imagine
Yeah.
if we had 4 Nims though.
Eeny, meeny,
Also, I'm pretty
miny,
sure
you.
if you came out, you'd basically just be like a ghost.
Yeah.
Probably.
And it throws. And something comes out of the vortex.
Hmm?
It's pressurized water.
It's hydro pump.
Pre-pressurized water.
It's hydro pump.
You're right.
Oh no, there's a Blastoise in the vortex. Or a Gyarados.
It pierces Tanya's torso. Fucker!
Ugh.
Pull harder, pull faster, pull stronger. Nim, we really gotta hurry up. If you two could possibly help at all.
We need to get out of here, and you two need to get out of that vortex now.
I'm a little preoccupied just trying to hold on.
Miny, you.
All right. Tarakona just runs straight to Tanya.
She's bleeding, but it doesn't seem to be anything serious.
He'll pick Tanya up entirely and just carry her as he starts running back towards.
Strength checks from everyone but Tanya, who we probably could have really used pulling.
No. Other Nim is already out of the vortex. At this
Okay.
point, I'd recommend running.
Okay, yeah. If other Nim's out of the vortex, Graham is just gonna drop the rope and run.
Where would the roll for that be? Athletics or?
We're right by the door, I would assume.
I mean, but we're still being targeted. I imagine we need to roll something.
Dexterity, all of you. As it's, firing indiscriminately.
Is this a dex save or a dex check?
Save.
Okay. Please, Graham.
Go fast, go high.
Do I need to roll this down?
Yes,
Let me hit that.
it is your absconding speed. It is your
Abscond. Come on, abscond. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Stop being glitchy. Oh, so close to a 20.
Yeah.
So close.
But still like the second fastest.
Seriously.
It's advancing on you. and a wave will come crashing forward. $35 damage to everyone.
Oh.
Oh,
Indiscriminate.
Ow!
so none of us saved.
There is no save for this. This
Mm,
thing is here to fuck. This thing is
And
one more round of dex saves, if you would. You are rapidly approaching the door.
if this fails, I'm gonna. If we get hit by another thing like that, it's gonna take me down.
Well, no. Thankfully, Elena came in, and she ain't taking that shit.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yes.
This is Nim's mind. And technically Nim isn't going for the door. He's just free and on the ground.
True.
Okay, other me. Focus. Take away its power. It is nothing but a puddle. A simple puddle on the ground. And Nim is focusing on that. On just it being nothing more than a puddle.
Magnanimous dispensation.
Oh, did we get another donation? Did we?
what?
Toshime, thank you so much for that second donation.
Again?
It was half of the donation goal originally, but I appreciate that so much, Toshime. Thank you.
Appreciated. I guess we're putting on a good show.
Yes, Toshime said, it's 2 in the morning. I need to be heading off to bed. Thanks for the good show.
Well then, I guess.
I appreciate it so much. Thank you, Toshime.
Honestly, this has honestly been a jolly good show.
It's been pretty
Well,
great.
Yes, this has been a good session. We had all the drama.
Seriously.
So much dramas.
Huge drama. Huge guts.
I got to drink coffee and
Huge
pull a rope.
tracts of
What a good
land.
Elemin is gonna use laying hand on himself before something else hits him.
Oh no, don't worry about that. Elena just used Mass Cure Wounds at 7th level. Everyone gets 29 HP back.
Sweet, I only have 10 wounds now.
However, Nim, your angry self looks ready to explode, but he's positively silent.
Focus on that. We can save our new friends. We can defeat this thing. It's in our head. It plays by our rules.
The
Although I
sky
think this is-
turns dark,
Nim is
and
growling.
you see the moon.
I'm liking
He's
this.
going to leap into the air, claws raised, and strike down as a beam from the moon itself comes down and splashes this thing. Fuck! Fuck! Off! As it certainly is starting to look very wavy and loose. The vortex unraveling somewhat before retreating.
Whoa.
And he snorts. Fucking months of my time stuck in that puddle. I can't believe this shit. You And he looks at Nim.
Yes, other me. We did it.
You throw away that power right now.
Throw away what?
That they gave you a power. Get rid of it. I don't want its influence here. I'll give you another one. He is looming over you a bit. I'll give you another one, so throw that power away.
Nim kind of droops his ears a bit, but he nods and tries to figure out exactly how to do that.
He shoves a paper at you. Hey, this seems like a lot. It's like the one you had before, actually.
Are we all still observing this, or did we get out?
I assumed you'd all, after getting splashed, continue to run for the door.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We probably were already out by the time the other team struck the whirlpool. If it didn't hit us again.
It seems a lot like the power you had before. Your friends. And his face twists a bit as he has to force that word out. They were okay, I guess. You can have them.
No, we can have them.
Don't push it.
I'm gonna push this.
You will not.
We
I
are one
won't
and
give
the
you
same.
power. I won't give you power. I won't give you power. And he's making a face.
Helping you is more important than power.
You. Fine.
You know that's how we feel.
I don't have to. Shut up.
This is adorable.
Teach you the power of friendship. And this gun I found.
Internal Nim holds gun. If you ask me how I'm holding this, I'll shoot you first. Fine. You don't have a lot of mana, though. Like, none at all.
That's okay. We've got a white thing out there.
You need more colors.
I'm hoping to find some.
Get them all.
Okay.
Good. Then this won't be a problem anymore. And you can have all the friends you want.
New BBEG confirmed.
Angry Nim. Yes, all the friends.
Just wait until Graham's patron tries to take over his brain, and we get to do this. We get to go in for round 2 for mana like patron.
I'm glad my patron is about as stupid as I am. What do you want? Strength. Okay.
All right. So Angry Nim has accepted his their new friends. You know, all of them as being friends. And I'm curious to see what this new power is. Did you?
There is a revision being made, and as soon as it's the same power, but he's doing it in a way that won't cost you internally.
Oh.
I'm not
Ooh.
taking away your power. I'm just removing the permanent negative debuff that could have stacked up. But you have to pay for it this time.
From not your soul.
Yes, but now that means Nim needs to get all of the mana pieces. Or at least one of each. At least if I'm understanding this right out of character.
That would be best.
For him to steal a bunch of mana pieces?
Oh yeah, totally.
You know, that'll end super well.
I mean, the group doesn't have to be altruistic.
No, but I also feel like doing that will eventually make us the target of the guilds themselves, and it's not
Well,
really so much about altruism, about just not having all the guilds come down on us.
Well, that's Nim's choice then.
Fair enough.
Well, it's up to Nim at that point. Let's see what he decides.
I mean, Nim wants his friends, so he sees no reason not to borrow, at least.
Borrow, he says, powerful artifacts that could destroy the world. No, I'm gonna just borrow that. I'd just like to borrow your infinite mana, please.
All right.
Well-
Look at your revision.
Well, if we ever confront your family, we can get the black mana that they have and give it to Nim.
I don't think Graham really wants Nim to have a bunch of mana pieces.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm just say I was just jesting.
Graham might have some things to say to Nim if he notices Nim starting to steal a bunch of mana pieces. He's gonna be like, "Stop that!
Yes, please.
You're not responsible enough or know enough about our world to have these things."
Heck, even we don't know, but we know more about it now.
So, basically... Okay, so it looks like 1 hit dice is equal to 5 levels, so it's kind of like spending the stuff I can use in short rests?
Yes.
Okay. Can I also
It's an
use
internal
silvers?
energy source.
Can I also use silvers?
Wouldn't that make him dematerialize eventually?
No, because technically taking or using hit dice does not remove like you're not gonna die if you use up all of your hit dice. They come back.
Yeah, it just means you get whenever you take a long rest, you get half of your maximum back. I think it is.
Fair.
I'll allow it for out of combat summoning
Okay.
Huh.
because I
Alright,
don't
then.
want to stop your shenanigans.
By the way, I never took the 35 damage.
Same.
Well, we also all got healed part of it.
Yeah.
Right.
We just got 9 damage, so just add that to your sheet if you want to.
Did
Graham
Nim and
is just gonna be
Silver
like-
technically take it?
Are we high enough level that I get the evade thing too?
I don't think so. However, you're all back,
Yeah, it doesn't seem so.
and I will say this is a fine stopping point because congratulations, you're all level 7, and Nim
Nim needs
finished
all of
one
the...
of his storylines very early.
Nim needs to
Not
Inner
get...
really,
turmoil about
but-
Shenzi.
capped it very much earlier than intended.
And now Nim needs to get more mana.
What mana isn't it?
Oh no, he needs to get a piece of each color.
Why does
Hey,
he need a
you're
piece
back
of
in the
each
sewer.
color?
Basically,
I just want 3 colors.
So basically, the way it works, 1 hit dice is equal to 5 levels, but if you have a mana piece and successfully channel it, if the target has that color, reduce the cost by half. If you have both their colors, 1/4 the cost.
I see.
So basically,
do you have to be
say-
aware of their? No, I guess you wouldn't have to be aware of their.
if you have all 5 and successfully channel all 5, that's going to be a high DC. You could get anyone at 1/4 the cost. Probably that means you could summon anyone for 1 hit dice.
Yeah, but using the mana pieces is also like
Dangerous,
crazy
yes.
dangerous.
However,
I figure
now
that
he's
with
not literally burning his soul.
And I figure that with enough practice, it'll get much easier and easier.
Yes, because you are a planeswalker. Those who can handle.
But at that point, you'll probably have enough hit dice that you won't need to reduce the cost.
I mean, it's still nice to be able to do those.
For sure.
It's Nim's choice. Does he want to steal the mana pieces, or does he want to be responsible?
Graham is going to slap him slightly if he decides to choose irresponsibility.
If Graham ever finds out.
Yes, if Graham ever finds out, which is very likely because if you have 1 of each mana piece, you're gonna be like lit up like a goddamn Christmas tree for mana senses, which Graham is learning.
Indeed.
Unless Nim gets an item of some kind to hide them. And not
Or just
only
learns some form of ability to do so.
That is that.
But not only that, but
Can you read it?
You know,
Can you
when
read it? You
Nim,
go to first.
All Nim has to do is just persuade Graham that he just got it on the internet. What's the internet? I don't know. It hasn't been invented yet, but I got it.
Graham would still not be okay with Nim having them.
Actually,
I bought them legally and responsibly. Therefore, I should have it.
Best case scenario, you can't have bought them legally because it would be very blatantly stolen property.
Actually, there is one source that Nim knows of that can get anything he may desire for the right price.
Yes.
I see.
It's about high time he showed up.
It's been a while.
Wait, what now?
Greaves.
Greaves.
You don't remember Greaves?
Oh, I remember Greaves.
He can get
The gem
anything
man.
you want for the right price.
What's the right price for mana orb?
Or substitute.
What's
Hello,
the right
yes,
I
price
feel like
for,
it'd be like an artificial, like, knockoff version.
Hello, sir. There's an orb I wish to ponder. What is your price?
I shall buy the complete mana from you for 5 gems.
Oh, damn. Okay.
They're all diamonds,
Emerald,
the
a
size
Mox
of
diamond.
buildings.
Oh no, if it's only 5 gems, it's a Mox Emerald, a Mox Sapphire, a Mox Pearl.
Yeah, send him the Lux, the Mox manas.
Okay, guys. As much as
Let's
much
go
as
Let's go ahead and wrap up the stream here.
Yes.
Will you take a guild signal?
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. I will be back tomorrow / Huh?
How far for time are we?
About 3, 4, 5 hours.
Well, we've been going. I've got us scheduled going till midnight. We are at 3 a.m., so 3 hours overtime.
Oh my.
To be fair, though, we
Well,
also
take your time leveling up, everyone.
we also started an hour later. I'll level up next time because I really gotta go. I am going to be a zombie today at work, but it was worth it.
Everything
Well,
hurts.
I'm glad I had this plan.
But
Good on you.
anyways, thank you all so much for joining. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, all those things. There on the website as well as down in the description below. Do consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing it around. Stick around in the chat. We're going to find somebody to raid here. But for now, I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Okay.
Bye, guys. Also, I just leveled up. This is the level I get. I just leveled up. This is the level I get evasion at.
Fun.